Yeah, I'm pretty sure that any indigenous consultation that Jeep may have done in their vehicle naming strategy went as far as finding their Cherokee friend Jeff and asking him if it was okay. And even that I don't think happened. Especially not like whatever 30, 40 years ago when the model came out. Square to keep. I'm pretty sure that the Mitsubishi Eagle Talon is available as an 1974 was the Jeep Grand Cherokee. So yeah, absolutely no consultation going on at that point. They had the Jeep Comanche, says Beach. That's right. And of course, GM's history of appropriating names continues to this day in the form of the Denali and other truck-based names. I personally really like the Nissan musical notation or musical terminology system of naming their vehicles. Jeep is Chrysler, not GM? Okay, well, I mean, they're all hurtling towards unibrand monopoly at this point, so at some point I'm sure Jeep will be a GM vehicle of some sort. I don't know, maybe also a Ferrari.
So Jeep is owned by Stellantis.
Okay.
Who owns Chrysler, right?
Yes.
And Fiat and all those good guys. So I think if Jeep ever got owned by GM, something horrible has gone wrong. Because I think the Italians would probably never sell any of it.
Oh, I wholly expect Stellantis to absorb everything if they can.
So you figure that they'll probably end up getting General Motors.
Yeah, that's what I see. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord, no, General Motors is not acquiring anyone at this point.
No. That's fair.
Let's be clear.
Yeah.
The American century of humiliation is upon us.
Yeah.
And we're just getting front row tickets. Which curve was this? This one, right, good.
And then you mentioned the Talon briefly.
Someone was asking if the Eagle Talon was from Mitsubishi was in the game. I remember it being. I remember that car being special in some way. Like, was it one of the ones that had?
It's DSM. It's Diamond Star Motors.
Okay.
So
yes,
it was that collaboration that they did with Chrysler for a while, where like back in the '80s, that the Eagle Talon was like a Mitsubishi Galant, I think, or something like that. But there's like 3 cars that all overlap around that era.
If I recall, that one had something special. Like it had a turbo to it, or it was 4-wheel steering. I think the Eagle Talon, its big thing was the fact that using whatever you were getting in the Mitsubishi. Maybe it wasn't Eclipse. Maybe it wasn't the Galant. But whatever they were doing at the time in Mitsubishi, I think that you could get a Turbo Eagle. Yeah, something like that. Ian and Beej, you got any thoughts on the Datsun 510 and 280Z? I mean, not really the 510. No, but the 280, yeah.
Yeah, there's like
all into Z cars.
Yeah, Z cars are like, that's just the fair lady at that, right? It's just I never really cared too much about those, but I think my mom had a 510.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then cracked it up.
In the boxy era, Datsun made some real lookers.
Yeah. Oh, the Eclipse received the Talon. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Why do I feel like I've never driven this track before?
You had a good night's sleep?
No.
Okay, you had a miserable sleep.
It was hot, Beach.
Okay, oh yeah. No, that's fair. And you couldn't sleep here.
No.
Because everything was in use.
Yeah, and people are around.
There were people around too.
I have a real problem sleeping around people.
Yeah.
Corey is still people.
to be clear.
All right, fair. You know, when we vacationed in Japan, I was trying to book double bedrooms, right? But double bed doesn't mean that when you are booking, like if you're booking, when you're booking a room in Japan and it says double, what they mean is two people can sleep in this room and there's two twins beds, right? But that twin in itself is also a weird freaking misnomer. But you're getting two beds. And so I had to go looking to find the ones where it's like, oh no, you're getting an actual one double bed or two twin beds or whatever, right? And I was kind of like, I like sleeping next to my wife. This is a thing I like doing. But our first hotel that we got there was all we have is twin beds. Like that's all it is. But it was remarkably inexpensive. So I'm like, well, I'm going to book us in here, and it'll be fine for several days. It would be fine if we were sleeping this way. And yeah, the first few nights, I was so exhausted that I didn't even realize that I wasn't like in bed next to her.
Oh no.
And then realized over the course of like the 21 days or whatever that we were there, that yeah, it largely didn't matter to me whether we were in the same bed together or not. And there is something to be said for grandparents deciding to split themselves up into two beds as they get older.
Well, it's also vacation. You're spending an inordinately more amount of time with them.
Yeah. You're doing everything together, and so it's like, oh, I can have a bed of my own. It's completely fine.
Yeah, this is why I like to differentiate between vacation and travel.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
No.
I wonder if that's a weird feeling for when people come here then, and it's like, well, we're gonna book a room, and they're like, it's got two queen size beds in it, or I mean now it's two doubles, right?
Oh yeah.
It's no more queen beds. It's like we're booking you two double beds in a room, and it's like, oh, yeah, that's what we want. We want a double. It's like we're all talking past each other, but then they show up and they're like, holy shit, these beds are gigantic.
Oh, yeah, it's American largesse.
Yeah. The rooms are very, very big.
They got a fridge. Well, you get a fridge in Japan too.
That's true.
What you don't get is some very dangerous powered charging cords.
You do get, though, a completely stainless steel kitchenette.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, and that was the weird thing, is how much of the operating surface of any time we had a kitchenette in our room, that it was always like, it was like 80%, 90% stainless steel. And I kind of don't expect that, because most kitchenettes, like when you go into like kitchenette here in North America,
oh yeah,
they're always just made up to be like normal ass kitchens.
Melamine.
They're all melamine on particle board.
Learning about the concept of an all stainless steel kitchen.
Yeah.
Once you get to use it, it's like, oh, I can just wipe this down.
Yeah, and it looks good when it's beat to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I am a big fan of the compartmentalized bolt-in kitchen and bathroom options.
I do like when you, part of the travel thing that first time we went that I was a little concerned about was, right, I know that there's two different power systems. There's West Japan and East Japan. And I was like, one's 60 hertz and one's 50 hertz. Am I going to have a problem with any of my stuff? And then I looked at all my stuff that was all made in Japan. Yes. And it was all like, yeah, this is a 100 volt 60-50.
No, like, everything is being converted from AC into DC anyway with a power brick.
Yeah.
So, like, just plug it in.
And the bricks are smart enough now that they're like 60 hertz, 50 hertz. We didn't give a shit. We lean anything.
Do you have a large electrical motor that plugs directly into AC? Maybe you're going to have a problem.
Yeah. But I don't use one of those to brush my teeth. Not since the dentist got involved. He was like, you got to stop doing that. Your grandfather's old 1974 Black & Decker electric toothbrush.
Essentially just a wire wheel.
Oh, man. And it makes the impact driver sound.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My dad had a drill that when he would pull the thing, you'd get a flash through the holes.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I don't want to go anywhere near that. That thing looks dangerous.
And then you get older and like, this is the only acceptable drill.
Though
the whole hog.
I mean, it was really funny that he, for years, had this drill, and the motor is incredibly heavy, and it was completely lopsided, so you'd pick it up, and it would just be, all this weight would be, like, wrong.
Yeah, no balance.
It was not balanced at all.
So I do appreciate the modern cordless drill of some weight on top, some weight on bottom, a handle in the middle. It's like, yeah, this feels a little bit better in my hand. So I like that. Took him years to decide that he was fine with a cordless drill himself, though. So,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. You get used to using a corded drill, and you're like, yeah, it's fine. I'm like, I mean, you're right. It's nothing wrong with it. But you are constantly pulling your cords around all day, and you're yanking on the end of it. It's coming off the cord and all that other shit. I'm mostly just here just to kind of keep you company and chat in your ear. Like,
I appreciate that.
Okay,
as
great.
long as you like.
Yeah, I will go home at some point, but it is 25 degrees out still.
Yes.
So you're here until... I'm here for the next 2 hours when it's supposed to drop to 20.
That sounds great. I am here until 7, but it's supposed to be down to 13, I believe.
Yeah, it'll be nice out.
I brought a coat.
Oh, good.
I'll need it.
You didn't bother driving.
Oh, God, no,
You'd
no.
be too exhausted, I'm sure.
Well, that and I'll be a bottle of champagne in by the time I get out of here. So. Bottle of champagne, out of my mind, on sleep deprivation and generally loopy. So great time to be driving down down streets lined with people.
I mean, I guess you could get a taxi.
Oh, that's admitting defeat.
So I'm going to Edmonton. You saw that. I'm going to Edmonton
Yes.
like a week or so. And my flight's at 6:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah, which means you got to be there at 5 o'clock.
Well, they're being pretty good about domestic flights now. They are saying you only have to be there 30 minutes before your flight.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was
good.
really surprised by that. Like, that's not normal. And given that it's first thing in the morning, it's not going to be that bad to get through CATSA.
Security.
Yeah. But the thing that does get me, though, is I'm like, how am I going to get to the airport? And I was doing some math, and it is like a $75 taxi ride, right? Because no one's going to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning, or rather 5 o'clock in the morning to take me there, so I'm there by 5:30, so I'm through everything and ready to go by 6, right? Like, nobody's going to be up at that time. So I got to get a cab. But that's $75, and then it's going to be $75 back if I can't get anyone to drive me back. And I have to assume that I don't know if I'm going to get someone to drive me back or not.
It's never safe to make the assumption.
Yeah. But now the YYJ Airport has a parking calculator on their website.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, and you can put in the time you're arriving. Like, it's like, I'm going to be there at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm going to be leaving on this date at 6 o'clock in the evening, roughly, like that. I'm just kind of, I didn't actually check, but I should. And that worked out to be $99 for parking. So now I'm trying to decide, is it worth leaving my car at the airport for a week?
For less than the cost, or for $25 for a taxi.
Yeah, but it's only a taxi one way.
Yeah.
And so the question is, will I be able to find anybody who is willing to come pick me up from the airport, specifically on the day that I'm coming back?
Mm-hmm.
So that's...
Who has a vehicle that can fit you, your wife, and your luggage?
Oh, it is just me.
Oh, it is just you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going this time. So, yeah.
What time's your flight come back?
Let's have a look. Air Canada.
Air Canada. Barely Monopoly.
I land at 6:30 in the evening, Saturday, June 27th.
Oh, I think we can make that happen.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, let's take that offline to confirm and whatnot. But
Sure.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, then I will probably pay for one of our fine taxi drivers to deliver me to the airport. Yeah.
See, my big I am quite happy to help people be picked up at the airport. The problem is, my car will fit 3 people, or 1 person and their checked luggage, but not both.
And I'm gonna have my carry-on backpack. My dad was trying to talk me into
The one you keep your dead meats in?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
He was trying to talk me into changing my flights. And I was like, well, I only have 24 hours in which I can actually cancel this without getting a charge. And so he found something. He's like, oh yeah, no, I can fly you out and fly you back on Flair for $239.
Okay.
And I'm like,
holy shit, how'd you manage to find that? Because it's cost me $730 bucks.
Shit, on Air Canada, yes.
On Air Canada, right? I'm like, how did you manage to find that? He's like, well, because it's like Flare, right? And he's looking on one of those websites, Flight Goal or, Air Dink.
Yeah.
I have no idea what any of them are, but so he's looking, he finds one, he's like, yeah, this would be fine. I can just book you on this if you want. And I said, sure.
How many days is the layover in Vancouver?
So I asked, hey, that looks like a good thing. Oh yeah, I'd fly out at like 10 o'clock in the morning and whatever else. I didn't think Flair had a flight out of Victoria at 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And then I look a lot closer at the screenshot he sent me, and I said, Dad, where's YXX? What's YXX? That doesn't even sound like a real airport. And he's like, oh, the goddamn site changed it to Abbotsford. Now, for context, to get to Abbotsford, Victoria would take me a 2-hour trip on the ferry.
Oh, would you believe that we have already discussed ferry prices on this ferry program?
I would believe it. So a 2-hour trip on the ferry. Let's say I didn't drive myself, okay? If I just walked on, that would be about $20 roughly for me to take the ferry just on my own. Then I would have to catch whatever bus is out there because there's not really easy transit. Like, Abbotsford is not part of Vancouver proper.
No.
So there's no SkyTrain.
Anyone from outside of Vancouver will absolutely tell you that it is part of Vancouver.
Yeah. But it is about an hour and a half drive on the highway, the one leaving from Tsawwassen. Mm-hmm. If you just stay on that highway and you're just going the entire time out east, you'll probably hit Abbotsford in about an hour and a half, especially the airport. So I would need to somehow get there on my own for $0. I need to do this entire trip for $0, and then I could fly out of Abbotsford. Yeah. But the site he was booking me on considered that would be an appropriate place to fly out of when he said Victoria or nearby airports.
They're using the same sort of algorithm as Facebook Marketplace is.
Yeah.
Hey, I found these things for you nearby that you'd love to get. Like, yeah, that sure is nearby if you don't count the channel of water.
Yeah. And then another hour and a half of driving. Yep. Sure, why not? There was when I was looking on Kayak for prices, it was like, do you want to take Harbor Air? And I kind of thought, well, I mean, I did do that once. I did fly Harbor Air to get to YVR, but that was an emergency. And they did add another $250 to my flight because I needed to pay for a Harbor Air ticket like immediately.
Yeah, you can't just turbo ticket that.
No, it was like, I need to go downtown and catch this flight, otherwise I'm not going to Detroit. And everybody wants to go to Detroit.
Yeah.
And even when I landed, when I caught the flight and I landed, it lands you at the downtown harbor next to BC Place. That's not next to the airport.
No, sure isn't.
So I had to pick a direction and run, hoping that I was running towards the SkyTrain station. Found one, and then was like, okay, now how do I go to the airport from here? It's like Canada Line, but be careful. If you take the wrong Canada Line, you end up in Richmond and not the airport. Yep. So I did manage to get on the right one, and I managed to pay whatever I needed to pay, and I got on, and it was like, I hope I make it. And I got to the airport, and I got through security, and our flight was leaving at noon, and I basically, as they were doing final call for boarding, I rocked up to the line just as they were saying final call for boarding. So it was awesome.
What a...
Yeah, great story, a lot of fun, definitely won't ever do that again.
Do not do this.
No. But I said to my dad, I'm like, well, how much is it going to cost if you actually fly me out of, like, here? And he did some more checking and whatever. And he's like, oh, it's $540. I said, so $200 less. That's something. Mm-hmm. Who am I flying with? Oh, I'm flying Ultra Basic on WestJet.
Okay, I was gonna say I have not heard of Ultra Basic yet.
Yeah.
It
shouldn't exist.
They don't. Oh, oof.
It's the worst fucking ticket in the world. And that's $80, no carry-on. Mm-hmm. You only get to check a bag. So they disallow you carry-on.
Completely?
Yeah, completely.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm like, so you get a personal item, I guess. You can carry your purse with you, but it's like, you get no carry-on. You get to and if you're going to take luggage, you must check it. That is $80. And I'm like, well, you saved me $200, but now you've only saved me $120.
Yep.
So that's only the flight there. What about coming back? Well, that's on Flair. That's different. I'm like, okay, well, what's Flair? Well, Flair is carry-on, and carry-on is either $49 or $149. It could be anywhere on that, and they don't tell you where it's going to be on that thing.
You get to find out at this very narrow window in check-in time.
Yeah, how much your carry-on's about to cost you.
Literally, I only know about Flair for that particular piss-off reason because I was watching an Instagram person who effectively does an animated version of themselves doing a series called Can I Work Here?
Oh, yeah?
And so they've talked about Flair, they've talked about working at IKEA, at the Calgary Library. It's very cute.
That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. It kind of blew my mind. Like, I'm like, wow, yeah, what I thought I was saving by going with what I would be saving by going with the low-cost flights, all I would be saving is I get to fly at a nicer time.
They really have done the calculations on this to maximize misery.
Yeah, that no matter what, it was like, you're going to get screwed. At least the flights were direct. Like, the flights that I'm flying are Victoria, Vancouver, Vancouver, Edmonton.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, that sucks. I don't like it. But I'll put up with it. And so flying direct would be better because there are lots of direct flights, but they were all full, and I wasn't going to get any of those. Or they were $1,000 or $1,500 or whatever. So I'm like, I'm not going to do that. So I'm like, right, I'll take what's left, and I'm going to pay approximately with the same amount that I would be paying if I'd flown all these different ways. And I'm just going to go there at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm just going to catch a flight early and sleep on the plane, which won't work going into Vancouver, but it will work leaving Vancouver.
And I'll ruin your entire day for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
It's whatever. Well, the thing is, when I get to the airport, they now have an airport mall. I don't know if you've been to the airport in
Not recently.
Edmonton. Okay, so Edmonton International.
Edmonton, oh God.
Yeah. YEG now has an airport mall that is separate from the airport. Because they have all that space.
Right.
So they have a massive outlet mall that's basically right on the highway. And it's on the other side of the service roads from where Century Mile is. And Century Mile is the horse racing and casino that they've built there as well. Like, basically, they've built this entire thing around Nisku, or next to Nisku, that is meant to be like, please come spend all your fucking money here.
Our zoning laws are outrageous.
Yeah. So we've been to the Heather and I last time when we went up there. I was just like, well, we'll catch a ride from the airport. We got like 2-3 hours before my parents come. Let's just go to the outlet mall and just hang out. And so that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to go to the outlet mall and just like shop and look around and have some lunch and whatever, and just chill. Just find a seat and just chill for like a couple hours and wait for them to come get me.
That sounds chill.
Yeah. And then I'll, hop in the vehicle with them and probably fall asleep on the way home. This is another hour of driving before we get back to where they live, so.
James says there's a Costco there, too, so maybe you can get yourself a dog.
I could... I'm sorry, get myself a dog?
Yeah!
From Costco?
Yeah! A hot dog!
Oh! No, those bastards. If you don't have a Costco card, they screen you at the back door now.
What?
Yeah. I went out to the one in Victoria to get myself a 150, and they were just like, no, you can't come in here. I'm like, what? And it's like, were you going to the food court? And I'm like, yeah, going to the food court. And it's like, yeah, no, you can't come in just on your own.
No,
We'll let you go to the membership desk, but that's it. You don't get to go to the food court. You don't get to take advantage of that thing because that's for members only.
That's someone giving you the runaround.
Yeah.
I have not been asked for my card. Well, I was holding merchandise I was intending to return, so I guess maybe that's the indicator, but dang.
I did really think the next time I went in there, I'd be like, I'm going to go to the membership desk and just go and stand in line at the membership desk until their backs were turned, and then just go get a hot dog. Just be like, fuck it.
And walk up to the membership desk, ask how much your membership is, say thank you, no thank you,
yeah,
and then go get yourself a hot dog.
Go get my hot dog.
It's not like they're going to call security to escort you out after that, I think.
Be like, I'm not paying for membership, but what I am paying for is a hot dog. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's definitely the kind of thing where the point of view was, this is supposed to be a perk for our members, and if non-members are coming in taking advantage of it, that's not okay. And I'm like, I think if I spoke with the CEO, he would say,
fuck? Someone's coming in and giving us money? What are you doing? Let them buy a hot dog.
They might buy a membership.
They might buy membership if they do this enough times. They might like coming here.
Yeah, you get that.
They drove all the way to Costco to get a hot dog.
You get the Stockholm syndrome, dude. Costco is not a nice place to go.
No, it really isn't. But it beats the shit out of Walmart, right?
Yes.
So it's like, I'd rather go to a Costco than Walmart, but it's not the nicest shopping experience in the world. No. But, I mean, really, what is?
In this century?
Also, if I was really going to do, like, lots of stuff at Costco, I'd be doing, like, I bought tires there the one time when I did have a membership. Really, that was easy to do.
I'm upset that I can't buy tires at Costco.
They just don't have your size?
They certainly do not.
Oh, I see. You can probably buy your tires at Princess Auto. They definitely have trailer tires.
I was about to say, don't think you're allowed to use those ones on a powered vehicle.
No, I don't think so at all. How big are yours? 12-inch?
I think they might even be 13s.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, they're large, but they're not 10s.
Is that as big as they can get in those wheel arches?
Yes.
Okay.
And you still have to have spacers on them.
Really?
Yeah. Which is why the modern Mini has the reduced turning radius.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
What if you try to fit low profile? They probably don't make 13-inch low profiles.
Sure as heck don't.
Okay.
I mean, I could get 10s and put them on as well.
Okay.
But then I'm looking at some fun with the high-lows.
Well, I also imagine that would be incredibly expensive to find 10-inch tires at this point.
About as... Well, again, it's a very popular vehicle that has been in production for basically ever. And so they do keep making them. There's not many manufacturers left, but
there are some people.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not going to get Nokians in that size, but you might get like some Chinese brand out there.
Oh yeah, you will get Nankings.
Yeah.
You'll also get Yokohamas, though.
Oh, okay.
Which is what I believe I've got right now on mine. Are the Yokos?
Is that just because there's probably so many microcars in Japan that Japanese manufacturers are probably still manufacturing?
I think so.
Okay.
And also, again, because the Mini was made in Japan until 2000.
Ah, okay. I got asked, how are the hot dogs at Princess Auto? Let me tell you, my guy, if they served hot dogs at Princess Auto, I wouldn't have to go to Costco.
I don't know. I have a feeling they would smell like the rest of the store.
Yeah, they would. You're absolutely right. That would be really funny, though. That is, I should tell Ryan that, though. I should say, have you guys thought about having hot dogs?
You gotta take it in turn. What's a different equivalent to a hot dog?
So not Smokies.
No.
Let's really kind of like think outside the box on this one.
Bratwursts?
Like, do brats be a little expensive
and hard sell for some people?
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe a burger, like a real simple burger.
Yeah, but like, you know how 7-Eleven did like those cheeseburger bites, where it was basically just like it's a cheeseburger, like whatever, but it's been served as a sausage. So you might do something like that.
What about Montreal smoked meat?
Yeah, actually,
the Princess Auto Montreal smoked meat sandwich.
It wouldn't be amazing Montreal smoked meat.
Sure wouldn't.
But it would be. I mean, really, passable. You know what I think they would do is they do sloppy joes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I picture them doing. God, but you need to like. You do it in like a bread bowl, like a handheld bread bowl full of chili. I could see that, but you would need two hands to eat it.
Yeah. And you got to do a lot of touching in the Princess Auto while you're there.
Yeah, God, yeah, the Montreal smoked meat though sounds great.
I expect them to be, a little bit smaller, not a lot of meat. Maybe smoked in house with their Power Fist smokers.
Yeah. And it would all be on buns. It wouldn't be on bread. It would just be on some sort of bun. And just be like a white bun kind of thing.
Yeah. Definitely a softer bun, not a crusty roll.
Yeah. Because the old dudes. Yeah. 60-year-old guys. It's funny when I go in there and I see three dudes sitting around the table all enjoying the complimentary coffee. Mm-hmm. I say enjoying, but they're all drinking the complimentary coffee and having a conversation about something. And I'm like, it's a weird place to see you guys hang out. Like,
I have never bothered to actually drink their coffee there.
I tried the hot chocolate, which is essentially it's what's in a pack. Like, just what's in a packet. And yeah, it's not it does not stand out because it isn't like it's not interesting.
And I assume the coffee, it's just going to be, it's going to be brewed coffee.
Yeah, but weirdly they did, like, we have a bag of Princess Auto coffee here in the moon base. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah. Happy to debunk this. The last time I was in Princess Auto, I think, was when I was there. I used just to browse, of course, but that's when I ran into the guy who was running the Japanese hot tub truck, or not hot tub, but onsen truck that he brought over, I guess, on a Russian ferry.
Oh yeah.
Was going across North America on his dream to spread the hot onsen culture via his truck that had an onsen in it. Or Sento, I guess is a better way of putting it.
Sorry, just like a pickup truck with a hot tub in the back?
No, a big old Fuso,
What?
yeah, Mitsubishi thing that he converted the back end into this hot tub. It was not case size, it was large.
Wow. Okay, and he was like, here, stand behind this curtain, take off all your clothing, and go sit in this really nice water.
Yeah.
It has salts in it.
Yeah, basically. And you take your bucket, and here's your duck, and your little towel.
Oh my god.
And we're going to have human communication in the...
That's wild.
Yeah.
What a cool idea.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, me too.
But his goal was to make it to New York, so I hope he's okay.
Yeah. I mean, the lack of a place to have a bath, or at least a publicized place to have a bath, like we do have a, so in the city we have a Nordic spa, I know that. We also, outside the city, we have an onsen style spa. It's not in town proper. I think it's a little bit outside of town, wherever. But it's not natural hot springs, or anything like that. There are natural hot springs on the island. There's just so far north that it's too much of a trip to get there. You have to canoe in, I think, or some shit like that.
Oh, and there's Liard as well, where the developers. There's a resort hot spring there.
Oh.
And then there was, and I guess still now is, a what they called the Hobo Hot Springs.
Okay.
Which was just the naturally occurring hot springs.
Right.
And people had moved the boulders around in this little thing, and made it such that you could access it
Freely.
Freely. And the resort came and dumped more boulders in and said, no, this is unsafe. You can't go here.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I hate that kind of shit. That's so demoralizing, the idea that it's like, oh no, we just decided that we're going to mess this up for everybody.
So the local tribes and some other local people decided to sue the company to restore it, and of course they didn't really, but at least it gave them the ability to go in and restore it back to close to its own. Yeah.
Good for them. Holy shit. Yeah.
Anyway. Prince. Oh, that is not what I was expecting.
Yeah.
So, I was expecting like a silver packet with Princess Auto silk screened on.
Yeah, no, this is 340 grams of whole bean coffee, medium roast. Tells you how to grind and make it and whatever else. It's our Arabica bean. Of course it is. Everything's Arabica bean if you're going to buy like this.
I was going to say country of origin, but yeah.
Let me see if I can find any more information. This is distributed by Empty Cup Collective out of Winnipeg, because of course it's out of Winnipeg. Because that's where they're headquartered.
Yeah.
So there's nothing about it that has any sort of, like, there's no tasting notes, there's no sort of anything else. I feel like it was just one of those things that it is roasting exclusively for Princess Auto.
Yes.
Yeah, so this was clearly this was a thing that we wanted to do as a, maybe not a one-off, but like as a
promo thing.
Yeah, as a promo thing, a summer special, a spring special, whatever they did it for.
One of my favorite roasteries out of Lethbridge exclusively roasts for the comic conventions and does the Rack the Gino stuff.
Ah, that's fun.
And of course, they do it well, so.
Yeah. This probably tastes exactly like coffee.
Oh.
Like, I don't... There's nothing on it that says you'll have notes of vanilla and leather, nothing like that. It's just, they know who their audience is.
Yeah.
Right? So it's coffee.
But it being an independent roasted exclusive blend or exclusive roast, I'm sure it's competent and fine.
Yeah, probably. So we have never opened it, and I don't know if we ever will. And
what's your dude's name?
Ryan, I believe his name is.
Okay, Ryan, that's it. Yeah, Ryan, if you're going to send us stuff like this, if you're going to send us consumables, Ryan, you got to send us 2. 1 for trying and 1 for display.
Because this one's not even out yet. I do kind of wish that somebody would crack it and actually try it out. But I mean, we're down to like our last 3 or 4 bags of coffee in the moon base that have been provided from outside the area. And also, which is good because I think it's Nellie and Cameron are the ones who come in and make coffee in the morning, and they tend to be the ones who are drinking it more than a lot of other people.
Back when the backlog was a lot bigger, I would grab a pound or 2 every now and then. Usually.
Which I loved. I wanted it at a point when it was just so much. It was like I really would just like you if you've got a grinder at home, just take a pound home and just drink it.
Because it does go stale.
Yeah, and I'd rather get drunk even if it's at home and only by like a couple people as opposed to like the entire moon base. Because then at least you can say, oh, I had some of that. It was actually pretty good. We should try this again. Or whatever.
A lot of people love coffee here,
Yeah.
but a lot of people love the coffee that is available here in other places.
Yeah. And a lot of people also will not go to the effort of grinding and brewing the coffee themselves.
No.
They would rather, if somebody has made it for the moon base, they might have it. But in a lot of cases, because they don't know, they are just going to swing by like the Parsonage or Tim's or whatever and be like, I'd rather just have someone make a coffee for me today and so I can get about my work. And I'm like, yeah, that is kind of we don't have a set rule around here of if you're the first one in, make the coffee.
I think Surge might be you. I don't know if Nelson, can't say for sure about Nelson and Cameron, but I think Surge definitely might be the only other person I know for sure who drinks his coffee black.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which could also contribute to the whole making the coffee yourself thing.
Because we don't always have cream or milk even in the fridge.
Well, and it's not steamed milk. It's not.
That's okay. That's also fair. I didn't think about that way. Right? If it's not treated or prepped. Yeah. Huh.
Again, it's not for me. I just need to take it out of the bean and put it in the water.
Yeah.
Then I'm good.
Why'd you settle on the Hachiroku?
Because I felt like, well, it was a thought that we should just do the mean car for once.
Oh, I see.
Right? And then I got in and drove it around a couple laps and thought, this feels like a big, firm marshmallow. It's not floaty, but it does feel smooth.
Okay.
And it's, I'm not sure if you got that feeling when you were doing the driving.
I mean, everything above 130 feels very floaty, and I'm just like holding on for dear life. Like you're practically cracking 200, right? I maybe got up that high once or twice, and it just feels like I'm going to die. Like it just really felt like I'm going to hit something so fast, so hard, and I don't know what to do about that.
For me, it's the momentum and the weight, the way it swings around is predictable.
Okay.
In a way that a lot of cars with a lot more power, more modern cars with more power to them are just not. I'm not sure how much throttle I'm giving is going to kick the side or change the the lean.
Matt is in chat saying he doesn't usually brew a pot because he's the only one to have any of it when he's in the times that he's in.
Yes.
And so then it's like he's brewed like a pot for like him, and no one else is drinking any.
And drinking this is why I went to the AeroPress myself.
Right.
At home is I don't drink a pot of coffee that often. In fact, I don't even between Corey and I don't think we drink a pot of coffee each day. We might have 1 or 2 cups each at most usually.
Okay.
And we also don't work at the same time of day. She's going to get up a little bit later in the morning, and by that point, if I've made a pot of coffee, it's either been sitting on the reheater for hours at that point, or it's sitting in a French press and has actually just gone cold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think? So I don't make coffee. What I have is I have fridge tea. I went and I bought the cheapest black tea I could find, and I throw 2 bags of it into a 2-liter jug. I fill it with cold water, I put it in the fridge, and overnight it turns into a drinkable tea.
That sounds fine.
Yeah, it's not tannic or anything. It's usually just fine. At home, I use decaf.
No.
Here, did it blow?
Yeah, the transmission went on that. That's all right. Actually, this gives me a chance to pull this away a bit. I believe it's been touching the desk, meaning all the vibration has been going directly into the... Are you all right?
I'm good.
Okay, good.
But it's been making everything vibrate.
Into the microphone, which is the problem.
Did you want me to put like a block or something behind it so it can't go any further?
Oh, no, I think I just have the moving things around.
Okay.
What I do need to do is get out of the... You know what? I need to stop that.
Sure, yeah, that would be great. I think everybody would appreciate that.
There we go.
Yeah, we were moving it around, moving the chocks around and stuff, or we were moving the thing around because I had to sit down as well, and didn't really know how to make it all work. I was like, she's like, there's chocks. I'm like, I will be careful.
All right, back to the pits. Right, we don't actually have to restart the race.
Yeah.
Just wait 20 seconds.
Where were we? Okay, so I make fridge tea.
Yes.
Okay, so decaf at home, I use the caffeinated stuff here because, again, cheapest stuff I could find. Would anybody care about, like, if I took this and I ground up, like, however much goes into maybe 2 liters, you know, like whatever makes, like, for that kind of extraction, and I just ground this into, like, fine grounds and just dump that into 2 liters of water and put it in the fridge for, like, 48 hours or something, then took it out and strained it all out, like poured it through a coffee filter and just basically strained it all out into another pot, into like another jug. Would I have created cold brew, and would people drink that?
So I think you would have created something, if not actually cold brew, close to cold brew.
Okay.
I'm not sure if on your timing, but because I only partially paid attention to the cold brew craze, but I do know that most people who like coffee in this office are fiends for the cold brew.
Yeah.
And that's a lot easier to sell to them.
Because it's just when it comes to like a coffee like this where I'm like, well, who knows if anyone's going to drink it? And if it's already gone stale, then part of me is like, well, okay. So if we know when a coffee's about to go stale, is it just better to be like, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to grind it all up. I'm gonna dose it out properly to a whole bunch of whatevers, and then we're just gonna basically make a whole bunch of cold brew in jugs and put it in the fridge and just let it sit there, and people can just drink their ass out of it if they want to, and be like, yeah, that's fine. You don't get all the weird. Oh, Julie Mon's saying cheap beans work great for cold brew. Okay,
so I think you'd be good there.
That might work then. I don't know what ends up missing when you're doing stuff like that, because, like, I know with tea, it's like you don't get all the tannins, so I have to assume that, okay, you don't get all the acidity out of your coffee beans if you're brewing them cold.
Correct.
So hopefully the flavor is still there. That would be interesting to people.
It is a lot more mellow of a flavor, but Julie One is also right in that the ratios, or text specifically,
okay,
the ratios matter a lot more
right
than the time does.
Okay. That's an interesting idea.
But yeah, it is actually, and those ratios will be all over the internet for you.
Yeah. Maybe I'll try doing that. Just be like, here, I brought in a jug. This is just coffee cold brew, you know, homemade. Drink what you want. Drink it up. Drink it up. Drink it up. Drink it up. Because a lot of people do here also enjoy like an ice cap or like getting a ice brew or whatever.
Right.
That I'm like, oh yeah, put some 2% in the fridge or some whole milk in the fridge and just be like, there, make your fucking frozen your iced latte.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah, make your cold brew iced latte.
You know what? It might be a good idea to start stocking some cream too. Actually, actual either Cremo or whipping cream. Because the big thing now is those dirty sodas.
Yeah. Have you had one?
No, I used to make them myself as a kid. It was called moose milk, as I learned it from my father. Take a root beer and a half glass of milk and mix it all up.
I mean, you read that article about there's that Pakistani drink that's like Sprite and like whole milk or something like that.
I have not run into that yet.
So this is years ago. I read this thing that was this woman was like, I don't get why everyone's going on about pilk, like it's this weird, disgusting thing or whatever they have to say about it. It's like we drink this all the time in Pakistan because when it's whatever time of year when you had to fast, I can't remember what it was. It was also really hot out, And so it was really refreshing to come off of the time when you would fast and get to enjoy this thing as like, this is the thing you get to have.
This is your amuse-bouche to begin the rest of the un-Ramadaning.
Yeah, you're about to eat a whole bunch of other food anyway, but this is like, oh, I get to enjoy this thing. And I forget what they call it, but it was made with Sprite and with a dairy product of some sort. I don't know if it was like, if it was like a kefir or something, or if it literally was just whole milk. But it was a thing. And so they'd be like, oh, dirty sodas. I'm just shaking my head like, this has been a thing for decades. It's a trend now, like boba was for a while,
Yeah,
right?
I think in my youth, we called them Italian sodas.
Oh.
And now the McDonald's is doing their craft sodas, which I believe are, again, just the idea of, okay, rather than letting a machine do the pump of syrup into the carbonated water for you, we're going to artisanally add those things.
I think Rock Pusher found it. I think it's called Dude
Soda.
Dude Soda.
Dude's Rock.
Dude Soda. I'm saying that wrong. Who cares? We'll get it right eventually. It's a cold drink made by mixing a lemon or lime-flavored soda such as Sprite or 7-Up with milk. Variant uses cola such as Pepsi. Some use cream soda such as Coca-Cola. It is popular in the Punjab region of both Pakistan and India, especially popular during Ramadan.
Bingo.
Ramadan. Yeah, Dude Soda is literally milk soda in Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi. So, yeah. And apparently, there are articles being written about it this year as well. So it's not as if this is like a thing going unmissed, but it is a summer drink.
I think I know what the next Floating Ready Live tasting segment is going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Just line up a bunch of different flavored sodas, and we'll call it Dude's Rock.
I think the thing to do for like a tasting thing would be like, we're gonna make different types of these adulterated sodas, right? We're gonna start and we're gonna do the root beer float with like vanilla ice cream, and we're gonna do like, what happens when you combine this and a dairy product together? Let's do a bunch of the different ones and see which ones we like.
Dr. Pepper and Kefir. Come on, come at me, bro.
Lime kefir. Ooh. Yeah. Oh man. Like let's try Pilk. Let's try battery acid spaghetti. Let's not try battery acid spaghetti.
I have no concept as to what that might be.
So you know those long rainbow ribbons that you can get that are sour candy?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you have that, and you have fucking what is it? Is it seltzer? Is it a Monster? It's somebody in people in chat know what I'm talking about. You take those and then you put you dissolve them in, yes, thank you, in Monster is generally the drink, White Monster, I think it might be, in fact.
Absolutely.
But you use that, and I think there was like a third thing, I can't remember, but you do that, and then you go to the hospital.
Yes! You maniacs, you can get on the internet and go to the Washington Delivery Company and buy a 2-kilogram bag of citric acid if you want this. You do not need to rope your candies dissolved in the Monster.
The Tumblr post famously has people going, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen, I gotta try this, followed by somebody by that same person an hour later posting, don't do this. And then over and over, it's a person being like, I don't get it. This seems fine. Don't do this. I'm gonna try this now. Don't do this. Like every single one of them is like, it's like the alien popped out of their chest and they had 6 seconds to write the reaction. So yeah.
Now, what I do need to do is take some time at the next day I'm in the office here and pop the back off of that green tea machine, because I did get it working enough again this morning.
It was being a little flaky though, eh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You got to rotate that barrel connector until it beeps at you, and then no further.
Right. So get in there. Maybe it needs a replacement jack.
It might need a replacement jack. I can't say until I'm actually in there with some multimeters and looking at where it's making connection.
I'm excited about this, in fact, because I mean, when we bought it initially, the whole idea was, let's get that fucker on TTSF.
Yes.
And you went out and bought the power adapter, I think, for it.
Yes.
No, wait, I got the power adapter, didn't I?
Nope.
You got the power adapter for it, ultimately, because I didn't want to spend $25 on a power adapter for it. So you found the power adapter, we brought it in, we plugged it in, and it worked.
Mostly.
Yeah, and we were like, oh, it's fixed.
And then it turns out, now at some point, the barrel jack just disconnects itself
Yeah.
at certain angles. And
But yeah, if you leave it alone, it will work long enough to brew you some cups. So.
yeah, and we're just about out of ground green tea.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, good to know. Has everyone seen the Kuzin matcha?
Not in the building or in the chat?
Oh, the camera, the chat. Do they know what we're talking about?
I don't know if they do. If you bring it in, why not? Gonna bump. Oh, there we go. That sounds. Yes, the matcha machine. Rock Pusher. It's a company out of California makes these things. Kuzen. And we have featured it on Desert Bus before, as our good friends from Jaga Silk will, in addition to bringing in the real matcha experience, they'll also bring in this little sucker to allow us to make our own matcha throughout the week. And they'll provide some unground tea for it. But I decided I would like to actually have this sort of tea throughout the year. So got on eBay, found one of these things that did not have the power adapter, and I think to myself, I know how power adapters work. I can figure that part out.
Yep.
And didn't have the little cup. There's a little magnetically reactive spinny cup that sits in there.
Yeah.
That I did have to order from Kuzen as a replacement, but I think that was $19 and then no shipping to America, and then it fell behind a shelf, in PMC.
Yes. I think I was the one who ultimately ordered it.
I can't remember, but yeah.
Yeah, but ultimately, PMC said they mailed it to us, and then in a package that had half its shit get lost in the mail, and so I thought it was gone for good. And then when PMC was shutting down, they were looking at a whole bunch of stuff that was still left in inventory, and they sent us the thing, and it showed up, and I was like, oh, good. So, what the hell did they put in the box that they said it was packed in? So fine, we got it. We got the cup. And yeah, because you need that, because it's like with scientific lab equipment where it has the magnetic stirrers, this has a magnetic stirrer in it, and that's what actually froths the matcha enough to make it act like matcha.
And then the other piece in that big that big aluminum tower up there, you've got a very fine ceramic grinder that makes a very uh-oh.
It's okay. That's just the lid.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the office was quiet enough this morning that I was able to actually hear it do the it has two modes. Quiet grind, which is just constant, very small grind, and then a loud grind, which I think just is there to vibrate the bits of powder down into the cup.
When I put it back in, it dumped a whole bunch onto the table, and it's bitter as hell.
Oh yeah, but deliciously so.
It is deliciously bitter. It's kind of great. I'm glad you found this online for cheaper than it would have cost us to actually get one for real.
But it's been, unfortunately, due to that jack, unreliable enough that people aren't just going up and making themselves some tea every now and then.
Yeah. I had to be sure to label it on...
Yes.
Because I knew that when Jaga Silk showed up, I was like, I don't want them walking away with ours.
No.
Because I don't want there to be like a mix-up and find out that it's like the one that they lent Desert Bus now they think is broken for some reason.
That we broke it and they'll never come back again. Yeah, that would not be good.
Jared would not do that though. He would just be like, oh, it broke. I'll just have to get another one. But yeah, he shouldn't have to go through that.
Yeah, he'd have to actually pay shipping to Canada, and that's where the problem is.
I mean, well, he is a madman. Like when he came in that one time, he said, so I bought it. He said, I have a machine now that grinds. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's really cool. And he's like, yeah, so, but it only works in Japan. I'm like, oh, okay. And he's like, so we brought in this massive transformer so he could actually get it to step down properly. He's like, it's so sensitive that we have to run special equipment to power it. And so we had to run extension cords. This is all when we were at Oak Street.
Precision equipment.
Yeah, because like you just couldn't plug it into just a random thing. You had to... What happened here? Well, sorry, Alpha Flight.
Yeah, bus go too fast.
And yeah, which I think is funny because in future years when he's like, I brought in a machine that just needs you to grind it. It just sat there grinding that he was wondering what was going on because he's like he had it was big stones, right? And so it's all hand powered, and you're just sitting there grinding. He's like, you're supposed to go one direction or the other. Hell, I can't remember what direction it is. And I'm like, well, let's just pick one and do it. So we start doing it, and he's like, yeah, I think that's the right one. And we did it for a little bit, and I think he said, actually, wait, it's not producing any. I think it's the other way. So we started doing the other way. He's like, okay, that should actually be it. So we did that, and I kept going and kept going and kept going while we're having this conversation. And after about 30 minutes, he was like, nothing's coming out, is it? I'm like, no, nothing. So he tries more tea, and we do it a little bit longer, and he's like, no, go the other way. So we go the original way, and now it's actually producing properly. So I spent 30 minutes grinding against the pattern.
Effectively just warming the stones up.
Kind of felt like that's all we were doing, is just creating friction for and you can't tell when you're doing it. It feels the same thing. Like both ways feel like they're doing the same thing. But
so fine.
Yeah, so yeah, it was very weird, but it was funny.
Love a good tea. Ooh, we actually now that it's hot, we're getting into mugicha season.
Oh yeah,
the roasted barley tea.
That was never really my thing, but yeah.
It was one of the first Japanese words I learned in that made me laugh in my homestay experience.
Because
that was back during the days when Star Trek Deep Space Nine was a going concern.
Oh, okay.
And as you may remember, the Ferengi word for mother is Mugi.
Right.
Like, we're gonna have the mum tea.
Right.
This was also the same family that I served tacos to as a North American traditional meal.
How did you manage to do any of that?
All you need is when you have a large suitcase where you can fit 2 boxes of old El Paso's taco kits.
Oh, wild!
Yeah, that was back before I learned about food.
No, that's fine. You were in high school.
Yeah,
it's fine. I knew that. Nobody in chat knew that. I knew.
Yes.
I knew how old you were when you did that. So I'm like, that makes sense.
But yeah, that gave them taco kits, and of course, haha, taco. You call it octopus, but we call it delicious.
Yeah.
So it was that, and then I think a Rice Krispie squares, because I packed the marshmallows over.
Nice.
I didn't have those regularly available at the time,
right.
and ended up forming that in what I now realize was the family nabe pot. Because I don't have a square pan for that.
Right. So you need to cook it in something. Yeah. Oh, that's so interesting.
But I mean, I gave as good as I got. That was the family where I was, again, put into a dead room at the top of the stairs and had to learn that this means come, not go away.
Right.
So, yeah, son. Like, you want me to go back into the room? What? You just need to see that I'm proof of life? And then, no, they were calling me down to eat for my first meal in Japan that I had no idea what I was getting into, and it was just a pile of red blocks, which turned out to be tuna sashimi.
I was gonna say, it's like, it's Magono sushi, holy shit. Oh yeah, because your first night there, something celebratory.
Exactly.
Let's a sashimi, yeah.
And it wasn't anything special. It was just that and some rice and some miso soup.
Fish was affordable back then.
It sure was a different time.
Oh, that's so cool. When I was in high school, I was trying to get into whatever classes, and they're like, oh, there's no more room in that class. We're just going to put you in Japanese. I didn't ask for that. Didn't want to be put in it. And it's like, don't put me in this class. I don't want to do it. So my parents got involved, and my dad was able to convince them that it's like, find
This
room.
is not the future.
This is not what he wants to do. And just also assigning someone to like an introductory language course when they have no interest in learning the language.
Oh yeah, that's a terrible thing.
Terrible idea, right? You're not
especially when they have no intention of continuing that in any way.
Exactly. And so it's like, why would you do that? Like, what would be the point in doing that at all? And so then years later, it's like, and not even years later, like in like a decade later, I started watching anime in grade 12, and this happened in grade 9. So it's only 3 years later that all of a sudden I'm
really interested in Japanese all of
Yeah.
a sudden. And I was like, oh, I should have taken that class. Shit. But I can imagine, like, if I was in high school going to Japan for an exchange thing, how probably fucking insufferable I would have been.
Oh,
Thinking I understood stuff and not really getting it, and just being like, kind of like, what's the way that the one guy puts it? Oh, that's a cool thing you can do on that corner.
yeah, no, some things don't exist.
Okay. Gaijin Smash, that's what I'm thinking
Ah,
of.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
that dude. It's like, I would just Gaijin Smash my way through a whole bunch of shit, probably.
I don't think you would. Well,
Back then?
I didn't know you as a high school boy.
I
so-
would have just I would have bonked around and not really understood what the hell I was doing, and yeah, but I would have been like, this is the Sailor Moon land, this is so cool.
I can only assume that you've been just as enamored with the Sailor Moon toy display that I ran into in a couple of toy shops, including
Oh.
the Sailor Moon washing machine playset.
No, I haven't seen this. I gotta go looking for that. All right.
Oh yeah. Like I think there was a kitchen set as well, and all in that Sailor Moon pink and white starry
Yeah.
background. Yeah.
When we were in Japan, Heather found out about I think it was Heather. Shit, did I find out about it and surprise her with it? I think I might have surprised her with it. We were looking for places to like kind of bum around and do stuff when we were in Tokyo, and we spent a day doing a lot of running around. But it was basically Pokemon Center to Pokemon Center. But then on another day, or maybe it was the same day, I think it was the same day, Harajuku was kind of in our path, because we had done like Ikebukuro and Shinjuku and Shibuya and whatever, trying to hit Pokemon centers. But in our path was Harajuku, and there was somebody had set up a Sailor Moon store
Oh.
in a really, really, holy shit, overwhelmingly fashionable area.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I don't belong here. And it wasn't like it was high class fashionable, right? It was street fashion. And I was like, I don't belong here.
Yeah.
We are way too old to be walking around here. But I found washing machine playset. That's very funny.
Good. I'm so glad that I've not hallucinated that
Holy
over
shit.
that long.
Oh my god. Let's see if I can find a better picture of it. Oh, there's been a couple sticker packages for it apparently, but yeah. Ooh, neat. So anyway, but I said, oh yeah, I found a place we should go in Harajuku, and Heather's like, I am really tired. I'm like, it's a Sailor Moon store, and she's like, I will go to the Sailor Moon store. And we went in, and it had the feeling of a pop-up store, but it was in a big space. So everything was Sailor Moon themed. Displays were spread out a little bit more than you'd expect for like stuff, but also everything felt really elevated. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a bunch of, there was a little bit of like acrylic standy type stuff, right? But a lot of it was like, you want to get a special set of chopsticks that are themed after your favorite whomever. Do you want to get a cool? Look, I bought Omamori.
Oh yeah, nice.
From there, because I was like, that's kind of a nice thing to have. But a lot of it was also like, this is some costume jewelry stuff that's about $70, $100, $200,
And up.
and up, and was a lot of those kind of things. And I was really kind of like, oh yeah, this is made for Harajuku. This is made for people who are like, I'm going to augment my outfits with this. I might use this in cosplay. I might not, just because I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
And that's what got me, is I was kind of surprised by the. This has that kind of staying power, whereas I don't think you're going to see anyone opening a Dragon Ball Z store in Harajuku specifically.
Probably not in Harajuku. Definitely Shinjuku.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
The Japanese merch game is just so good in so many ways.
Yeah.
It's not going to be for you, again, in the same way, but I suggest that you check out the Strict G site at some point.
Okay.
Because it is, again, a great example of elevated fashion that's all about Gundam.
Ah.
And it's not, it again is, none of this stuff is, oh, we're just going to slap the Gundam logo on it. It's like, oh no, this is in-universe gear that you would see. And priced accordingly.
Double Zeta Aloha shirts.
Okay, yeah, and then some of, some fun merch, too.
Gundam Seed Daduma. Some Gundam Street white on black vintage t-shirts. Oh, some hoodies that are very understated, with
Their
t-shirts.
Bomber jackets are just... Oh, choice.
No, this is all really good concept. I like this, actually.
Yeah, I just don't necessarily want to spend $700 on a jacket.
No. The Aloha shirts are very interesting. Not what I want.
No,
at all. But
it's not your fandom.
no. But I was kind of like, well, how does this suit my design sense? And I'm like, these are very bright. Like, these are very blatantly what they are. That's really cool. Yeah.
Okay, we can't go inside the sushi yet.
No. The Dadama are funny. I mean, they're look like they're all Gundam Seed themed. Oh, but you can also get, you can also get a padded howdy for home.
Those have been tempting.
Yeah.
I've wanted a howdy for a... Wait, am I thinking the right one?
Well, this is also Seed, I think, as well, and you're not really a Seed fan.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that they have a couple that are specifically Char's counterattack based.
Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. No, this is New Gundam.
That's the one, yep.
Yeah, it's New Gundam. It's blue and with a red interior.
Oh, sorry, not a howdy. Where is it?
Hanten and Howdy are roughly the same.
Yeah, I'm thinking the one that's padded and insulated for winter.
Well, you can get padded Hanten.
Then that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay. Oh, God. How is your lower back holding up when you do this kind of thing?
Weirdly pretty good. I was mentioning earlier that what's actually the part of my body that has... Ooh, nope.
Oh, man, that was weird.
Yeah, that was aggression from behind.
Oh, okay.
But I used to pride myself on the ability to sit for a very long time and drive for things. Early high school doing of NetFests, or as you may know them, as they became to be called by the rest of the world, LAN parties. Gave me the training to sit for long periods of time. But now it's actually the butt that's, I think, going first for me.
Oh.
It's the part that gets sore the most. And requires the glutes need a stretch.
I definitely found driving, sitting in that chair and driving only the 3 laps I was doing, that because I was sitting like ramrod straight and I was trying to like keep everything like all my shit together, that my obliques in my back were screaming at me.
Oh yeah, there is a reason that cars, especially performance vehicles, do not rely on an isometric support system for your back.
Yeah.
Nor do they allow for that sort of lateral movement. Okay, let's go on.
Everything doesn't exist. Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay. Just in the pit, like Corey drove through some guys, and I was like, ah! And then realized, oh, they're not real.
You know what I did is I didn't ask them to give me any fuel.
Oh.
So they're not doing anything for me. I wonder if I can... Hold on. Let's see if I can trick them. You. Don't mind me, bus. We're just coming through. They're well modeled on the inside. Ah, good. Hey. Now do we get a penalty? No, we don't!
Oh, sick.
Great. Oh, okay.
I'm going to clean up your station, actually.
Thank you. Actually, would you mind bringing me a bubbly while you're up there, too?
Yeah, what flavor?
Whatever.
Okay.
I am flexible. Corey did the same maneuver earlier? Cool. Thank you, Travelog. Yeah, so right, I forgot we brought the Kuzen in, too.
Got a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, here. Time to go. Need a proper gamer chair with a race harness installed. That still doesn't solve the problem of the gas lift twist. I mean, the real answer is just buy a different stand, gamer, with a fixed seat. And frankly, no, this rig that I've got is quite possibly the smallest way I can keep my my setup in a drivable rig together without having to get the wheel out and clamp it to a table and then put pedals down in a way that's not going to move around on the floor, and then find a way to attach the gear shift to the table and or the thing, and then put it away when you're done, because you got to get up and go to work in the morning. But I do respect those big old metal things with the chairs. This rig will not even fit in my car. I have to, I live close to the office, but not close enough to carry this thing all the way. I should weigh it, honestly, when I get home. But it also will not fit in any way into my car. All the dimensions are too much. And so I've got to use my rideshare superpowers. There's a Toyota Corolla that's got a special parking spot less than a block from my back door, so I usually grab that one. And it only comes out to be about, I have choices. I'm being given choices. Or I'm being given
Grapefruit, cherry, blackberry.
all of them. I have some grapefruit here. I haven't had a grapefruit in a while. Yes, if you've got the space for a big rig, I suggest using it. But the folder is definitely for the apartment and condo dwellers amongst us. I was talking about the rig.
Yeah,
I haven't weighed it yet.
Yeah.
Because it is heavier than you think.
Mm-hmm. We do have that industrial scale here.
Ooh, yeah, we could do that. We could do that while driving. We should not do that while driving. Nope, that's the false gear. that's Dimitri's sixth.
Ah.
Oh, come on. Hold on to it.
James does not own or drive a big van anymore.
No. He gave up van life many years ago.
He drives a mid-size SUV.
No, he drives his wife's mid-size SUV.
That is also the problem with that, is that because it is Ashley's mid-size SUV, that he has to borrow it for one, and also let's not put stuff in his mid-size SUV that could potentially damage it. Tear shit up.
She likes that car.
She likes it
really
so much.
should.
Yeah.
It's nice.
She said, this is what I want. I want it in this color with these options and these things. I'm paying this much for it. I'm going to wait 2 weeks for you to bring it in onto the lot so I can buy it. She bought it brand new.
And she loved it.
Yeah. Not a thing I would ever do for a car.
Oh, I've done it once, and I wasn't willing to wait because I needed it for a road trip to go to an anime convention.
Right. Yes.
And that's why I ended up with a red car, the Mazda 3, as opposed to a white Mazda 3 that I would have wanted.
Right.
Santos asks that we explain the false Dimitri thing, because they've never understood the reference.
Okay. I'm going to have to look it up, though.
I'm pretty sure it was just a Corp line thing?
It is, but it refers to a real thing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. I love finding these things out, because we drop these references in Corp line when we record, but never talk about them.
So Kathleen was the one who named it, which means that she did probably look this up already. The generic name False Dimitri, also Pseudo-Demetrius, refers to various imposters who pass themselves off as the deceased Tsarevich Dmitry Ivanovich of Russia, who was the youngest son of Ivan the Terrible, and claimed the Russian throne during the Time of Troubles, which was
different from the Troubles.
Yeah, 1598 to 1613. Okay, so there's a 15-year period in which a bunch of people said that they were all Dmitri, right? After the real Dimitri's death at the age of 8 in 1591. So 7 years later, they're like, actually, I escaped the assassination attempt, and I am this age right now.
Look at me, I'm of age to take power.
Yeah. False Dimitri the First
actually became Tsar of Russia.
Wow.
Lived from 1582 to 1606. Reigned 1605 to 1606. So you know how their life ended. False Dimitri II was active from 1607 to 1610. So that's only the 3-year run there. False Dimitri III was from 1611 to 1612. False Dimitri IV was active from 1611 to 1612. And this is a citation needed. Some argue that False Dimitri IV is just False Dimitri III due to bad record keeping.
I love that.
Yeah. So Tsarevich Ivan Dmitrievich was son of False Dimitri II, sometimes referred to as False Dimitri IV. So that whole thing about that
he's just a false Dimitri.
I'm still assuming that the false Dimitri that we met at Wiener Tsar was not a part of the line of succession, but was just named False Dimitri as a nod from their parents towards their Russian heritage.
At the very best, perhaps maybe he was a pretender manager.
Yeah.
An assistant to the manager.
Well, what's
False Dimitri?
I'm still not even sure if False Dimitri, voiced by Kathleen, I'm not still sure of their gender. Because I had assumed, because I was like, oh, she's going to play a boy, because Dimitri is a boy's name. But the flirting and everything that was going on, and kind of like from there I was like, I think False Dimitri might be a girl. And I was like, actually, you know what? I can't nail this down. So kind of like that, actually.
Love it when that happens, actually.
Yeah, so not strictly that they're non-binary, but just like gender undetermined. So at least as far as we were concerned.
Okay, oops.
You'd have to ask Kathleen if she had a thing in mind, but it's like when I played, what's his name? Remember we did there was that guy, and he was in charge of the bra company. Oh. And he made metal bras for his kid, like that kind of thing. And like he was wearing one too, right? And a lot of people were like, "Oh, that's really good trans mask representation." And I'm like, I had not intended that to be the case, but at the same time, so you're hearing that for the first time, right? It's Sully, that's right. It was just a crap shot, right? I was like, I hadn't intended that to be the case, and then. Though when I thought about it, I'm like, I'm completely fine with letting that head cannon from the fans.
Yeah.
I will let that stand.
Oh, yeah.
If that you feel is good representation, I'd rather be on the side of that. Because the whole intention was, the whole intention was originally, as a male parent, I'm wearing one of these to demonstrate to my kid that they should wear one too. It has nothing to do with gender in that case. It's just, this is the shit I make. If I made actual hand sewn fabric bras, I'd wear one as well, even if I didn't have breasts, because I'd be like, I wear my own fucking product. I'm gonna eat my own dog food on this one. So that was the idea, but I'm like, oh, I like that people took that a little bit differently and turned it a bit. Please do that. That's kind of great.
Good. Yes, what you are doing is literally advocating for the death of the author.
Yeah.
There is gender everywhere for those with eyes to see, but you're providing it as an interpretable option. You're not Mandy Patinkin playing a trans woman in The Knife. Because
it never mattered. It doesn't. Me saying what it is should not matter to what you watched, and why should? Because I'm not the one who wrote it either. I just chose to play it that way, and it's like, oh, you think it's this? I like that better. Let's fucking go with that.
Yeah,
that's a way better idea than what we had in mind when we were thinking about it. So yeah.
No.
Oh.
That was not okay.
Oh, that's
not okay.
mean.
Yeah, that's all on me. Ooh.
Oh, that's shit behavior. So Corey tells me you put a lot of these people on zero aggression, and they've all
Gandhi and Civ 5 themselves.
All of them are supposed to be on zero aggression.
Do you think that maybe 0 is not the level that you should set the aggression because it's basically just a non-operable number?
It may just be a NaN rather than 0.
Okay.
And we've done a buffer overflow on aggression rather than overflow, underflow. Yeah, one of those two.
If you've gone to 0, so backwards, maybe it's been like I need to assign this something, and it's assumed probably an underflow, I guess. I do like 0 means 0 chill. Yeah, that's very good.
But again, as the game goes on every year through time, the memory corruption happens.
Right. Right, the longer you play this.
Yeah, the game decides that some things may or may not become corporeal for you. When I mentioned earlier that we can't go inside the sushi yet, that's because in previous years we have been able to drift into the sushi and discover the man inside.
At some point you'll be able to actually do it. That's kind of great.
And then sometimes, if you think too hard about numbers, the computer says no and stops the car for you.
So we kept a couple things we noticed. We kept losing buses. It seems like they're back in the play again. I don't know if that happens when we have to choose back to pits, if everything goes back to the pit.
No, it's because I restarted to make the clock right.
Oh, I see. But then the second part is, man, I thought I was going to be hot shit because I was like, I don't know how to shift. This is going to suck. And then immediately got into first. I'm like, oh, I didn't stall, so I clearly know what I'm doing. And then I shifted into second. I'm like, oh, okay, I can do it. And then got into third. I'm like, this is going to be, and then fucking wiped out. But it was like, then discovered over time that I would hit the clutch and I'd shift and I'd let the clutch out and the game thought I was in neutral still.
Interesting.
And so you'd have to have watched how I was doing it. But then what I would do is I had gone from third to fourth, and I thought I had clutched properly, but I hadn't, and it thought I was in neutral. So then I just basically tap the clutch while still in fourth,
and it brings up back the gear. Yeah,
it just locks you in, and I'm like, okay, so this could be in whatever order it wants. It just wants it to be in some order. But yeah, I largely this shit. Very weird feeling.
Oh yeah, because you're not a manual to begin with.
I'm not a manual to begin with.
And then having it on that side is definitely not the.
It's not
common.
It's not what I would expect. At least the pedals aren't flipped. But
yeah, that would be.
But because I don't drive manual, it doesn't matter what side it's on.
Ah, yeah, you haven't formed any form of muscle memory for
exactly.
it
Exactly. Yeah. So when I saw it was on the left-hand side, I was like, oh Christ, why did he? Oh right, the Mini. Like, it took me a second, but I realized, oh right, the Mini. And then when I was doing it, I'm like, yeah, but this is fine. This is all fine.
Yeah, I think I've definitely become shift ambidextrous over the years due to playing with the Mini and then that 10 years with the Mazda. I do wish that the pedals had a bit more of a feedback in terms of your clutch, being able to feel the bite point.
Yeah. It does basically just feel like I'm slamming a pedal down.
Yeah.
And which is funny because I expected a bite. Like, I expected I would get something from it. And when I didn't, I'm like, I guess I just pressed this thing and just push it all the way down and let it all the way back up. The way Jason Marco taught me to do it in his VW Vanagon.
Really? Is that how you learn? Okay.
It's the first time I ever drove stick was he said, do you not know how to do this? I'm like, no. He's like, do you want to learn? I'm like, I always wanted to get some practice. And so we were out on his farm and he's like, here, hop in the Vanagon, start it. And I said, now I understand I'm supposed to do this, and I talked all through it. He's like, so you know how to do it? I said, no, I know the procedure.
I've seen it done dozens of times.
But I can't do it. And he's like, okay, well, for this, you're going to want to just basically push in the clutch. And I did, right? I went like that. And he's like, no, push in the clutch. Push it all the way to the floor. I'm like, really? He's like, otherwise it won't come off. I'm like, okay. And that was how this was, this massive throw on everything.
Oh yeah.
And his brother Roy did think it was a riot that like I managed to get the second and I was celebrating, but I was like, dude, I've never done this. The fact that I'm in second and I'm able to do this, I'm like, holy shit, I can do this. I can keep it going. And it's like, now you got to slow down and stop. I'm like, right. And they're like, but you also got to remember to shift back.
Down, yeah.
Yeah, you got to.
and then
full
put it.
clutch before the, yeah.
Yeah, you got to do all that, and I was like trying to do that while also slowing down, and then the whole thing fucking stalled, and I was like, okay, so clearly, and part of it was fear because it's not my car,
Yes.
and they were like, you're not gonna break this thing, like the Vanagon is very tough, you're not gonna burn out the clutch.
So it's funny you bring this up because I told this story. I tell it every year, and I told it 12 hours ago.
Sure.
But I also learned to drive stick on a Vanagon.
That Westphalia.
Yes. The difference being, it was my grandmother who was teaching me.
Okay.
We went out to a small stretch of road near where we were, and she, however, had arthritis at that point already, and so we got our uncle to make a new gear shift grip for it. That was just a piece of pipe with a thread on it screwed in.
Okay.
So it didn't have the indicator of like where the gears are, and she was saying that doesn't matter. You'll learn it's all in the same pattern anyway.
Okay. Wait, so it was a T-grip.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
On a full
That's
stick.
very 1960s.
The problem is if you are just being put into the, and she kept calling second gear or first gear compound or some shit.
All right.
So I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I know I need to go from first gear to second gear.
Okay.
And I need to start in first gear because that's where all the power comes from.
Right.
I was in third gear.
Oh.
We spent half an hour of me just feathering the clutch, and she'd be like, give it a little gas, just no, pull the clutch out a bit, and not realizing that I am
in the wrong gear.
Yeah, I'm in completely wrong gear, and I'm just feathering the shit out of things just to make it work. And I did a couple times.
Wow.
Get it going. She's like, okay, well, you got it moving. You're not, you're not confident. It's not working out too well for you. I don't know what's wrong. But we'll try again sometime later. And she gets in and realizes this is third gear. You have been playing on hard mode for this past half hour. The second manual car I encountered was Kathleen's Honda Civic.
Oh, yeah.
Back during Desert Bus 7 when we had to move it out of the back of the moon base.
Yeah.
And that was a big surprise. Big difference from the ease and forgiveness of a Mazda clutch,
Right.
to the unforgiving precision, but delicious precision of a Honda transmission.
Right, because they're so short and they're so like tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Click, click.
Yeah. Well, you were driving your Mazda by that point already.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
saying
this
that's the
was the
second
second
one is not really.
I guess the second unfamiliar one.
Yeah. The for that one scene in that one hustle we did, where Alex and I are in the Miata driving down the road with the company card.
Mm-hmm.
That Miata is a standard, and I was driving that, and there was a conversation about will we be able to do this, and it's like, do you know how to drive stick? And I'm like, I've seen the procedure done dozens of times.
Yep.
And they're like, what? And I says, okay, I have driven it a little bit. I've driven for years, like normally, so I can drive. Alex can't drive. I have a license
Legally.
Yeah. So how do you want to play this? Does somebody want to sit in my lap and drive for me? Like, how do you want to make this work? He's like, well, we need you to drive. So can you at least like learn? I said, you do this, you do this, you do this, and then you do this, you do this, you do this, and that's how it works. They're like, oh, well, you know how it's done. I said, theory and practice are two different things. And so when I asked if I could drive the Miata a little bit on like in a parking lot or something,
Yeah.
and they're like, we don't really have time today to go practice this. You're gonna have to get it right in one. I got it right every single time.
Good.
Because all I had to do was do it in first, and then it was announced that you're going too slow. We actually need you to go a little faster. And this is on fucking Dallas Road next to the water.
Oh, wow. So very public.
Very public, very busy. Tons of cars parked along the route.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I gotta drive this thing and not hit anybody
And act.
and act the whole time and act like I'm having a great time. And I'm just like, I don't have any hands to do the things that I need. He's like, hold up the card and do this. I'm like, I have my hand on the fucking shifter. How do I do that? But I did. If you watch the thing, you see me doing it. Because it's like, just put it in second and then, or put it in first or whatever, and then do the thing. But they wanted me to go by, so I put it in first and we ran by, and then it's like drove to the end of things. Like, you gotta come back and do it again. I'm like, I hate all of this. So then I had to turn around
put it back in first and drive back, and I realized while I was doing it, it's like, okay, well, if I'm doing that, it's taking me forever to come back. Clutch, second, bang. Oh, fuck, I did it. We're in second. All right, let's come back. Come back. And I don't think I stalled it once. It was kind of great.
I always believe the shift from first to second is pretty easy. It's that getting the car started and not biffing it there.
Yeah. And I know that when I came to a stop at one point that it did just stall, because I was like, okay, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Start it again, put it in neutral, start again, get the whole thing going. And I was very happy to hand it back to whoever it was who took the car away from me when we were done shooting with it. And it was like, yeah, here's your car. Thank you for the whatever. This was great.
I bet that was Matt Wiggins.
Maybe he was there that day?
He owned a Miata for the longest time.
Oh, it wasn't his.
Oh, okay.
No, it was somebody else that Kathleen knew who owned a Miata.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It could have been anyone.
Yeah, I don't know. But they were very accommodating, and I was like, because when I found it was Matt's, I would have been like, okay, Matt, run me through this. Let's go for a drive. Sit with me. Let's figure this all out. It'll be let's spend 20 minutes and get me up to speed, right?
Right.
We would have done that. When I found it was somebody that we didn't we knew, but that isn't part of the group of people, right? Mm-hmm. I was like, I don't. They should be nervous because I don't want to fuck up their clutch. I don't want to burn out a clutch. I don't want to strip a gear. I don't want to do anything bad. You know, I don't want this thing to completely fall apart.
I don't want to be on the hook for a 5-figure automobile.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if a manual is easy to replace, it's it's another $500, $600. I'm like, I don't have that kind of money to drop in a new manual for this thing. And this was back when it's we were in Moonbase Mark III. So I'm like, Loading Ready Run is making the kind of money where they can just decide to replace somebody's manual transmission at this point. Anyway. Yeah, this is a Hachiroku people.
And now, what we do is just go down to Moto Car Share and borrow their Miata for the day.
Absolutely we would.
But we have a funnier car to use in the form of mine, so we don't use Miatas anymore.
It's true. If I felt good about it, I could see myself joining Moto just to borrow the Miata some days, to just be like, I want an hour or two to learn how to drive this thing, learn how to drive stick on it, and just thrash the shit out of it, and then eventually be like, okay, return it, great, I've had it for 3 hours, return it, and just keep that up. Just every week, go borrow it for an hour, and just keep kind of cramming that in me until I get really used to it. So, yeah.
I have not taken the Miata out yet, actually.
Oh, okay.
Despite being a Moto member. Probably due to the fact that I don't want to take it on the one road I want to take it on.
Fair.
There's this incredible drive from the Heartland landfill back to normal roads.
Okay.
That is 1.5 lanes, I want to say.
Okay.
But it's also one of those roads where there's rocks that may or may not be part of the underlying bedrock, or might just be large boulders. But they've been clearly too difficult to remove, so they've just kind of paved around them.
Ah, all right.
Right up to the edge of the rock.
We were talking earlier about our retirement plans, but does your retirement plan involve a different car?
No. Well, at least not. It might not even involve a car at all.
Okay.
To be honest. The Mini is... see, this is what happened. There we go. Now we're back in gear. I think that's what happened to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Mini is... it's fine for what I think it's the perfect size and shape for Victoria.
Sure.
And
I would
think
agree.
More people should be driving because it's, it turns tight, parks nicely, doesn't need to go above 40 kilometers an hour.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah. But it runs fine right now, but it will require maintenance because it's an old car and parts are going to start failing as
fluids will start leaking out of it.
Yeah. You stay ahead of it, and that's nice. But
you're kind of not eyeing a thing of, I know what I would want my the car I transitioned to after this. That's not just like I have a car in mind, but like I have a style of car in mind, because it sounds like you have like a style of car. You like a microcar more than a like standard like a full size sedan or a.
I would go for an NB Miata, maybe.
Okay. You want to keep it small still.
I want to keep it small. I might even the most I'd go for is probably a 3 Series wagon.
Oh, I see.
Or a Volvo wagon. The 250s or something. But again, it's got to be from that era, pre. I want to say, I think I'm looking at even pre-2000 these days. I do not want a modern car.
Right, because your vehicle choice, though, is also that it's for pleasure.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's for pleasure and for privacy.
Oh, fair. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I like I like my Jetta. Especially now that I have CarPlay in it, I like my Jetta.
And I think you're just probably still fine with regards to in-cabin recording and location tracking.
Yeah. I'd love it if it was electric.
Mm-hmm.
I'd prefer it, in fact. Just less things to maintain overall on the vehicle. It's going to turn 100,000 in 300 clicks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it will go to the doctor.
Yep.
They will have a good look at it. They'll tell me again that there's a piece that's broken. I'll be like, I've been aware of that for 6 months or
doesn't
for a
need to
year.
be fixed.
Yeah, don't need to worry about that. And maybe I'll see if they'll have I'll say, do you have a used part? Can you get access to a used part? I'll replace it with something used, but I'm not going to put something new in there. It's 100,000 kilometers old. Like, you don't need to put something new in there. Mm-hmm. I'm like, it's fine, but that'll be the last time it goes to the dealer doctor.
The big doctor, yeah.
Yeah. After that, it's gonna, because then they'll be like, everything has now been taken care of up to 100,000 clicks.
No more warranty.
No more warranties. And even if there was warranty left, I don't know if there isn't warranty left on at this point. They have offered to buy it back.
Wow.
Yeah. The last time I was in there, my make and model of my car was on the board. This is a TDI.
Oh yeah, diesel.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And it's also a high. It was a low mileage for its age, but also a high trim level.
Okay.
And so they were like, this is the kind of car that you could get 20 grand on. And I won't now, but back when, like a few years ago when they were looking, this was, they were thinking this.
Dang.
And so I'm like, well, I don't really want to sell it because I have to replace it with another car. That means I have to come up and find all the money that I need to buy another car with.
20,000 is more, at that time, would have been more than enough to grab you a Mini from Japan.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Don't really want one of those.
No,
though, right?
but there are a lot of Japanese cars that are Mini priced as well.
Yeah. I've mostly just been waiting for like I've been waiting for first gen Leafs to basically fall in price, and waiting for basically all those kind of cars to just kind of keep falling in price, because I'm like, oh, you only have a battery's only good for 150 kilometers, maybe 200 kilometers.
That's all I need.
That's all I need for maybe for like a month. I could drive 200 clicks in a month.
Yeah.
I would be fine with that.
And so,
I could trickle charge.
And so that's where it comes back to that conversation about the retirement vehicle. If money was no object, I would just love to restore the Mini.
Yeah.
Exterior, interior, and electrify it.
Oh yeah.
And in fact, there's a guy I'm watching right now who's developing what is essentially a drop-in electrification system.
Okay.
That even keeps the same drive shafts in the front wheel. So you just drop the engine and transmission, pull it out with a hoist, throw in this battery system, hook the wheels back up, put your battery in the trunk, and you're done.
That's kind of great.
That said, it still looks like it's going to be one of those ones that's going to be in the $15,000 to $20,000 range to actually get it done.
Okay.
And I did the quick math, and the quick math says I will pay for that in gas costs in 60 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at that point, you're doing it for a completely different reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Beach deserves a Toyota Crown.
I agree.
God damn.
I agree. I deserve to ride in the back seat of Toyota Crown.
Yeah. We need to get you we'll get a taxi spec one.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, if it was a Century, like the V12,
sorry, that was what I was thinking of.
yeah,
Yes,
that has the drop down in the front seat so you can put your legs through it.
Yep.
That kind of crazy shit. Yeah, I mean,
apparently they for a road trip vehicle, they just eat miles, and it's a smooth experience.
I bet it is. I just don't plan on, like, so the last time we did a road trip in the Jetta, I mean, okay, let's be fair. When I was coming home, it was with a sunburn and also shingles. So I was not having the ultimate driving experience, right? I mean, but it was kind of my ultimate driving experience because I'm like, I'm not doing this shit again ever. It sounds like a bee when it goes by. It's so... But, yeah, there's definitely the feeling I, like, doing long road trips in my car is less interesting to me. It feels like the older I get. And not like, we drove out to Port Alberni that time recently, right? Mm-hmm. And that was fun because it's like 4 people in the car, and also it's like still daylight, and so driving is fine by me. But when you drove, because it was like, it's nighttime and I'd prefer not to have to do this to myself,
Yeah.
that's fine too, you know? And I don't really... Ultimately, city cars just feel like that's going to be my next thing. Or just moto, you know, right?
Yeah.
Like, or Evo or something, or renting a, like borrowing vehicles in a rideshare just kind of seems like it's right up my alley.
I am very slowly but very surely becoming uncar-pilled.
Yeah.
You know, they are an object of entertainment, but certainly not a piece of necessity in my life.
I saw a video, Global Cycling Network did a video on a thing called the VOC-U.
VOC-U?
Yeah, VOC is it's
a German term meaning fuck.
Yeah, VOC is a company in, is it fucking Estonia? It's a European company, and they've made, the U is a pedal bike. It's what they call an electric assisted pedal cycle.
Mm-hmm.
4 wheels, a bed on the back, single seater.
Mm-hmm.
You've got handlebars. There's no throttle. You pedal.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's just pedal assist type thing?
Well, so yes, it's pedal assist in that each one of the wheels has a motor on it.
Yeah.
And it only moves when you're pedaling. There is no chain that attaches the pedals to anything else.
Oh, it's like a Toyota hybrid drive system.
Yes. You pedal when you pedal, the thing's like, oh, I guess I should move based on how fast you're moving your feet. Move your feet faster, I will go faster. Move your feet backwards, I will slow down.
You know what? That's what it
looks like anyway.
Like the idea,
and there's handbrakes.
I like the idea of active transportation.
Yep.
But what you've done is just completely remove any part of the act. You've taken all the worst parts of the active transportation, the moving of your body, the exposure to the elements, and just made them vestigial.
So, it has a front windshield. The
Mm-hmm.
whole thing is encased like front. There's no doors. So picture like, you know, you sit in this thing on a seat.
It's like a tuk-tuk.
Yeah, it is like a tuk-tuk, actually, it is. And on the back, they either put like a bed on the back or they put a box on the back because they're meant to be, like I said, they're electric,
urban
assisted
delivery.
pedal cycles for urban delivery.
Yeah.
That's what they're commercial vehicles. And And they make 3 different types. And so the guy who was peddling it was like, this is hilarious fun. I really like this. I actually didn't think that I kind of felt I might have some negative things to say about it, but actually kind of a great idea. The only place I didn't like pedaling it was when I went into the bikes only path. And I realized that's because I'm very big. I'm bigger than a bicycle,
Yes.
right? And even though it is a pedal-powered machine in that it will not move unless you're pedaling it, it is too big for that space and doesn't belong there because it's a commercial vehicle. But when he was pedaling through the streets of Bath, because that's where they were testing this thing, he says it's perfect. You can go through all the places that are pedestrian cycle areas. You can go through that stuff and pedal quite easily. I talked to people who are using it in town, and they said it's perfect for all the last mile delivery stuff we have to do because sending out big vans or even like smaller vans it doesn't work. There's just not enough space for them. But this works great. And I'm like, I love this. I love this idea of I could get in a vehicle that is basically this kind of thing, and I can pedal it and feel like I'm getting exercise.
Yeah.
But I can also take shit around to places. And then I was like, I need one of these that can seat 3 people in a row, and we can all pedal together. Yeah.
No, I can't get behind it.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's
It's completely decoupled from the experience of biking.
yes.
Because you're just moving your feet.
And mopeds
Yep.
exist
Yeah.
with pedals on them, and the joke is if there's pedals there, no one cares.
Yeah.
That's the idea. Is you put the pedals on so that you can ride your moped in the bike lanes, which I do not cotton on.
I don't
that.
agree with that shit at all. There's some rules that cyclists are trying to get changed because I believe in Ontario, but anyway, there's some across Canada. Because it's provincial, the rules are all different provincially. But there was there were some rules that are set down where it's like, oh no, e-bikes are banned here completely, or e-bikes are class like this and class like that, and they've a lot of cyclists are pushing for rules that are like a pedal-powered bike with no electric assist is this kind of vehicle, and a pedal-powered bike that has electric assist is the class 2 kind of vehicle, and it can only go up to this speed. And then an electric bicycle that you sit on is an e-motorcycle, because if it doesn't have pedals and you don't move your feet, or if it's faster than 24 kilometers an hour, that's a motorcycle.
Right.
And that's what it is. You need to get licensed for that.
Except it's not, because it drives the same way as a bicycle or a moped. Riding a motorcycle requires a different skill set in terms of being able to master and manhandle the clutch in addition to the throttle. You are playing with that clutch as much as you're playing with the throttle, because that's how motorcycles work in terms of the getting around. And I believe that should require a different form of licensing, in addition to the fact that it's a motorized vehicle with a certain weight and mass class that is good at, and I think that's where we need to start looking is energy outputs of the vehicle.
But if you're doing 50 in an electric bike that has it's not pedal assist, it's literally, it has a throttle on it, right? It has throttle and brakes, and it's not controlled by any pedaling at all, and it can go this speed, and it already weighs 150 pounds, right? Or 100 pounds. Like, it's heavy enough that it's hard for me to lift it, like I can it's not like driving around a bike, which is 600 pounds, right? But it's still 100 pounds and a guy on it that are going to hit you at 50. That's going to do some real fucking damage.
I think it's about licensing to me. I don't think
you should have to be licensed to drive that, though. I think,
but it should not be classified as a motorcycle, because it is in so many ways not
the same thing,
and it absolutely restricts the availability of people to be able to get on these things and use them in ways that they need to be able to get to their jobs.
Right, but then at that point, it's like what they're calling that's a class 3 e-bike.
Yeah, okay, that's
right. They're like, we're not calling that a motorcycle, but they are essentially e-motorcycles, but we're calling them class 3 e-bikes, and they will require motorcycle licensing.
Okay, no.
Okay, but that's because we know what motorcycle licensing is.
Yes.
And if they came up with a different class of licensing, saying like, oh, you want to ride this, okay, well then you have to go through licensing to ride this thing. And largely isn't the licensing component, it's about understanding your vehicle, understanding how to safely pilot it, right? Like understanding the rules of the road and how to pilot it properly. Regardless of whether your bike has a clutch or whatever, you still have to learn how to safely pilot it at speeds.
Agreed. But I think there are different licensing structures for that.
Yeah, I mean, we already do that with the difference between class 5 cars and a motorcycle.
I think an e-bike license, a class 3 e-bike license, should be as easy to get as a motor vehicle, class 5 motor vehicle license.
Yeah, no, I'm with you with there. You have to pass a written test, and you would also have to pass a practical of some sort to show that you understand how to operate it.
The whole thing is going to require unpleasant levels of regulation as we add the insurance component to all of this as well.
Oh, that will come into play. You're right.
We really need to be aware of what sort of things we're releasing onto these these areas that are not motorways and had not needed to be treated as motorways and are not engineered as motorways
Yeah.
for speeds that were unattainable, or rather, and again, I don't want to use the word speed. I want to use energy, because that's what matters.
Yeah.
Because that takes into account the weight and the speed.
Yeah, because that's ultimately what it comes down to is we do this because we need you to demonstrate your skill at operating a device that can conduct this kind of energy into another thing,
Like
usually a person.
A 200-pound guy riding a French road bike is going to hit you with 216 kilograms of force multiplied by the top speed that they can attain with their own human body.
Right.
You know, there's a maximum there, but the minute you add 50 pounds of battery weight, and that thing can now reach 50 kilometers an hour, that is a difference in magnitude that is far different from anything else we've seen on these things.
Let me see here. Auger Bo says e-bikes going 25 down the sidewalk do make you uncomfortable with
They
pedestrians.
should get off the sidewalk.
Yeah, I did see a guy doing that the other day. That there is a divided bike lanes. This is on Fort, and there was divided bike lanes that people were using in the evening. And there was a guy who was on the sidewalk riding. It was an e-bike too, because I saw him go by, and I was like, I can see that it's all e-bike looking. And I just wanted to roll down my window and just yell at him, like, please get in the bike lane. Like, get off the sidewalk. It was evening, and there wasn't, like, anybody out walking. Like, it was quite late evening. It's after I dropped you off.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, it's late, and I know there's not a lot of people walking along here, but we have perfectly lit, excellent bike path over here. It's just on the other side of the street. Please come over here and use it. I would like to know that that's where you are also, too.
Yes.
You know that I'm here in the road. If I know that you are in your side of the road, then we all know where each other is. But if you're on the sidewalk riding around, that's not where you should be. And also, you don't have any fucking lights on your bike. Turn your fucking lights on. Because no one's going to see you. You're all in black, and you're going to just run into somebody coming out from, like, a house or something.
That's what people don't get when a lot of people don't quite understand when some people yell about traffic laws and bikes not obeying the laws.
Yeah.
Is that it's not about, you know, it's not about anything more for me than predictability.
Yeah.
I want to know that when we come to a stop sign, we are both aware of who is supposed to go first.
Yeah.
And we can do that.
Yeah.
We don't have to do this whole, oh, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Right.
Because no one can agree on anything other than with waves and shakes and nods.
Yeah.
And if someone gets the wrong message and starts going ahead when I'm going ahead, well, that's going to be a problem.
We had, Julian says, my town doesn't have bike lanes or sidewalks. This is all a foreign concept to me. I mean, we didn't have bike lanes here as a rule when I first moved here. And over the years, they have been kind of like they're getting slowly introduced.
It's very aggressively moving forward with a Vision Zero strategy.
Yes, and that's the thing is that like the first 5 years I lived here, I was not seeing any of that. Maybe they would paint like something on the street and be like, "Oh, look, we painted in a bike lane for you." It's like that. Well, I will kill somebody if I don't know the run into them kind of thing, right?
It's our good friends at Play Frame Plus joining us with a quick raid.
Awesome.
Welcome,
Thank you.
my friends.
Oh, 100 people just come rolling in here all of a
Yeah.
sudden. If you don't know what this is, it's the 24 hours of Le Mans. Ian and Corey have been driving on the Le Mans track since 7 a.m. this morning.
Cirque du Surf in France.
And Ian will continue driving until 7 a.m. Sunday morning. And all the cars are ridiculous.
Yep. It's no point doing it right because we're not good enough drivers, but
I don't know who's beside you, but they really want to get by.
I do. That's I think that's
One of the
Salmon.
Oh,
Yep. Nope. That was shoot. Well,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can go through them a bit. No! Fuck! Oh!
Okay.
Yeah, I distracted you into looking at the salmon.
That's all right. It'll happen.
At least you didn't lose your transmission, right?
Yeah.
Not like I did.
Didn't lose the transmission, but
Steering's completely...
oh yeah, there's a suspension hoopage.
Okay.
Oh, and the lights are gone.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what? Let's complete this terrifying lap, and
Oh, that sounds like my tires did.
oh yeah, that means that some form of alignment is off. Ooh, that's a lot of play. Now, what we don't need is any more fuel. Nope, the other way.
There's a road there still. Everyone can see it, right?
Just barely.
Yes, that was sushi that's flying past us.
Yep.
I think one of them was the tamago roll.
Sushi is currently winning. That sushi has been winning for a while.
It's all nigiri, isn't it?
Yes.
It's all, okay.
Oh, no, there's one gunkan.
Okay, okay.
Gunkan? Gunkan.
Gunkan.
Battleship. Black ships. I'm Commodore Perry, and I'm here to bust this shit wide open. Hey, yes, Captain Asparagus, you're correct. Gun cannon. Oh, there's the Tamago. Driven by Swede, name I forget.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's a reason you don't drive home after hitting a wall of tires at, you know, nearly 200 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, generally you get out, you stop, and you let somebody else handle it.
Namely a paramedic.
I mean, I especially wouldn't be driving this car at over 100 kilometers an hour.
That's above the speed limit.
Yeah. It's so seductive. Like, as you start driving and it's like, I'm in third now. I'm just going to leave it in third and go around the entire lap in third. It'll be great. It's just straightaways taking a while. I
Yep.
could put it in fourth. I'll put it in fourth. Oh shit, I'm going real fast now. I wonder if I could put it in fifth. I'll put it in fifth. Oh, this feels great. Oh shit, a curve!
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the key is to not have the keep it in fifth, but
Yeah.
not for it.
Yeah.
Find a speed that you like.
I didn't quite learn that lesson.
It's only something I've been doing when I do the Shutoku revival project. Not races, but just drives around downtown Tokyo
Okay.
on the expressway. Oh yeah, if I go closer to what the roads are designed for, I crash less, and then it's more fun.
Is this the new Forza?
No, this is Assetto Corsa.
Oh, okay. I don't mean the game you're playing. I know it's Assetto
yeah,
Corsa.
but yeah, the other one is also
Oh, okay.
Assetto Corsa.
Okay.
The group of fans have been working for the past 5 years or so, I think now, recreating the Tokyo Expressway.
Oh.
And in very high detail in terms of the buildings you're able to see from the roads. Oh, okay. Iris says that the TTSF update they're working on.
Their drink
fridge. Yep. New thermostat running on 8 to 9 hours. Oh god, it has been 8 to 9 hours. No surprise freezing. Good stuff.
Tentative success.
Huzzah. Oh, there's a Japanese VTuber who's been doing watch-alongs. That's
The actual Le Mans. Yeah, with the World Cup on, I had wondered about, like, I wonder when it comes to other events like this, but I guess no matter what, there's all advertising, it's all people getting paid, and these events all have to keep happening no matter what. There's nothing to do with, like, this thing is happening in some part of the world, and so everything else grinds to a fucking halt, so, yeah.
Yeah, the fans will be fans, but I find that sports fans generally tend to enjoy many types of sports.
Yeah.
I've observed them. I do not understand them. But...
I do think it would be really funny if somebody like looked up. I don't know how, but there's 400 people in watching our stream right now, which is fantastic. Thank you, everybody.
Patreon.com/loadingreadyrun.
Yeah,
please.
For this kind of thing. If you want to see more of this, well, you can't, because this is actually Ian's last year.
But I'm not retiring from motorsports streaming entirely.
Just from the slog of 24 hours straight. Yeah.
Yes, and maybe a different track.
Fun.
I want to talk about that in a second. But
Laguna Seca?
Definitely. Love doing some Laguna Seca. We got Bath on the line.
Okay.
Spa is good. Silverstone in Britain. It'll be fun to do.
He literally passed you on the way to the pit.
Yep. Oh, no. I have had a car knock me off the road on the way into the pits. The aggression is egregious.
Oh, they're very cruel.
But yeah, it was.
There's one.
It was the discovery last year at the end of it when I just clicked in my mind, 24 hours. That's one full day.
Yeah.
I will have been on this track, driving this track, for 10 days of my life. Not even the idea of like, oh, I'm going to go drive down to Le Mans, do a few hours on the track and make a day of it. No, it's been a day. 10 days of my life I've spent in this car, or in a car on this track.
Yeah. And
I think that's enough.
You have also traded out with some people
Yes.
Here and there for like sleeping, but that I think
But if you hadn't...
the drivers themselves do that, don't they?
Generally. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're allowed, I think, 3 hours in a shift.
Okay.
But if you count practice laps and setup laps for the race itself, you know, it's a few hours every year. It starts to add up. And so yeah, I'll still drive the track. But
sure.
It's not going to do it for 24 hours.
I just kind of think it would be lovely if just out of nowhere, some big motorsports, like, I mean, Sean pointing out that, oh, there's a Japanese VTuber watching Le Mans right now because they're a motorsport fan, and then just looking online being like, oh, this would be cool, what's going on? Le Mans, what is this? And then like coming and having a look to see what we're doing and being like, what is this? Oh, it's some guy speaking English, and they're laughing a lot, and they're driving around Assetto Corsa for 24 hours. Is that what they're doing? They've been up for 14 hours.
Why is that car called Char? Why did he say that?
Did I see sushi go by? I think it maybe is the thing that's been said the most in chat. Was that sushi?
In the sushi and the micro machines, which are not micro machines, they are the Choro Q.
Right.
The penny racers, as they were released in North America.
Oh, really? Okay, good. All right, because I did ask Corey about that. She's like, the micro machines are here, and I'm like, is that what Choro Q got released as over here?
Yeah.
Is that because I was remembering I have some Choro Q Lupin.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because they bundled them with some of the English DVDs. And so I have 3 of them, and and they don't look anything like micro machines.
No.
So I was like, that's a little unusual, but okay. They called them penny racers over here.
Released in 1979 by the Takara Tomy Corporation. These are all from the 3rd PlayStation game.
There are just sometimes I think that the half the toys we got in North America were toys that we dreamt up ourselves, and the other half of the toys were ones that companies just went to other countries and said, oh, they have this here, let's just take this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird feeling to realize that I would have played with some of the same stuff that somebody else did in another country. And then I have to wonder how much of the shit that how much of the shit that I played with when I was a child did some other kid get in another country that was rebranded? Like my Starcom or something, was that called something else in another country, right? Like those kind of things.
Because the molds would not have been in North America; they would have been out in China anyway.
Right. So did at some point did somebody in Japan or somebody in like maybe not Australia, but like some other like non-English speaking country, for example, they were like, oh, we like that, that's cool, we want to license it, and we want some of them like printed new boxes that have completely different names on them or something. But
I think it's probably less than we think because of the advertising laws that were set up in the States. Back when we actually had consumer protection.
Yeah.
But I don't. My following of the history of Gundam, at least, leads me to believe that there is a lot more synergy between toy company and television production for children. In the sense that you want to make those cartoons as toyetic as possible, and they kept doing that. Where in North America, it became harder to do so due to these advertising laws.
Okay. And I mean, I guess it probably didn't flow in the opposite direction because you would have had, Dreosent brings up, do you have dollar store action figures? It's like, well, yeah, tons of that stuff makes its way over here. And I guess when you look at it that way, it's like, right, anybody in North America who would have been making a lot of toys and then having them made in China, they probably were naturally like, you might not be able to sell that anywhere else in the world for cheap, but the mold still exists, so people will just continue to make a green Spider-Man and then sell that in another country as a rip-off, as a bootleg, as a dollar store, whatever. And nobody bought the rights to that from anybody because they just changed the colors on it, or maybe they didn't even change the colors on it. They just said, whatever, we're going to sell this over here, and who cares if Marvel and DC feel good about it or not.
Yeah, but this is a cast-off mold.
Yeah.
Who's going to see us?
Exactly.
The interesting, that cross-pollination, though, I find most interesting in animation because anime Blue Sky is currently going through a thing talking about where a lot of people are learning about how much of the early Batman the Animated Series was animated A, in Japan, and B, sakuga the fuck by some individual artist on cuts to the point where anime fans can pick out individual animators from individual cuts in these series.
Oh, interesting.
And I think one of the guys who was he's been posting some of his sketches that he's been doing of the American shows that he worked on.
Oh.
And started by drawing Inspector Gadget and Penny, because that was the first show that he got to be a direct animation director on.
Oh, cool.
And felt like he wasn't necessarily doing a great job, but it was a fantastic team that they put together, so it all came. We all know how good Inspector Gadget looks.
Yeah. Of course, there was that one season where he grew a mustache for some reason.
Yeah.
Still don't know about why that had to happen.
The French?
Was it? Maybe.
I don't know. I'm guessing it's probably a reference to as much of Inspector Gadget was. But what I didn't know until a few years back was that the team that did Inspector Gadget only got to do Inspector Gadget because they canceled Lupin the Eighth.
What was that supposed to be?
That was the descendant, the fifth descendant of Lupin the Third.
Okay.
And the descendants of his friends and Zenigata in this weird Jetsons-esque, like, big bubble helmet space race world. And it's just Lupin in space.
Huh.
They made a pilot. They did not make any more.
No, Jesus. Was it charming when you watched it?
I didn't actually watch it.
Okay.
I haven't tracked down a full copy myself,
Fair.
but I've seen some clips. It seems charming enough, but there's not really any reason for Lupin to go to space.
No, exactly. Yeah. That was the era.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a time skip. Ooh, okay. Americat's got some mustache information.
Yeah. Given a mustache in the original pilot episode to look like an undercover investigator, production company removed it. Deke took it off. MGM claimed he looked too much like their mustache, like Clouseau.
You look too much like Clouseau.
Right. But I do remember seeing not just episode, but I believe there were episodes where he had a mustache.
Well, there might have been a couple, tied together as the pilot. They all often do that.
Yeah, and then they just air them later, maybe, like that kind of idea.
Order.
Who knows? Yeah. There's crap. You put a thing in my head. Lupin the Eighth going to space.
Production companies, crossovers, Sakuga, Batman the Animated Series.
Good God. Oh, there was so much that just came up out of that.
Oh, Orbitals. Have you heard of the game Orbitals?
It rings a bell.
Okay, so it's coming out on the Switch too.
Yes, I just watched a trailer for that. I cannot wait for it to come to a platform.
Right? It's, I mean, I want to play the shit out of that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not want to spend the money on a Switch too.
No, that's fine. We have one in our house. And so I want to play it with Heather.
Yes.
But I also feel like there might be enough people who want to give it a shot that it might be worth trying to do it as something here as well.
Yeah.
I don't know where or how we would do that yet, but
I do. There'll be a play it forward spot eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, some sort of bonus stream or like some, we just want to do this CTS maybe, I don't know, but it really, like, when I first saw it teased, when they were kind of showing off what this was going to be like, I'm like, this is very 1970. Like, they put the filters on and everything is like 70s era, beautifully animated. Like,
I'm so pleased with how the development of that sort of 2D style filter has been progressing over the past couple of years, especially.
Yeah. And it's not like I particularly have a lot of nostalgia for it that's the kind of thing I want to do or play or enjoy. But it does twig something that's very, of that era where I'm like, I didn't watch a lot of that, but I did watch like Kim of the White Lion, and I watched a couple other things that were that era, and I'm just like, I appreciate this exists. I'm into the idea that they're deciding to make something like this, and that also that it doesn't, what they're making doesn't feel like, oh, it's a nod back to 70s anime. It's like, no, this is a new idea and a new style thing and whatever. It's not trying to rehash a bunch of Mazinger or like Battle of the Planets or like whatever era plot lines and shit.
It is very specifically chosen a visual style.
Yeah.
But not necessarily using that as a shorthand for nostalgia or anything. It's just, I like the way this looks.
Yeah.
And I like the way that looks.
Yeah.
And it's there's been an ongoing gacha Gundam game on the phones that's been rehashing some of the storylines from the previous series, but it's mashing together characters from different eras and different stories in the way that hasn't been done before.
Right.
But they've been meticulous in tweaking the filters to look like the animation was in those styles. So during the initial 0079 One Year War stuff, it's got a much grainier look to it. It's got, a little more slapdash. The character designs, that's something you can draw in any way.
Right. It's because a lot of that early Gundam stuff looked very off-model because they were just trying to get it done.
But you apply the filter to it, so you get the cell shadows and whatnot, and it looks good. And then you get the Zeta, and it's got its own unique color palette, and they've again got the cell shading. You go up to Char's counterattack and looks even more detailed because they're aping a movie production.
Right.
But still nailing that absolute analog aesthetic.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
Here's an interesting thing, though, that came up when listening to some program about animation, though.
Yeah.
You ever notice how whenever kids do fighting in Japanese animation, they're wearing gloves?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So there was a Mobile Suit Breakdown is currently going through the G Gundam, Mobile Fighter G Gundam.
Right.
A lot of fighting in that. But apparently there was a point where one of the production staff was asked to not show a person punching someone barehanded.
Okay.
And so the question was, okay, do we just take the fight out or put them in gloves? And it clicked something in their head saying, hey, wait a minute, do we always see minors in Japanese works fighting with gloves on? Hi, Heather, welcome to the, welcome and friends.
Hey.
Thanks for the raid. And in my mind, at least, every time I see a minor fighting, they've got gloves
on whenever they're throwing a punch at somebody else. That's so odd.
Yeah, they haven't done a research topic on it yet, which would absolutely put everything in there to bed, given how meticulous they are in their research. But I'm very curious to see how well that holds up to scrutiny.
I wonder if Heather wants me to come home.
I mean, at some point, probably.
It's 20 after 9, and it's 21 degrees in the house.
Oh, and she's not working anymore.
Yeah, she's done streaming, clearly, so...
Also, hey, Mako Forte, welcome. More MSP listeners in the chat, please. And we've got Daniel Jenner Grouse here as well, who's another big fan. I like going on Discords of podcasts that I'm the patron for.
Yeah.
And just doing little searches for Loading Ready Run.
Oh,
and
just to
seeing
see
what people say about us.
Right.
And it is generally all very positive, but
I won't search I'm only on a few Discords, and one of them that would have no idea who I am. And so, not like I'm anyone special, but it's like that they would have no idea. But the other day, somebody in there did post one of our sketches or like one of our crap shots as a response. It was the shitposting, channel, so they do that. And I was just like, how do I engage with this? Because I think I'm in that. I think it was a crap shot I was in, and I want to say, "Oh, that's so cool! Thanks. I'm glad you enjoy our work." But I was also like, maybe I shouldn't say anything.
yeah.
So
I'm generally a lurker on most of these Discords, but if something does come up like that, I'll throw an emote on it.
Oh, okay.
Just as I see this, thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Type thing. But
I mean,
but I don't need to make this about me.
Yeah, like I'll throw an emote on something just because I'm like, I want to kind of get across people. It's like, I watched this. Well, I did because I was in it. But it's like, I watched this. Maybe you should too. Jesus.
That was me doing that to myself.
Holy shit.
Aggression. Again. Was it Bonathan? I have not seen a Bonathan out in the wild, actually.
It's too bad. I should remember to share that, though, in the shitposting stuff I'm in. Because I think that would definitely come across like... I'd have to post it at the right time, obviously.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And that's always been my problem with Discords, is that I am unfortunately a completionist when it comes to most of the social media I am on, and I consider Discord to be that. Like, how can I possibly contribute constructively to this conversation without knowing at least 2 pages worth of context?
Right.
And then I have to sit there and wait for other people to reply to me so I can reply back to them. I don't...
I met there is somebody on the one Discord I'm on who I know has a Mastodon account because I've seen their stuff show up in my Mastodon feed that somebody did like boost their thing into my feed.
Right.
And I could recognize this because they have the same avatar in both places. I was like, that's really weird that I see this avatar here. Like, who is, like, I've seen that somewhere else. And then I realized, oh shit, it's that person from this other Discord, from this Discord. And they also have a custom name color, which is not usually what a lot of people in Discords will have, unless you have a specific role, right?
I also dislike that those colors do not match between servers.
Yeah, but it's like, I see this person with this color, they're one of the only people who have that color, so when people are posting things, it's like white, 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 and then their color, and I'm like, I immediately recognize it. And the weird thing is we have a lot of very similar tastes, to the point where I'm like, fuck, is that actually just me? Is this just actually... am I dissociating at times and posting other things, and is this just me? Because it's very similar. And it's just been like, I wanted, at some point, because I wanted to reach out, they're also Canadian as well, I wanted to reach out and be like, hey, this is cool. I feel like we could be friends. You can't do that in your 40s. You can't just be like, want to be friends? It's like, I can't do that shit. That's weird and not okay.
It is one of the things, Twitter is a cesspool, and X the Everything app, Blaze Your Glory, just needs to blaze out. But the time I spent on there, back before leaving, from 2008 to, let's say, 2014
Yeah.
was good for me because it allowed me to very slowly grow a group of mutuals that I could interact with in a way that was, non-parasocial,
Right.
but with a direction towards, like, yeah, if we actually met up at a convention, we could probably go have a beer together.
Yeah. But also, the way you become friends with somebody, right, is you do something and they look at it and acknowledge and say, wow, that's pretty cool. And then they do something that you've also looked at and you acknowledge them. It's like, what you do is pretty cool. And that's kind of how you end up becoming friends, is you start to recognize in each other that you have similar interests and stuff, but also that you are both making those interests known to the, in Discords and stuff anyway,
Right.
to the general channel. You're just saying these things, right?
But that becomes very difficult in a channel based on everyone a single shared obsession between everyone.
And if you're all just shitposting anyway.
Shit.
Did you end the game?
No, I pushed restart session, which is probably fine.
Okay.
But means we'll need to change the time.
Okay.
That's all right. I meant to just go back to the pit.
Pits. I was wondering what you were doing, because I was like, it looks like he's hovering on the wrong thing, but
We killed the transmission again.
yeah.
What time is it in France? No, that's what time. Once again, what time is it in France? Thank you. 6:29. So 6:30. That's 40. People like to be able to watch the clock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And go. And go.
Go.
And yes. Sorry, that just completely derailed the conversation.
That's
there.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's more of a thing of, to me, of all I ever share in that channel is shitposting. I don't have conversations. I don't talk to people. I don't do any of that kind of stuff, right? So that's parasocial. Because all I would be doing is being like, wow, you like all the same stuff I do. We should be friends. Where the fuck did that come from? I don't know anything about you. You should post in this channel more and let people know about things that you like.
Or your opinions and your opinions on things that you like.
Yeah. Share your opinions on stuff. Post some shit here, but also like share your opinions on that kind of stuff. Get involved in the conversation. Socialize. That's how you become friends. Not just, oh, holy shit, this person likes almost everything I do.
The shared interest is what gets you to be able to have a conversation together.
Yeah.
It's what you have. It's the conversation you have about shared interest that makes the friendship.
Yeah.
And the shared interests can be anything from cartoons from Japan to waking up at certain times. Like, no, that's a conversation you can have when you are in a position to have a friend conversation, right? Or at least a relationship growing conversation, I think is a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Which is different from the sort of corporate conversations that you were supposed to have I believe it's every quarter on top of your bi-weekly one-on-ones.
Trying to where your boss or your supervisor is trying to like, oh, but we're gonna be buddies about this. It's like, I'm here for the paycheck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to talk to me about my performance or upcoming projects? That's fine. That's cool. But
if this is a social call, this isn't exactly what I was expecting.
Well, again, why? My question is always, why is this a scheduled meeting? I am very much of the opinion that meetings should be had when they are necessary.
Yeah.
And once you've had the preliminary discussion over emails or asynchronous conversation, that proves the need for synchronous conversation.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of if you're gonna bring a group of people together who are like working on
different aspects of different projects, right? It's so they're not. It's very much everything's disconnected from. You're all disconnected from each other because you're all working on different things. But the idea of I do want to have the moment of where's everybody at with the things they're working on. Okay, cool. Sounds like everyone's still. I'm marking down that progress is being made in these areas, or if I have questions about how people are making progress, I'll take that up with them individually, right?
Sounds like you have a lack of trust.
Yeah. But also, I just want to know where we're at.
Okay.
And that's the trouble is like, are we in a position where, like if somebody's always good at delivering, right? I was in a job, in fact, where it's like I was good at delivering on a couple projects I was on, which is why I asked for and was received a very large project that I was shit on. I was
Unfortunately.
I was not doing good on it. And trying to understand what to do or how to do it, or trying to get a better sense of like how do I proceed, and having people be like, well, just kind of keep doing this, or maybe you need to do this other thing, and I'm like, that's not helping me proceed at all. I need training in this thing that nobody here is an expert in, and I'm supposed to be the expert, but I don't know how to become an expert in this because I don't know what I'm supposed to learn from this, or how I'm supposed to learn any of this. Can I go on training?
What am I learning?
Yeah, and just kind of feeling like very dispirited by those things, and nobody wants to be in that situation of I'm going to work every day and feeling like you're useless or feeling like you're not accomplishing anything. And I've had many days where I'd gone into, in different jobs, where I'd gone in and just was like, I hate it here. Like, I hate trying to do a thing. And I don't know, I kind of walked away from that feeling like if I was managing people in that situation, I would want to catch up with them and be like, please help, like identify for me where if you're having problems, not because I'm trying to fire you or trying to replace you with somebody else, because I'm not trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is find out how to iron out the problem and get you back on the thing again.
Right.
But I feel like as workers, we get into that state of, if I'm having a problem, it means I'm wrong, I'm bad, and that means the company has every right to get rid of me. And that means my job is now at risk. And you can't work your way out of that.
I think, for me, I prefer to be. I feel like I am in an expert position at this point in my life, finally, in the sense where I know what I'm doing, and if I have any issues, I feel confident in bringing that up with my supervisors.
Right.
But weirdly, the times when I feel the worst about my job are the times when I am forced to engage for no benefit of my own self.
Right. That's fair.
Like, not only am I not, you're wasting my time that I could be doing the work that I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And we're having a check-in, and we're all okay, we're all good, but we can't end the meeting after 5 minutes because
I booked off 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's. Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't mind a meeting where it's like, because if it's person to person, it's just two people having a meeting. It's like, I filled you in, like you have my status report. Everything's cool. I'm not suffering. I'm not stuck.
No.
Everything's good. All right, everything's cool. This is a quick meeting. All right, cool, let's go. And you can walk away from it.
Love to be able to do that.
Yeah. That is too bad. I also, though, have had a lot, when we were working with PMC, I've had meetings that we booked off the entire hour for a meeting. And so we'll talk about merch for a while, and then I'll just be like, well, we're doing this at the Moonbase right now. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. Oh, well, then this was happening as well. And so just kind of like fill them in on how the business is going. And they're like, that's so cool. That's really interesting. And then I asked them how things are going for them, right? And we'd have so we'd use the whole hour just catching up on how each other's work is going and how things are going at the businesses that we each work at. And probably sharing a little too much information about each other's respective business with people outside the organization, even though we have a working relationship.
But on the other hand, you're both people who are interested in growing that relationship with each other. And whereas I view work as very transactionally.
Right.
At least my day job.
Sure. And I'm in a weird position with DFTBA right now, because I'm like,
I don't want to strictly just start doing that with them because I don't think they're ready for that. I'm like, I need some time we'll feel this out, and we'll get to know each other and build up a relationship over the course of the year. But I want to have that time to be able to talk to them as their client, but to be like, also I want to talk to you as, fellow enthusiasts of nerdy shit and, some other things, because I want us to feel comfortable enough to be able to really, like, feel how we are, that we're really related to each other in some ways. So
Could have saved that if it weren't for the sob.
Jesus. We were saying earlier that the KTM riders have a reputation within the motorcycling.
Do they?
Yeah. KTM riders are thrill-seeking assholes.
Ah.
Yeah. So
It's the orange.
Yeah, it's the orange. Specifically.
Again, if you're an adventure bike enthusiast, you have to pick a color, just like with power tools.
Right. That was kind of basically the that's how I understood KTM from, like, hanging on the automotive forums and something awful. Is that if people brought up pictures of a KTM rider or something, and it's like, oh yeah, because of course that guy is riding like that and doing those things and doesn't have the right gear on and doesn't do this and whatever. Everybody I've ever seen who rides a KTM bike is a 23-year-old son of a bitch. They're like, I want the fastest bike, the lightest bike,
With the most power, most fuel.
Yeah, most everything, right? I want stripped down racing, kind of this, that, and whatever. And it's like, here's your bike, and I want it for the cheapest, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, and then and based on the poll, that's right, I should bring this up too, is that everybody who drives a Jetta can't see in 3 dimensions.
No.
Because the only person I know who drives a Jetta is me, and therefore
It must be, yeah. But
and then people in chat start saying, actually, I have a roommate who wants to buy a Jetta and can't see in 3 dimensions. Actually, I have a friend who lost their 3D vision from being in an accident by being hit by a Jetta driver. So I'm like, okay, so that all has to do with the same fucking thing, apparently.
one German automobile.
Yeah.
Problem is that car was bestowed upon you.
That's true, yeah. I mean, we had our choice. There was a lot of different cars we were given the opportunity to have, and I took the Jetta. That was the one that was kind of like, please have this, and I was like, yes. Any of the other ones? It's like, oh, if you want. And I was like, I'll just take the Jetta, thanks. That'll be great.
It's one of the few ads that is lodged in my head and will never leave. Is take the Passat.
Oh man, feels so fast.
It is, actually.
Okay. I feel like some of these cars are getting away with some shit they shouldn't be able to do.
Those cars are absolutely weighted properly for their size, rather than being weighted for their
Ability to perform?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone just really seems like they have an awful lot of really low down weight. That's why I thought the buses would be good.
Their problem is that they tend to clip through reality. Like you get the ass just dragging.
We did see one get caught in the pit. It was very funny.
Ooh.
Yeah, could not get out, and I couldn't get past it to go park.
And it's for reasons like that just why I don't race in these races with real cars and real race cars.
Oh yeah.
It's so much fun to just be driving along, minding your own business, and here comes some sushi to ruin your day. And just to jump way back, so when I was talking about the fact that we'll try some different courses, we'll try some different stuff, what I want to do is bring this paddock of racers along with us.
Oh.
To see how this ridiculousness handles Laguna Seca or
Spa.
Yeah. Sort of a Le Mans series. And of course, we got to keep the branding too.
Yeah. So we have spa and bath and then massage parlor?
Yep,
Okay.
clearly. Turkish prison. That's my favorite Mario Kart level.
Yeah.
You ever been to a Turkish prison, Daisy?
So, you know the dank pods?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So Wade, he apparently every 2 years, it's just now every 2 years he comes to Canada. Specifically to go to Vancouver, specifically to visit with Linus Tech Tips because he's on float plane.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
He got fucked over royal by Twitch being an Australian streamer, and so he just left Twitch in a huge huff, and he got on Float Plane instead, and he really likes it.
I mean, he's probably got a sustainable audience to be able to do that.
Definitely does. And so, but because he comes to Canada, therefore he stops off in he goes to 7-Eleven and buys candy, which I'm like, dude, don't do that. Go to the store. Let them take you to the store and buy all the ridiculous shit there. You're spending way too much money for your thrills.
Costco memberships work internationally.
The man has never seen an O. Henry bar before.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, that's not even Canadian.
That's not even good.
No, he didn't think so either. But you know what he thought was a better bar? Was Snickers.
Yes, he's correct.
See, and I don't agree with that.
Oh.
But that's fine. We can all have our own choices.
Yeah.
What gets me is, what the fuck did he try again? He tried Airheads, thinking it would be a thing, and I'm like, isn't that just it's just goo.
It's off-brand Laffy Taffy.
It's really weird, right? I didn't quite understand why to do that, but Turkish Delight was the thing. Because he bought a big Turk bar.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That...
Not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, it says it has Turkish Delight in it. This will be great, And he bites into, and it was such a disappointment.
Yeah, no.
He was like, it tastes like cherries and stuff, right? Like that artificial cherry, whatever. And he's like, it's not like art, because they actually literally have a thing that is called Turkish Delight. That is wrapped up in manufactured by a candy manufacturer.
They've got some real good bars down there.
Yeah, and so he was going on about how it's like, this doesn't taste anything like our Turkish Delight, and our Turkish Delight is fantastic, and what the hell is this? And it's like, yeah. So
Regal Crumble, I think, is the one that I'm chasing the high of.
Regal Crumble.
Yeah. It's kind of like a crispy crunch, as we would call it. Or Crunchy Bar, rather.
Oh, you mean Violet Crumble?
Thank you, yes.
Yeah. Heather bought some of that the other day, actually.
Ah.
We do have it up here.
Good. Well, I mean, we also have Crunchy. So.
Yeah.
But, Turkish Delight, the bar, good gateway into Turkish Delight itself. Not so good the other way around.
Doesn't really have the staying power, yeah.
But it's interesting you bring up Snickers, because I was just listening on my way in here. The Mabim Bam boys were talking about candy.
Oh, yeah?
And Griffin specifically was talking about how he would fuck up a room full of Snickers.
Okay.
I like a Snickers.
Sure.
I think it's better than an O. Henry. I don't think it's best candy bar.
Fair.
To be clear, that honor goes to Coffee Crisp.
Yeah. It's so... There's not much on the market that I would take over a Coffee Crisp much of the time.
Yeah.
Like even a Kit Kat, I'd be like, I'd rather just have a Coffee Crisp.
And if you describe a Coffee Crisp, it doesn't sound great. It sounds like, you're just getting those generic wafer cookies that you get as a kid. But it's not. It's got more stuff in it in the right ratios.
Yeah, and the thing is it's wisps of coffee. Yeah. Like it's barely there. However they choose to season it, or flavor it, it's like, I know we say Coffee Crisp, you're going to expect a certain type of thing. Don't. Because it's just barely detectable.
Yeah, it's a hint of coffee.
Yeah.
But it's also a satisfyingly big bite.
Yeah. When I was young, my thing was either a Crispy Crunch or a Rolo. And I got so sick of Crispy Crunches at a certain point.
Oh, yeah, no, you can overdo.
Yeah, I really did, because I just kind of ate like 3 or 4 in a row, and I'm like, this is a lot, and then I didn't really want to go back to them. But Rolos were my thing for a long time, and I never liked a Score bar when I was young.
I was just thinking about Score bars.
Yeah.
Just them.
And then when I got to a certain age, I was like, I could eat a dozen Score bars. Yeah.
In fact, take the chocolate away. Just give me that. Just give me that internal.
The crunchy butter toffee.
Yes, the biteable butter toffee.
Oh my god.
I mean, you knew me in university. I was a Macintosh's taffy whacker.
Oh yeah.
For the longest time. It's the game of life. Time to end it.
Oh, here comes the sushi.
Oh no. Yep.
Both sides.
Le Mans operating at full power.
So I was racing along at one point, and I think I was coming out of the pits or something I had done, and I got clown horned by somebody.
just, and I was like, what was that? Who was that?
I've heard that once too, and I can't tell which car it's coming from.
Okay.
It might be the Choro Q Mini, but it also might be the Choro Q Game of Life.
Fair.
I have too much speed coming into this turn. Come on. Money shift and around here.
Oh, hey.
Oh, not quite.
Still pretty good.
Yeah. That feels good because we were still holding on to that green in the bar. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm chasing is that personal best top lap. Top lap.
Top lap.
Yes. Top lap. Remember when we did a tech podcast?
Yeah. I'm glad we did it.
Yep.
Yeah. It's funny the amount of things I would talk about on Top Tech now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it would be a very different show.
Very different show. Holy shit.
I think I might be ready to be a white guy talking about tech on a podcast again. I think the time is finally here where I now have opinions.
All right, Jellyfin.
Pro.
Well, I mean, obviously, but how pro? Like, are you, I'm going to dump my Plex, or are you like, I'm going to investigate this for maybe a better course of 6 months before I make a decision?
I'm going to investigate it and probably just keep it in the back pocket for when it's time for me to rebuild my server.
Okay, fair
Because
enough.
as you know, I'm on TrueNAS.
Yeah.
And I'm running TrueNAS Core BSD edition.
Okay.
Which means everything works perfectly and I don't need to change anything. Because it's BSD.
Right, exactly.
You set it up once and it's done forever.
Right.
But there have been updates to sonar and updates to radar and updates to other things, and finding out that Plex has removed from the BSD version the ability to do hardware transcoding. Just straight up took it out. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why? If it was working,
I don't know.
Holy shit! All right.
So another reason for Plex to be kind of given some side eye there.
Yeah.
But I also don't use, here's the other thing, is I don't use the Plex front end for watching my videos at home in a major watching situation.
Okay.
Because the Plex player does not handle high bitrate, high resolution, high 10p all at the same time very well.
Okay.
It just can't process the data fast enough.
What's your hardware client?
I use Infuse on my Apple TV.
Okay.
But even on the Apple TV, the Plex client just cannot handle some of the files I've got.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I should give it I guess it would transcode. Whenever I stream stuff from your server, I just basically set it to original. I'm like, I don't want to transcode anything off Ian's server, just send me the original file.
That's probably the smartest idea.
Okay.
I now have the bandwidth for it.
Yeah.
And the server is not great enough to, not heavy enough to do
I don't
transcode.
Yeah, I really just don't feel the need of like, why should I make your server have to chunk that shit?
Well, yeah, and
I'd rather it just come in fresh.
I'd rather you watch something in good quality than have it all transcoded anyway.
There's that too.
Yeah.
Because I've got my NAS is still doing great. I'm glad that what Texan had helped spec out back in the day was it's more than enough. Mm-hmm. And the Plex is working fine on it, and I'm using Unraid, and so Plex is working fine on it. Sonar and Sabis and ZBD and Deluge and like all the things that I touch on it are fine, and Plex is fine on it, and so I don't have a feeling like it's a brittle or that something's going to break or whatever. And when I was like, well, I already have the lifetime Plex pass. Yep. So unless they decide to start pulling shit out of it because they want people to actually buy the Plex pass again or something, I'm not feeling like I want to jump ship. The biggest things to me are I want to be able to access my friends' servers, and it feels like what is only available in a way to do that right now is you got to get on each other's tailnets, because it seems like Tailscale's the only way to be able to access stuff from other people's servers.
From Jellyfins?
Yeah, the Jellyfin's great if you want to do it from your own thing, and that if you're going to run whatever client is going to work on it, there's lots of great clients that work, and they can all look in certain ways. But it's like, how do you share your library with other people?
I have a
Nobody
feeling,
talked about that.
I have a feeling that's as Plex becomes more and more hostile to the idea of personal servers and sharing between them.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably see that as a feature coming up in Jellyfin.
Yeah.
Because as much as I love Tailscale, it is a fantastic product. It works.
It works.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It just works. But that makes it a huge target for enshittification.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically on a timer at this point for it to become useless.
There's already somebody who's made a fork of it, I think, called Headscale. And I'm like, that's great. That means that this thing has to exist. Part of the...
Is it named after Ed Zitron?
Yeah. Part of the... yeah, it's like, I like using Tailscale. I know that it's like, we could be doing stuff with WireGuard, obviously. There's all sorts of things to do with it. But it's like, you just want to have a thing that... Like, Tailscale's great. In my case, really unusual corner case.
Mm-hmm.
My dad goes down to the States. He takes his Apple TV with him. He plugs it in. And then he wants to watch sports from Canada. He can't do that in the States because Sportsnet will be like, I'm sorry, I can't do this, that, or whatever. And I'm like, okay, Dad. So then you go to your Tailscale app on your Apple TV, and you turn on access to my NAS, which is an exit node. Congratulations, you're back in Canada.
This is something I did to Corey when we were on vacation in Japan, because Japan actually does enforce their copyright rules.
Yeah.
And Corey likes to read manga.
Yeah.
Like, Corey, you need to install Tailscale on your phone immediately and exit node out home.
Yeah.
If you're going to be doing this here. You know, on a hotel Wi-Fi? Case Satsu be showing up immediately.
Yeah, I mean, like we were, Heather and I, when we got to, when we were in Japan as well, I forgot to bring an HDMI cable with us. So like, I'll just plug in my phone, HDMI out to this TV, and then I'll just have Plex running on my phone.
Yeah.
And that was how we were watching stuff remotely. It's just like, we can watch all of our stuff off of in the evening if we want to. When we get back, it's like, what do you want to watch? Well, this new anime's in now, so we can watch this. It's like, well, we could be watching it on the real TV, except that this TV in this place doesn't have a subscription to that service, or to that cable, or to whatever. And also, it'll all be in Japanese, and I can't understand it. So,
I want to specifically address Ushrek's comment that Japan doesn't merely enforce copyright, but has zero acknowledgement of any sort of fair use, which is partially true. Because of the doujinshi cultures. You already point out the doujinshi, they're often given these one-day licenses at Comiket and Wonderfest to be, which I didn't realize Wonderfest was a outpouring of Gainax.
oh, really?
Yeah, but they give these one-day licenses to make character goods and sell them in one place.
Oh, interesting. So you can do that there because you've bought into going to the event. You have the right to that license for the one day only to actually sell shit.
Sell it at that event, and then it's not available on your stores or what have you. If it's a...
That's super funny because a lot of bookstores now, bookstores outside of like Horsebone, what the fuck is it called again? Wait, no, I'm thinking of the fake Tora no Ana. Not Horsebone is something else. Anyway, that's from a different series. That's the fake Tora no Ana from a manga series I was reading. But anyway, Tora no Ana stocks a fuck ton of doujin, and Book Off has doujin sections for people who have brought stuff in to be like, I'm selling this back to the store, right? So it's like all this is still getting sold. And there are smaller bookstores now that are actually going to events and buying up doujin to put into their stores. Not as a like, well, we want to stock all this 18 plus material, whatever. They're buying strategically to be like, this
to
is
be able to sell it over time.
Yeah, and they're like, we know these are the things, like, because zines especially were the big thing, is like, we're buying zines and we're putting that also in our store as well.
Because the right of first sale is a different issue from licensing or from character licensing or fair use.
Yeah, so it's kind of fantastic to me, the idea of like, you go and you can buy your stuff at Tokyo Big Sight or like through Wonderfest or whatever when the things are happening. So except that you'll see a lot of that stuff show up in used markets or in new bookstores, but they're bookstores that sell anyway. It's whatever.
jumping back just a bit
Yes,
here.
please do.
Got to talk about people mentioning that we could just use WireGuard instead of Tailscale. Here's the thing. I'm a Mac user.
Yeah.
I am well versed in the concept of taking things that already exist and slapping a very easy to use shell over top of it.
Sure.
And that has value to people.
And also, like, when I'm on Plex, I go to Ian's server, or I go to another person's server, and I just have the thing, and I just click watch, and I watch it.
Yeah. It just works.
If I have to turn on my WireGuard to connect to, like, to actually, like, tunnel into their network, that means that everybody I know has to, me and everybody I know, we all have to set up WireGuard tunnels, and we all have to have accounts on each other's routers.
Yeah.
And we all have to basically be sharing, like they're a big fucking key party we have to be doing. And maybe it's more secure. Maybe it is. And maybe that is the better way to do it, to kind of cut Tailscale out of the whole thing altogether. But I hate that thing of, I just want to be able to, the way I'm avoiding having to have a shit ton of streaming services is knowing that my friends have all of the stuff that I don't have.
Mm-hmm. And there's broad enough shared interest that there's little bits of overlap, but
Yeah.
over the course of all your friends, everything's covered.
Yeah. And if you know enough people who have enough, like, interesting servers, you can really kind of cover, like, I have so much fucking anime. Like, so much. More than I think you have. Definitely more than I think a lot of our friends have.
Definitely.
And so I give people access, be like, here's all of our stuff. It's like, is all this good? Absolutely not. But there is a lot here, and it is stuff that I have, like, almost all of it is stuff that I've watched. There's a few things that I'll never catch up on, but it's like, if I'm the anime guy for everybody, then great. And if that's like, well, Beej is the anime server, so you can go tie into his server and watch anime, then great. And if you were my movies guy, and if, like, you know, or if you're like, I have other people's like, oh, I know so-and-so has a whole bunch of old British shows, or has a whole bunch of old Australian shows. And it's like, that's where I go to watch that stuff. And it's like, all right. Getting a sense of who you have added to your Plex as, like, who has what and what are the things, it does really eliminate, how do I find that thing? How do I add it to my server? Do I even need to have access to it myself? You know, why should I keep a copy of this specifically?
It really does actually cut down on the collective number of felonies we do in a year.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is just this sense that I'm like, I like the whole jellyfin idea, and I'm hoping that they devise a method that works with that, because Tailscale right now, the free Tailscale, this is nice. Used to be 3 things you could add to your tailnet. Now it's 6. You can have 6 devices in your tailnet. That's a pretty strong thing to do in the age of enshittification, where they're like, oh, the free account actually lets you add more devices. That's not a normal thing that happens.
No.
And so for enough people who are working enterprise, that is a thing I think that keeps it at the forefront of, this is interesting and we can make, you know, it's worth us paying for unlimited devices or whatever.
But also, it is step 1 of the enshittification process,
Yeah.
is get people hooked on this service by
Yes.
offering a good free service.
Yeah. Now, if you have somebody else out there who's like, well, I'm also making a free service, I've taken your entire thing and I've made this other product, it's like, good, do that. In fact, make 20 of those. Make it in a way so I can move shit back and forth on it. Maybe somebody will make an open source version.
And we've actually got friends at the company, and they have given us the implication that it is not on the road yet to it, but
Yeah.
it's always possible.
The buzzing in the background.
Everything that cannot continue forever must eventually stop.
Yeah.
But also, HoloWise, well, asking about programs for self-hosted music streaming. I'm not gonna say the name of the green music streamer and podcast ruiner, because they are ruining podcasts.
Oh, good.
But I do also keep my I pay for Apple Music, because I do like their recommendations sometime.
Okay.
But I keep my own personal library on the Plex as well as a way, and I've found very good third-party music clients for the audio library that work better than just the Plex client if you want to be streaming your own music from your own server.
Okay.
Here's my super hack for it, though, is you put together a second audio library just for audiobooks.
Oh, yeah.
And then there are some very good iOS clients out there that connect to your Plex server, but don't have the word Plex in the name at all.
Right.
And run as an audiobook client.
Right. And I mean, you'll be able to do that with Jellyfin quite easily. You know,
Multiple libraries, etc.
Yeah. So
I think what I need to do is start I need to go back to the library and get my card reactivated there. Because I would like to spend more time ripping audiobooks from audiobooks that I've borrowed from the library.
nice. Use the bus as a shield.
Yes, that's defensive driving. Because we do have good home taping laws in Canada.
Yeah.
They haven't been tested because I don't think they ever need to be. I don't think judges would go in the wrong direction in a digital situation like that.
Yeah.
They have to look, oh yeah, no, this is allowed in a different medium. Computers aren't different.
Yeah.
Which is very different from the way that's...
It's definitely the idea that like all the modern kind of more litigious people look at it as like, no, a computer is very different. A computer is amazing and wonderful.
Well, what happened was that we got the DMCA in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's what changed it, and it's not so much the downloading that's the problem, but it's the fact that cracking any sort of encryption, even if it is the worst encryption possible, is still just by doing it a computer crime.
Yep. Big felony.
Yep.
It's so weird, right? Because like part of me there's a feeling like I've been to the movies a couple times this year.
Same.
Not a lot, right? I've only been a couple times.
I mean, more than I have in the past 5 years, but
yeah, that's also true too. And there's the two wolves that live inside of me, right? And there's the one that's kind of like, you should pay for the creative output that somebody made.
Yes.
Because that's important and that you should support good creative output.
I agree.
Yeah.
Patreon.com/votingreadyrun.
Absolutely, right? And we want everybody else to feel that way as well. And there's the other part of me that's like, I don't want to pay what feels like an egregious amount every time I'm kind of coming at this, and that's the thing that's like
The question
streaming services adopting advertising.
Yeah.
You like, it's like you can pay $10 a month to belong to the streaming service, but we're going to put a fuck ton of ads in there. It's like, I was trying to do this in a way that didn't mean advertising. Oh, well, you can do that too. It's $25 a month until next year when it's going to be $30. Until next year when it's going to be $40. Like that kind of attitude.
I need to feather this particular run.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it because we're low fuel and I think I can make it happen. But we do absolutely have to slow down.
Okay.
Anyway. What I like to think about whenever I that comes up is, who am I paying in the end?
Yeah.
Like, most of these productions, the people who are working on them are being paid by the studios to do a job, and then of course they're all being laid off after the project's done.
Yeah.
Games or what Hollywood would have you.
Yeah. Like I pirated games back in the day because you could do it fairly easily, right? And then when I kind of locked my interests around, I like playing Nintendo games, and that's what I want to do. Hey, there's a friend.
Ah, you got it. Good.
Come on in.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Have a good night.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Couple friends. Nice.
12. Yeah. 12.
15.
15.
Yeah.
Math is bad right now, and it'll cause the car to crash.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Can you turn on the lights in the hallway and in the main room? Good. I'm
And
also going to go set the...
Status to stay?
Actually, when you guys go, can you set it to stay? Awesome.
Thank you. Oh, then there's the gas.
Oh, shit.
Oh, well. We'll have to go back to the pit.
Okay. I forgot that it was getting so dark in here. So
It's
just
the
all of a sudden-
cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah, and there's just all of a sudden a person, and I'm like, fuck, who's that? You know, am I going to die? And it's like, no, you're not going to die because there's locks. That's how doors work. They're locked.
And on your heart, too.
Yeah.
That's what I learned from Phoenix, right?
Yeah. There's a, there's just like that you're right. The like,
okay, I used to pirate games when I was younger. When I kind of realized that actually all the stuff I like to play is all Nintendo based. I'm not going to be able to pirate that to my satisfaction.
That's a good caveat, actually.
Right, and it's like you try to do some of that. Like tried a lot of emulation, tried a lot of different things. You brought me back an R4 clone from Japan.
Yeah,
and I used that on my DS for a long time. Because it also meant I could try out a ton of different games that I would never have access to.
But I also brought you back a Spice GameCube.
You did, exactly. No. You brought me back. You brought me back something along that line, but you didn't bring me back the Spice GameCube. That was Jason Hill.
Right.
Yeah. And he came back. He brought me that, which was awesome. You brought me back something different that tied into that.
Might have been the GBA. Adapter bottom?
Maybe, I can't remember.
Anyway.
But whatever it was, yeah. So this is, like, I'm still part of the buying the shit, right? And anyway, there is it's just like, when I got into doing that, and was like, well, I'm not playing PC games anymore as a rule anyway, and I'm not going to think about pirating them, because I also don't have a really powerful PC, so I'm not really think about that. Trying to do like Ultra HLE 64 when we were like all trying to...
Oh yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, try to do that, fucking around with glide wrappers. A lot of that was more about the performance and ability of it, as opposed to I'm doing this so I can actually play a full-ass game.
It was about like it's saying, I have emulated this and it looks cool.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play... Well, I don't have a controller that even works with a PC, so...
Yeah, I'm playing it on my keyboard and shit. It's all kind of messy and also didn't have the money to be running out and buying new stuff all the time anyway. But it was all about, this is like the process and the whatever. It's just about figuring out and learning how to do these kind of things. And then I pivoted to Linux hard when university came around and became that guy for a while.
Yep.
Still am a little bit that guy, which makes me feel nice.
It's a good place to be right now.
I agree. There's a feeling that I get where it's like I've become used to paying for games over time, and as I made disposable income and bought the stuff that I liked and played the stuff that I liked, it was like, that's all good. And it's all the other media where it was like, well, if you want to, what do you want to watch, be? Just like, I want to watch anime. Well, how do you get anime? Well, at this point, you trade tapes.
Yeah, there's three, that specific one, it was trading tapes.
It's because you can go to the store and you can rent it from the video store, but it's not always the stuff you want.
Well, it's not new, it's not...
Yeah, right. You're waiting a long time for people to make the stuff, so then how else do you get it? It's like, well, I'll buy it from the right stuff when they have sales on. So I have a shit ton of DVDs at home, guys, you have no idea. But I bought them all when they were like $5 a piece.
Please support the physical release.
Exactly, right? But then while that's also going on, when torrenting became a thing for anime, I was like, well, this is how I'm going to get to watch it, because fan subbing is like the fastest way to be able to watch the new, fun, interesting things.
And there's a lot more breadth, because it's no longer constrained by its commercial viability.
Yeah, because there's always like the people who are picking out, well, what is it that we think you want to watch? We can only pick 2 or 3 things this year. Yeah. And all the fan subbers are like, fuck it, we're going to pick 30.
We're going to do them all.
Yeah, why not do them all, right? And we'll fight about it. We'll be shitty to each other. And so that feeling of kind of being soaked in that, of all the stuff that I'm watching by and large is this, and then you realize, well, you can get movies that way too. Well, you can get TV shows that way too. What do you want to watch? And so I start like looking through that and exploring that idea. I think that's the Tamago on your left.
Oh no, salmon.
But yeah, that kind of thing of, I kind of naturally slid into approaching passive media that way. Downloading anime soundtracks, buying bootleg CDs from Taiwan, selling bootleg CDs from Taiwan. Not really selling, collective orders. I was not selling anybody anything. The money that they gave me was going on to the... Anyway.
You were not profiting from that.
Yeah, but it was like, look at where I was, and in terms of like how I fit into the media landscape of that era, which I felt was not a lot of people. James remembers that, of course you do. James, meanwhile, is buying the official Japanese release from like CD Japan and like he's getting the real shit.
Yeah.
And that's how the complete Sailor Moon CD list that I was running, that's how that existed, was because I was willing to put in the work to scan shit and like turn it into MP3s, and James was willing to spend the money on buying all the stuff.
Archive that stuff.
Yeah, so that's how that got to the point that it did, and got as big as it did for the time that it existed. But different attitudes, right? But we were all kind of about that, like, oh, you can copy PlayStation games and play them on your Dreamcast thanks to Bleem, or you can you can just pirate like these games and put them on these. We were all looking for those ways to be a part of that, and
Well, part of it was also, again, spreading the culture.
Yeah.
I remember sitting down at our friend Dan Ross's house and him saying, hey, here's this wacky new game from Japan I discovered called Katamari Damacy.
Yeah. How would we have ever gotten that over here if it wasn't for like a whole bunch of people finding? And that's true about a lot of the stuff that came out of Japan, I think, as well, is that it's like a lot of manga and a lot of anime would not have been picked up by a lot of the American companies if they didn't know that the markets existed for it, that there was a huge amount of interest when they go to events and discover that, why do all these kids know about this thing which we haven't really seen, or that we know only exists in Japan? Oh, it's because of the fan subbers, it's from the scanlators and stuff. So we also felt like we were part of, we consider ourselves a powerful culture. And we were changing how those parts of the industry were approaching marketing stuff to us over here. Now, I knew, being in when I was in university in the new media course that I took, I could see why cable television worked the way that it did, because I was being taught this is how cable television works. You buy it. Why do you buy packages of shows? Because you don't like the History Channel.
Yeah.
In fact, 98% of people who buy this, who buy TV,
never watch.
They fucking hate the History Channel and they don't want it. The 2% of people who love the History Channel, we can't carry the History Channel if we don't subsidize it in some way.
Yes.
That's why you buy a package of channels. So we have to put the shitty channels with the really highly sought after channels, so that the 2% of people in the world who want to watch this don't feel like they're being excluded from being able to participate in the culture.
Right.
Otherwise, the amount of channels you would have starts to shrink into what's the most popular stuff, and we're back to having 4 networks again. Streaming upended all that.
Oh yeah, Amazon unlocking the idea of the long tail, and so many. It's not Amazon was the one that unlocked it and commercialized it.
Yeah.
But I've been thinking a lot recently about just the fact that communication can now happen at speed and scale.
Yeah.
Is kind of what's ruining everything.
Yes.
Just forcing commerce on a business-to-business level to go back to even couriering information between people.
Yeah.
And disallowing jet travel or any sort of, if you wanted to have a meeting, you'd have to have it on the phone.
Yeah.
And no one wants to do that because a big executive guy, we gotta have a big meeting together.
Yeah.
But that speed allows the refinement of everything to happen so quickly, to the point where we put out the History Channel, we find our target market and realize that it's not even it's not viable even then.
Yeah.
But
so I think this is when the pivot point came to like Netflix, even before, like just as they were pivoting into streaming. At that time, which was after I was in university, but I saw that and realized, oh shit, that's gonna ruin everything. That's gonna ruin cable television.
yeah.
And they're not gonna know how to deal with that. So how do you deal with that? Well, the thing is that you pivot. Everybody starts to pivot to streaming.
Direct to consumer.
Yeah, MLB got there first. Major League Baseball had like one of the best apps for doing it, and they got there first and realized that because it's sports, that's something that people will pay out the ass for. Like they'll be like, I want my sports, and so give me my sports. And then you had
all these other, like Netflix was like buying up all these shows like on the secondary watch, basically like, you know, your second run movie thing.
Yeah.
That's what I thought Netflix basically was, is saying, we're a second run movie market. Everybody goes watches your thing, but then they want to watch it later, so then they subscribe to Netflix and we mail them a DVD.
They don't want to buy the DVDs.
Yeah, so we'll just let them watch it at home one time and that'll be fine. And everybody agreed to giving them all their fucking movies, and that's why Netflix was the place to go to get movies.
It was so hard to make money off of them because people would have to go to a brick and mortar store and be told, well, we don't have your copy of movie from 20 years ago that you really want. We might be able to order it in, but...
So now we have this problem of everybody saw that and was like, wait, I don't even watch my TV. I'm paying $200 a month for my cable package. Yeah, that seems out of control, but there in Canada, there are people who are paying that much.
Yep.
So it's like, I'm paying this much a month for my cable package. I actually don't know why, when all I'm watching is sports or all I'm watching is a movie like once a week or something. And so then you talk your parents into migrating to streaming, and they don't understand it, but then they kind of start to understand it. Oh, I thought you were definitely going to get hit by that pickup truck. Wow.
The lack of commercials was also a big selling feature at that time.
Absolutely.
Too. And binge watching, too. Like, wait, I can watch all of the first season of Star Trek at once?
Yeah.
With no commercial? Damn. Sign me up.
And so that whole thing, when everyone realized, wow, we're doing TV cable still exists, obviously, but it's like we're doing TV, but now we've got a company that's eating our lunch a few pennies at a time, but they're eating off of our plates. Why are they eating off of our plates? Those are our plates, that's our food. And so that's naturally why we see a dozen media services pop out of the ground, because they all realize we have to be a part of this. And we all have to cost what we think is an appropriate amount of money.
The cartel effect.
Yeah. And so we're all going to charge what you're paying at the pump is going to be the same somehow. And there won't be any proper competition in the way that you expect it, but that's fine. And what we'll do is we'll cut out all the cable companies, and we'll cut out all the... That's why every time you hear from a cable company that's like, we want to sell you internet, and we want to sell you a home phone, and we want to sell you... we'll even sell you your streaming services for you. We'll sell you a package of streaming services as part of your subscription. It's like, please keep giving us your money, because if you just keep buying internet from us, we're going to die.
Yeah, that's a dumb pipe.
Yeah.
And we don't want that.
And it's like, because we want to keep making the money we're making. I'm like, you're a dumb pipe. You shouldn't deserve to make the money you're making.
I was just also reading a little bit of a reason why traditional economics can't deal with the modern world in terms of pricing.
Yeah.
Because traditional economics assumes that prices are taken by the market.
Yeah. Yeah.
That works when there is not an oligopoly situation, which there now is in basically every industry. When that happens, prices are set by the companies, and you as the consumer, you cannot vote with your dollar because you do not have any leverage in the situation.
Yeah. And so we're in this really we're in a miserable state, obviously, right now, and media consumption, and so I'm bringing this all back to what I talked about before. I don't know how to give somebody money for the thing they produce to show my appreciation for making the thing that they make, other than just being like, man, I just want to put $5 in your hand.
Yes, specifically yours, not David Zaslav.
Yeah, it's like, I don't give a shit about those guys because they're all millionaires, and I don't care about putting money in their pockets. It's the people who work 4 or 5 levels underneath them that are like, I want to pay you.
It's the people who work for a job.
Yeah.
Like for a salary.
And we're back to socialism.
Yep.
We're back to working people unions. We're back to, we make the shit, then why aren't we the ones who benefit from the wealth of it?
Check out the latest article on, or not the latest, but one of the recent articles on jacobin.org on market socialism, which produces a very interesting theory of keeping the idea of the market around,
right?
But recapturing capital, such that companies still get to decide on their own what they're making, because a planned economy is difficultly impossible.
Do not want that.
But let the market still decide what needs to be done, but keep the capital in the hands of the people.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who, like in owning a company, it's nice because then you get to be the one who says, well, I control this. I control the money. I make the decisions. It's like, sure, that makes a lot of sense why, especially if you're like a small business owner, it makes a lot of sense to me why you want to be like, but I'm taking all the risk. It's like, only up to a point are you taking all the risk. You're more treating this like, in a lot of ways, that's a lot of spins. In a lot of ways, it stops being that at a certain point of money that you make, right? When you have multiple franchises and when you have stores everywhere and when you have hundreds and thousands of employees.
When the amount of money required to put together a viable business is essentially putting you in a class of people who have access to capital outside of that initial stream of capital, that it is impossible for them to fail at what they're doing, there is no risk being taken.
No, exactly. The only risk that's being taken is that your fellow billionaires are going to get a bug up their ass about how much money you have, and they're going to have you assassinated.
Yeah, I mean, do some research into bridge loan companies if you want some fun about that.
But yeah, I'm just kind of when it comes to the media consumption, it's like I wish I felt like if I could just be like, I want to watch this film. And I love to have a theater to go to, but the theater that I want to go to is the one that costs me $10 or $12.
Yeah,
like we go to the Odeon downtown. Is it the Odeon? No, this Capital Six.
They're the two, but yeah.
But like I go to a second-run theater or a more inexpensive theater. They got the nice like reclining seat thing, And it's like I bring my own bottle of water with me. Sometimes I buy popcorn, sometimes I don't. I know that's how they make most of their money is off the concession. I get that.
I try to buy a popcorn these days sometimes.
Yeah.
Because I don't go often.
Right. And it just kind of feels like I want to go there and drop that money there and somehow feel like the bulk of the money I'm paying at the box office is actually staying with the box office.
Staying in the community.
Yeah. I know for a fact that's not how it happens. 10 to 15% of all money earned at the box office is kept by the box office. 10 to 50% of that money is sent to the producers who actually make the film. The remaining money is held by the distributor. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And if you're hearing this for the first time, that a minimum of 70% of your dollar goes to a distribution partner that does nothing but ensure that the films are making their way out into the whatever, that's how that works. And that's why I think companies like Disney and everybody else also want to see streaming as an alternative as well, is to be like,
cuts out that middleman.
We're the distributor, and it's coming directly to us, and we don't have to give shit to a box office, and we've already paid the producers.
Yeah. Important comment in the chat there. Studio system filmmaking is money laundering. Get there how you get there.
Yeah. So it's hard for me to feel like if I'm at a second-run theater and I take $10 out of my pocket, that I'm like, I feel like I'm supporting the kid who's behind the counter who's giving me a ticket. I'm not. But I am, because if I don't do that, they don't end up having a job there at all. So
and if you want to see some dire staffing, go to your local film house.
Yeah.
Wow, why did I say it like that?
Yeah, go to your movie house.
Hey, we jump back for a quick second here.
Wherever you want. Yeah.
We need to talk to people and let them know. I don't know how many out there know how the cable industry got the way it got to be an industry.
All right.
Because it's funny how history rhymes in that respect.
Yeah.
The cable companies got their start by just simply setting up really good antennas in communities.
Oh, okay.
And refining the signal and passing that signal through cables to local people.
Because the quality of the antenna on a house, you can't afford a really good antenna.
Exactly. You might just be in a bad area for reception. Right. You might be too far from the city center to be able to get the good thing.
Right. So they basically take a bunch of broadcast TV.
Yeah, and then just rebroadcast it over cable.
Right.
It should be no problem. It's an over-the-air signal. It belongs to no. Super illegal. And that's when Congress finally got their ass in order and started regulating the industry. And that's why you ended up with required packages. Cable companies being required now to carry the networks
and local networks.
Yeah, and pay for access for that too.
Yeah.
Remember when we were talking about the early ways to pirate anime?
Yeah.
And watch it online. Remember a little site called Crunchyroll?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you think they got all their media that they were rebroadcasting?
Yeah, 'cause
I'll
that's-
tell you, it was ripping off the fan subbers because often they didn't even bother to remove the watermarks.
Yeah. Basically, anybody who was fan subbing stuff at the time, Crunchyroll came along and grabbed all the things that were popular and then put them on their site as a means for you to be able to stream it.
And then they somehow are able to gambit this into becoming the only streamer of anime.
Yeah. Kind of not good feels.
Not at all.
And of course, I mean, there's no acknowledgement on the website also about like this is how we built our business, because that's not what you do when you're a business. Is you never point out. Here's all the really shitty practices we got up to at the time.
You never admit anything as a business.
Yeah.
You are a squeaky clean entity and always have been.
Yeah. And you know, I get it. Like, I get why you would want to act that way, but it's also like it does feel a little disingenuous when it's like we all know the history here that you basically kind of robber baroned that shit up.
I mean, the problem is that it is what they did was illegal, and they just didn't get caught at scale.
Yeah. Nobody stepped forward and said, "Did you know this is not allowed?" And
But
illegal?
even being able to admit, saying, "Yeah, we still remember our roots as a rough and tumble provider of anime to the people." No, they can't. They can't say. They legally can't say that because that opens up liability.
Yeah.
And then shareholders or Sony gets real upset about that.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's part of a reason why I also won't, subscribe to Crunchyroll. And I think I was gonna try that or Funimation for a month just to see like what would this be like if to do this, because they have licensed manga on there and they have some other stuff on there too. And I think I just kind of came to the conclusion that I giving the money to Crunchyroll to be like I want to support my favorite manga or anime or whatever wasn't the solution. And the best solution I could come up with was, you know what, if I like an anime or I like a manga, I think what I'll do is either, I would buy the manga, which doesn't really happen. I'll just buy the goods.
Yeah. And even that's, you're still supporting the production company.
Yeah.
The people who actually did the work of putting, pen to cell or pen to tablet are still starving in a Tokyo apartment.
Yeah, unless they're making a shit ton of money as like they sold millions of volumes of their work as the manga creator. It's like you generally don't see the kind of overwhelming success.
Well, because you don't sell as a manga creator. You do not sell to your fans. You sell to the publisher, who then you negotiate with on what you're going to get paid. But they are ultimately the ones who are actually doing the selling. Yeah. They are the ones who own the production.
And I imagine that this is supposition on my part, but I imagine that if you're a mangaka and you're selling for the first time, you're so excited to get into Shonen Jump or Weekly Shonen Sunday or whatever, right?
You've gotten into a tankobon. You are now a mangaka.
Yeah, so I'm now being featured in this thing. I have a monthly serialization. I don't know how long it's going to go on for, but people like it. And if it's your first one, if people love it to the point of mania, then and you are the most popular thing since sliced bread, I don't think that your contract that you had with the publisher is going to be very good for your take-home pay at that point.
No.
It's like the publisher's going to make the bulk of the money off of selling goods, and they're extremely happy to know that you have made something that's going to make them a lot of money. But yeah, I bet you that when you make your second series or your third series, at that point, everything changes.
You certainly have a lot more leverage.
Yeah.
But that can also, in its own way, make it more difficult for you to get what you want.
Yeah.
Because then you're the difficult creator.
So then the question there is, it's like, so what do you want to set out and do at that point? We do, self-publishing exists as a thing in the world. I don't know, like if you're so well known that you do all this amazing stuff, maybe you do decide, you know what, I'm going to self-publish this stuff. I'm going to sell it on my own website. People can buy access, or they can buy copies of my doujin that I'm writing for myself at home for like new episodes of whatever thing that I'm making. Maybe that's your solution. I'm not really sure how you treat that.
Distribution does matter, and that is a difficult thing.
Yeah.
We haven't cracked it.
Yeah.
Or rather, I don't think we properly communicated to the audience, to the public, what the open web means. Because I think if we had communicated that properly, I think it would be a lot easier for creators to be able to have better distribution and be able to do that independent publishing thing.
Yeah.
Because it's not, the publishing part is easy. It's everything else around that. It's okay. How do I take payments then? How do I make money?
Yeah. And the tricky part about that too, like, I'll give you an example. I like the artist Brad Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Brad put out a new album the other day, and he put up codes on his Mastodon being like, if anybody want to have the album, and I was like, shit, yeah, I'd love to have the album. I know I like your music already. I was sure if I was going to buy the new album or not. It's just, here's a code, here's the new album. It's called Naturally. It's a lot of fun. I really like it. It's a good vibe. And so that's his 5th album. I have his 1st, his 2nd, and his 5th. So I'm missing 3 and 4, and I'm like, I should go pick those up. So I go to his website, and sure enough, yeah, you can buy vinyl of that if you want. I think he has a CD version, I can't remember, but anyway, it's a vinyl version. He also has digital download, and it's $8 US to buy that, which is so funny because he's Canadian, and I'm like, right, but we're Canadian too, and all of our shit's in US, so
Yep.
Whatever.
It's a lingua dollar.
It's kind of how it works, right? So, and I'm like, man, I guess I could spend $8 on that, and that would be fine, US. But then I think I'm just going to go look on iTunes.
Mm-hmm.
And on iTunes, they are $9.99 Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
That's cheaper than $8 US. And I don't have to do a weird transaction through a website to do a digital download. I can just download it from iTunes, and I own that copy of it, and it's DRM free.
You know what's cheaper than that?
What's that?
$20 a month Apple Music subscription and GAMDL
Nah.
from GitHub.com.
But I did ask him. I was like, if I buy this through Apple's, like through iTunes, that's great for me because it's very convenient.
Yep. Right into your library.
But I want to buy it in a way that is more helpful to you. What's the most helpful way to buy this where you walk away with the most money? Because part of me was just willing to be like, I will e-transfer you because you're Canadian.
Directly.
I will e-transfer you. Didn't tell him this, but was like, I am willing to e-transfer you $20 fucking if you just email me the MP3s, like right now. Like, just if you're willing to do that, I'm willing to make this transaction with you. This is not easy for either of us at this point. This is a ridiculous situation that you should not have to be looking after. But I want you to have the most money. How do you, like, what's the best way to do this? He didn't get back to me, and that's fine. You get busy, notifications, whatever. It's okay. But it did put me in mind of, right, when it's the open web, when you can do a thing like, I can sell my own work, you're not doing it on your own website as a rule, right? You're doing it through a third-party shopping cart service.
Well, we've trained this learned helplessness upon the public that if you need a website, you need to go to Wix.com. Do not go to Wix.com.
Sure. But also, I don't want to manage a shopping cart service. Like, I don't want to have to spin that shit up on our own website and do all that stuff that way for our store either.
Right.
So you try to find a partner it's like, we can do that for you and we take our cut and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, right, everybody ultimately, when your core competency is not website development, you're not going to be the person who wants to do that.
Yep.
So there has to be room for anything but Shopify. But there has to be room for that kind of thing to be like, there must be middle grounds everywhere, obviously. How much are you willing to do? How much are you willing to give to somebody else to do? And then how much of a pain in the ass are we still making it for people to participate in this way?
Yeah, because he could go to a farmer's market with a pile of the CDs and pay
$150 for the day.
Well, no, but just get paid in cash by people who want to get his CDs.
Right.
Problem with that means that his reach is limited to whomever comes to that farmer's market.
Exactly. So
I'm with you on the thing of the open web is the way to go, and we need to preserve that. We need to fight like hell to keep it open. The thing that worries me is we're finding ourselves in situations where the simplest tools are the ones that are getting the shittiest the fastest. So, because I do think that if you make a service that's really good, that you can say, well, we can provide this for you. You do deserve to make some money off the fact of doing that in the first place.
Absolutely.
Yes. So being able to say, I'm going to pay for that is definitely worth it. But it is such a thing as getting nickel and dime to death when you're trying to start out as somebody trying to sell your own stuff.
Yes.
That's where you're not good at it.
Again, this is where the infrastructure comes into it, and where a larger number of smaller providers of services need to exist.
Yeah.
Because it's only once these services... It's like we won't trust a smaller service because they're not a big company.
Yeah.
But if they're a big company, then they control the whole aspect of things. It's almost a little bit like it all comes back to the payment processor. And if they're setting the rules,
Yeah.
And if they're the only game in town, then you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You have no recourse.
Yeah. I mean, you're chasing shit up the chain, and all of a sudden you're like, we're mad at Stripe, we're mad at Visa, we're mad at MasterCard. Like, all those things are shitty as well.
I think Kickstarter did, quite frankly, the best possible outcome for that, which was, well, we're changing our rules so that any sort of sexual content is no longer allowed.
Right.
And of course, backlash immediately happens because everyone knows why.
Yeah.
And so what they do is they turn around and say, okay, well, we're rescinding that rule for now, but be aware we might have to bring it back in some form because we can't negotiate with anyone other than Visa and MasterCard.
Yeah. Like, you can, and if you want to go yell at Stripe about their shitty policies, you can do that. And I'm sure that there might even be people there who would be sympathetic one way or the other. Who knows? Can't tell. But ultimately, there is, and maybe, hey, you know what? Maybe there's people at Visa and MasterCard who are also sympathetic to this thing.
Probably.
And they're like, we think this is bullshit as well. Who are basically saying, but if we don't do what a absolute minority of
Very loud.
prudish shitheads do, then we will catch flack for that by a very large, by a way too large component of political strong arming. And it's like, yeah, it's like when you chase this thing down the line, you can kind of get a sense of, it's like, here's all the places where everyone being shitty is starting to affect everybody.
It's almost like a payment processing system is some sort of an essential service that should be provided by a public utility.
Yeah. It does make me wonder about the EU. Like, because is Stripe what they use over there?
My understanding is they still have the same problems with Visa and MasterCard in general. Not necessarily just through Stripe, but through other...
God, the banking system over there is so nice.
Yes, they have a much better direct, individual to individual online transaction system.
Yeah.
And I think when you start having that, like if I could go to the Government of Canada's website, and say I would like an Interac payment button that I can just put on my own website, and it goes into my business account, and hey, this is a business account, so I'm going to hook that up to the CRA as well and have automatic information there on my revenue. My God, that would be such a boon to people trying to start up a small business.
Yeah. God, I mean, shit, I was trying to put a PayPal button together for the website. Because I was like, I know there's people out there who are like, we want to give you money, we don't...
As directly as possible.
Yeah, and we don't agree with Patreon, and we don't agree with all these other things. And by the way, patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. Patreon is really good for us because our cut is extremely high. Like, it's 90%.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. And that's... I'm like, that's mind-blowing.
I mean, that might be the thing to be leading with when we talk about the ways to pay us.
Well, the trouble is having to explain what the benefits are for every reason why you would back us. Like, we have a lot of Twitch subs, and thank you for doing that, and people give bits and everything, too. Again, we have so many people who are, like, participating in that way. I think there's, like, over 2,800 Twitch subs or something like
We've
that.
had 86 since this started.
Yeah. So, I love this, because, to my mind, when you participate on Twitch, you all know that most of your money, like, I shouldn't say most of your money, but a chunk of your money is going to Amazon and Jeff Bezos and that whole thing. It's going through Twitch first, and then that's getting its way up to, like, all those people. And, like, fucking, we all feel a little bit about that, but also, you know that a big chunk of that money is coming to us, which is lovely, and that you are getting benefits for that. You don't have to deal with ads. You get some badges, you get some other emotes and stuff. Like, there's little benefits that to you is like, it's worth us spending the $5 a month to get that for the fun benefits that we have of being a part of that process.
It's also meeting our customer where they are.
Exactly. And, you know, we're trying to do that more and more with all these kind of things. Again, back to the PayPal thing. Okay, well, for anybody who wants to subscribe to us monthly and give us money through PayPal, why not just make a way for them to do that? Why not just have a button that they can click and say, yeah, I'm now subscribed to your whatever it is that you're doing, and that'll be fine. And I tried to do this for days, looking at how they say the site is supposed to work, and how they say these buttons are supposed to work, and how to understand, well, you say I should be able to do this, but when I make a thing to do that, it doesn't let me. Okay, well, how do I want to do this? Well, what I want to do is say, I want to buy 7 subscriptions to your $1 a month sub. Therefore, I'm going to give you $7 a month. Well, I want to give you 13 subscriptions to your $1 a month thing, so you can have $13 of my money per month. You'd think you'd be able to say, I want to buy this quantity of a thing from a person every single month, and it costs $1 a month, and then that's what you're gonna get from whatever, and I'm gonna have that, getting that thing from them. Okay. No. You cannot do that. You cannot. They say there is a way to set quantity, to say, like, somebody can basically come to that button and be like, how many of these things do you want? They're $1 a month. And you can say, I want 46, and then press that button, and congratulations, you're spending $46 a month on Loading Ready Run this month. They say you can do that. You cannot do that. Yeah. The documentation all says this is a thing you can do, and it's all here, and here's how you set it up. And when you try to set it up, you cannot do it. It does not. All the code doesn't work. And I'm like, this must be fucking Elon's fault from all they tore out, like, all his fucking code that they
back when he wanted to program in Windows.
Yeah. So it's just like, yes, this sucks, and there's no good way to give anybody an option of, like, that kind of direct deposit on a monthly basis. The best ways to do it are kind of what we're looking at with Patreon, Ko-fi, Buy Me a Coffee. There is a service out there called LiberaPay, which is a very Linuxy kind of thing. It's also very EU oriented, and it has that sense of, hey, did you want to sign up for subscriptions or do these kind of things, and the money finds its way into this person's account. And it's like, that all sounds very, very good, EU only, because of the way the EU banking system works. And there's just so many things about being Canadian and asking for people to send us money from America or from the United States that just makes it a
mess.
Huge fucking mess. And so, yeah, if I could figure out a way to do it through Wise, where you guys could sign up with a subscription, like actually send us money to our Wise account every month, I would publicize our Wise tag and say, here, if you can find a way to get Wise to do a thing that because people have you can do recurring bill payments, right?
Yeah.
But we're not a billing.
I was just about, how hard would it be to set up to become a billing?
If there was a way
receiver?
to do that would be kind of cool, but I think that's a little beyond what we can actually do.
Well, there are national corporations in both America and Canada.
But I cannot imagine how you would say, hey, I want to subscribe to this bill that's in Canada. If you're in the United States, they'd probably think, okay, that's money laundering is what's going on there.
Well, I think we'd also have to set up a membership system so everyone has their own account number that they would then pay to.
Yeah, exactly. Now that's gotten a little bit out of control. And so I'm like, that's not really what we're doing, but
Yeah. Can you imagine somebody being taken to collections for missing their LRR bill?
It's just you showing up with the landlord's special.
We keep talking about public utilities. We just need to make this company a public utility.
Yes.
That the government is like, we're completely fine with this. We'll fund it. Like, yes, that's all we've asked.
You know what, Canadians, write your members of parliament to make Loading Ready Run Canada's first comedic essential service.
It'll be the only good thing the Liberals have done all term.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, eBlock says I think PayPal would be into that kind of guaranteed transaction subscription thing, and it's like, there are ways to build a subscription thing, apparently, but it doesn't seem to work properly or correctly. I don't really get, like, you have to basically define what you want it to be, and I'm like, I can't do that to people as a replacement for Patreon, which is what this was kind of looking to be, because I would have to basically lock everybody to a certain amount of money. There would always be $5 a month, and I'm like, I want our $1 and $2 users out there.
Yeah.
I want our people who are paying in Swiss franc, or not Swiss francs, but, you know, CHF or whatever it is. I want the people who are paying us in Filipino currency. I want all of you to pay us in the things that you like to pay in.
Bring me your Krugerrands so I can put them in my attic.
Yeah, I don't want this to be Loading Ready Run is a $5 a month thing, and that's all there's ever going to be to it. It's like, that sucks for me.
Because we appreciate your generosity in
Yeah.
however you choose to show it.
And I acknowledge the fact that there's so many of you living in so many different parts of the world that it's like all of you matter to what it is we do here.
Shit, that is so good.
Yeah.
We have
So
such
nice.
a broad audience.
Yeah.
Oh, good. We got to the appreciation hour easy.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
And I missed a personal best by honking up that last turn.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, we got plenty of time to get there.
Yeah, go for more.
Also enjoying just hooning around. Ooh, that was interesting. And a little hitch there in the frame rate.
Ah.
Going back though, as well.
Yeah.
Talking about games and buying games. Weirdly,
Yeah.
it was me moving to a PC for my gaming as a primary option that has caused me to buy more games.
Is that due to the Steam sale effect?
Yes.
Okay.
It is absolutely due to the fact that I can get games on Steam, and I can get them so easily.
And do you find yourself buying more full-price games even at that point?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I was raised in a family that said we never pay full price for nothing.
Okay, that's cool. I am the same way. I have Deku deals on my phone, and that lets me know when a game goes on sale for the Switch. Which definitely means I look at it for 6 days and consider whether I want to wait for it to drop another 5%. So, and then I let that blow by in the wind, and there's a graph that shows me here's when it's on sale and here's when it hasn't been on sale. So just wait 3 more months. I've committed to myself also being like, if I have a game waiting to play, don't just go ahead and buy your next game. And I have jumped ahead and done that and gotten bit by the fact that those games were cheaper later. So I've been trying to stick to that as much as I can. Did not do that with Yakuza, but I'm trying to stick to it as much as I can.
I did, the last game I paid full price for was Majima Pirate. No, I don't even think I paid full price for that.
All right.
Because I knew I wasn't going to get to it until months later.
Right. Yeah. It does make me... On Checkpoint, we talk a lot. Because of Checkpoint, we have had conversations outside of the show about GTA 6. Because so many games are there. Now that GTA 6 is due in November, I think it's November.
It's a bombshell.
Yeah. Everyone's like, well, we're moving our AAA game to September. We want to get out ahead of it so we can get you playing that game. And to me, that's like, wow, that's an amazing thing to do, that you've just basically said that you know you're going to RTM, like you're going Golden Master 2 months earlier than you had expected to.
Yeah.
So what is that going to look like? But it is, has been interesting because I'm like, you can generate a lot of really good press right now if you decide that you want to release your game on the same day as GTA 6.
Oh yeah, you immediately get all sorts of articles asking, what the hell are they doing?
Yeah, what is this game? Why do you think that your game's so good for this kind of thing? It's like, we have a lot of confidence in our game, and also our game is not a GTA game.
Yep, there will be no shared audience.
Yeah. And that's what I'm hoping for, is more of that, is people saying, I believe that, because it won't matter about Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't give a shit about GTA 6, in as much as they will release games during that time that GTA 6 comes out. It does not matter to them because it's Nintendo. It's all first party whatevers, and they know who they have who are going to play their games. So therefore, it's only people who are operating in that space of, I'm a AAA developer and I don't want to have to come up against losing the initial month of sales, which is the only way anybody thinks about a successful game. Which I still say is bullshit, but that's the fault of press releases, and that's the fault of investors and shareholders, and that's a little bit on the shoulders of video game journalists.
Agree. 100% is, and also on armchair CEO fans.
Yeah, there's that too.
It's like, why the hell are any of you caring what a video game makes?
Yeah.
I thought you were interested in playing games.
Yeah. Like, I know there's that sense of, well, if the game doesn't sell a lot, then that means that there's not going to be many players for it, and therefore there won't be as big an audience for me to also go play with. And I'm like, that maybe only matters if you're looking for a massively multiplayer game. Like, I'm not saying an MMO specifically, but like a game that has that.
Marathon, for example.
Yeah, you want to have lots of different people. Sure. Who gives a shit if it's GTA 6? It's single player.
Oh, I know.
Or small groups of people.
I mean, you're going to get the roleplay community.
Sure. Well, I mean, yes. But it doesn't matter if Microsoft Flight Simulator 2026 comes out the same month as GTA 6, because games like that sell long on the long tail anyway, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter if, I don't know, I was going to say Puzzle Dipon, but like, you know, that kind of game. Doesn't matter if that kind of game comes out of puzzle games or like some new Tetris or whatever.
Puppergeist is not going to compete with GTA 6.
Correct.
And vice versa.
And yeah, and even if it comes out at the same time, the people who want to play Puppergeist but are like, man, I want to play GTA first. Yeah, Puppergeist, you're going to have a hard time of it for the first 30 days or so while you wait for people's bank accounts to fill back up to buy your game. Okay, fair. But if we would...
Shit, yeah!
Oh, hell yes! Awesome!
6-11.
But if we can, like... I say this so much on Checkpoint, but it's like, if we can just start talking like adults about this industry instead of ravenous fiends, the more the gaming industry... Like, the people are like, well, the gaming industry is maturing. I'm like, you sure don't act like you're mature people. You are salivating over market effect and shit.
I mean,
stop that.
They mean something very different when they say mature, in the same way that corporations use modernize to mean ruin.
Yeah, exactly.
To modernize our privacy laws in Canada. How about you just make some goddamn laws that enforce privacy?
Yeah, that's all we wanted. That's all we're asking.
I do not want you to come up into lockstep and understanding with the rest of the Five Eyes nations. I want you to protect me.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty.
Yeah. Sometimes this game is real good.
Yeah. So it's sunrise over there, I guess.
Yeah. It's 7:55. We had some people in that time zone earlier in the chat, and they were complaining about the fact that the sun up sundown is not necessarily fully realized with the latitude, or
it's not looking at weather patterns,
or with the sea. I think it doesn't take into account season. You can fire in any sort of weather you want. You can make it you can make it rain, you can make it snow, you can make it thunder, you can make it icy, but you cannot say it is June.
Okay.
And I think that's where the sun up sundown is happening. Probably fucked up the tides too, but thankfully I'm not dealing with those right now.
Sunrise, sunset. Okay, not bad. I mean, you don't need your lights anymore.
Thank goodness. They do pop up when the car starts, which is nice. So yeah, I think we might have we might have a podcast.
Yeah, I think we just had a podcast. I am looking to I am interested to see what the release of GTA 6 and whatever price point they put it at. I'm interested to see the larger. I mean, I have to be interested to see. I do Checkpoint every week, but it's like I'm interested to see what the ripple effects are going to be in terms of how people approach gaming with what they think is going to be this megalith. And I'm like, what if it isn't? Or what if, much like Cyberpunk launched and was like, boy, this thing feels broken as fuck, and it's only now, like, in the last couple of years last year or so, last couple of years has been like actually playable the way they want it to be. It's like, what if this thing launches and it doesn't feel as good as it should, or bugs crop up that they didn't catch, or that they're unable to kind of account for. People are saying GTA 5 was practically unplayable the first 2 years,
Well,
which I don't know if that's entirely true, but
Rockstar's independent
yeah,
still, right? So I don't think
I think so.
I mean, if they're able to tank the development time this hard between their last game and now, I think they'll be fine. I am worried more about what the implosion of Xbox is going to mean.
Rockstar is a subsidiary of Take-Two Interactive, or was established as a subsidiary, and they are still a subsidiary.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, Xbox does feel like we are watching somebody take the wheel and correct after somebody else corrected and after somebody else corrected. I don't really understand if the strategy is we need to get back to making a console and all that other kind of stuff. I don't know what the strategy is.
Is the theories going around. What's her name? Who's currently the head?
Asha?
Anyway, the point is that she's the Sin Eater.
Sorry, the what?
She is the Sin Eater for Microsoft.
Okay.
She is there to shut the division down and take the blame for it.
Asha Sharma, that's her name.
And that her current actions do support that direction.
I had assumed that Xbox's role was going to be, we're no longer like the Surface, we're going to be a reference platform. I thought that was going to be their role, that they're like, people are not buying us versus the PlayStation 5. Nintendo's off in fucking La La Land, making an incredible success out of it.
Oh, yeah,
which is
Nintendo?
what I love about it. Never give up being the way you are, please. And I figured that Microsoft's role would be like games for Windows, games for Xbox Live for Windows Live, all this kind of back and forth. Oh, actually, the Xbox is now the Asus ROG G Ally Xbox portable whatever, but it's also going to be this laptop. It's also going to be all these other things. And it was like, okay, you want Xbox to mean games.
Yes. Yeah.
That's completely understandable. You want it to mean games like the way Steam means games.
Yep. And you're too late in your way of doing things, and not focused enough on games to be able to make that work.
And at least with Steam being like, we're going to release hardware, but you were saying the other day, incredibly boutique hardware, obviously, right? Steam doesn't have anywhere the hardware manufacturing experience and expertise.
Low volume and high quality, which I would then promote as boutique.
And so but Microsoft has way more experience producing hardware because they've been doing it for decades, even if it's not always been PCs. And it seems to me that, you develop a reference platform that you call Xbox, and you're like, this is Xbox. This is not an Xbox. This is Xbox.
Everything's going to run for this reference of hardware, etc.
Yeah, you will. If you buy something that has Xbox stamped on it, then you know that at minimum, it's going to be able to do this, this, and this.
Which
That's
is unfortunately not what their audience wants.
They want a PS5 beater?
No, if you talk to if Xbox means games, and you're going to ask a person to buy a PC,
right?
Even if it is a turnkey PC gamers want the best performance.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
They
yeah.
don't want a reference platform. They want better than the reference platform in all ways.
Right.
And you say that, yes, Microsoft has experience making hardware. They don't have experience making popular hardware.
No. Like, I'll give it to them. The Surface definitely got a lot of people very
The
interested.
Surface has a very dedicated following, but
it is not
in no means a mass market device.
Yeah, we're not talking Dell laptops here, kind of sales.
We're not even talking iPads.
Yeah.
And a Surface can do a hell of a lot more than an iPad can.
Yeah.
So yes, the Zoom also existed and was a fantastic product.
Yeah.
That people didn't want outside of a very core group of people who cared about the good hardware design and liked their features.
And there's always people who are going to be, in a part of a core somewhere who are like, man, I love that Windows Mobile. There were people who were like, I'm into this. It's like, okay.
Would have loved to have played with it because it looked interesting and good. But the problem is, for Microsoft to be able to execute on their embrace, extend, extinguish idea, is that you need people to be embraced.
Yeah. So, if you're like, the weird thing, I guess, is I feel Steam Deck has demonstrated to me that there is a market, even if it is a small market, but based on sales, like it doesn't seem like it's that small. It's like there is a market for people who are like, I like the idea of being able to have a secondary device to play my video games on. Maybe it's not my primary, but is my secondary.
Interesting.
And I feel like Steam Machine is that same idea of, I'm interested in having a living room device in which to play my video games.
Yes.
And so there is to me, it's like Xbox could occupy those categories of, we want this to be a place where you can play your Xbox video games that are also things that would work on your PC, but you can also play them on these other devices. But if you do that, then you're publishing games to a software setup on a PC that people are having to spend like $2,000 or $3,000 for.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you get to do that with until you get to a point where it's like, actually you can just buy this year's Xbox, like you buy this year's iPhone, and maybe this year's Xbox is much like an iPhone. It's $1,000.
Well, let's think
because
about...
it's a PC that just works when you plug the fucking thing in.
Here's a couple points about that line of thought.
Sure.
Is that I will push back a bit on the idea that people are buying it as a second device.
Okay.
I think a lot of people are buying it as a second device, but anecdotally, a lot of the people I see talking about this device on my social feeds are people who are buying it not just as their primary gaming device, because it's something that can dock with the TV and also be portable, but also because it's not a PC. They don't need to deal with Windows or learn how to use Windows.
It's an appliance.
Yeah, and it works, and Valve maintains a list of things that will guaranteed work on it.
Yeah.
Of their own selling.
There's a lot of value in selling somebody an appliance. That's why the Toyota Corolla has done so well for decades.
And Toyota Corolla is perfectly capable of being an enthusiast vehicle as well.
Yeah.
People love their Corollas.
Yeah.
That's what we're driving effectively here right now.
Yeah.
But about the yearly thing, I don't think we'll see that, because even before the Rampocalypse occurred, remember that the Steam Machine has been out for years. Or not the Steam Machine, the Steam Deck.
Yeah, Steam Deck.
And has not received an update. And despite that, the general gamer community attitude towards it is not, oh, this is old and has a bad chip and you shouldn't buy it. It's still like, if you want the best experience in handheld gaming, just buy a Steam Deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing works the way you expect it to.
So I feel like we'll see updates to it as makes sense.
Yeah.
But Valve also knows what games people are playing on this thing.
Well, yes.
In a way that Microsoft definitely does not get that same sort of information.
Yeah, they're getting their own sales data.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to, obviously, people will have to volunteer. Or I shouldn't say volunteer, but it's like they're going to have to do some deep dive to get other information, mining it out of whatever else. It's not they have a. I mean, technically, Microsoft
could be looking at everything that's on your Windows PC and
yes.
you know, sending telemetry back, obviously.
Absolutely, but they're not going to get the telemetry out of Steam itself.
No.
There,
Yeah.
and that's an advantage that Valve has there.
Yeah.
I think I need more everything actually.
Okay.
We're down to 4 pips on the fuel. Could use some new suspension.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny because the Xbox was, like, to my mind, it's like we're releasing a console and we have all these ideas about a gaming console in a house because
Well, that was a very a home hub time of.
yeah, it's a little bit different of a time, and so this idea from back in the 70s of I buy Pong or I buy Color TV Game 6 or like whatever, right? And that's
Magnavox Odyssey.
well, not even that yet, right? But it's like I buy this thing, it is TV game, and and it does this one game, and that's what we play. And if I want to play the other game, I have to buy the other game and then come along and plug that in when we play the other game.
Right.
And then Channel F, and then the Odyssey, and then like the ColecoVision and all those kind of things. They come along and it's like, well, wait, what if we just sell you a computer? We don't call it that, but it plays video games, and then the crash.
Yep.
But then the resurgence of that thing of like, this was never a bad idea, it was just badly done. So the home computer, the Atari ST, the Commodore 64, the VIC-20, the, you know, for everybody in Europe, their specific BBC Micro, ZX Spectrum, like all those kind of things. Everybody, massive competition there. The glut of cheap home computing, almost always for games.
Yes.
Like 95% of that was all just for games. And
because there was no interconnectivity. You played a game or you typed up your report and printed it.
yeah, and so we had, I feel like we have existed for so many decades in this kind of thing of not general purpose computing. And general purpose computing coming behind it was like, well, that's being thought of as being for games, but we also want to make Dad feel like, well, he can make a spreadsheet out of it or type up a report at home or some shit. You know, there was that going on too. Still, games were kind of the main driver behind advancing technology.
I think they were treated as as the first thing you buy on them, but having that open back end, especially with BASIC, really opened the eyes of an entire generation.
But yet the Sega Master System, Sega Mark III, you know, the NES, Famicom, PC Engine, TurboGrafx-16, like none of these earlier consoles ever took the position of, oh, we can be a general purpose computer too, right? I mean, Famicom with Family Basic, please ignore some of this stuff, but let's, their focus.
They had an idea.
Yeah, their focus was, we want it to be this. And so we had general purpose computing coming up at the same time as appliance computing.
Yeah, and remember that appliance computing, because it is games-based, was an artifact of the arcade.
Yeah. You need this thing to work every time.
Yeah.
And you need it, it's going to be in the hands of a child.
But also it is here to specifically play games.
Yeah.
Again, because it's about software, stupid. And you go where the software that you want to run is.
Yeah. And I really kind of have this, like, we've done it for so long, and none of the consoles haven't died.
No.
Right? The push to keep them at state of the art, even if that's changed companies as who's doing that kind of thing, even who's going to have precedence in, like, who's going to win the console wars this generation, that whole idea. It's like we are seeing, God, there's a nut here that I'm feeling ticklish about, and I'm trying to put it in the right words, but it just feels like we're seeing things that should be dying, right? It's like, why hasn't the appliance died? But the reason the appliance hasn't died is the reason why the Mac is still an extremely popular computer, but the fact that the iPhone has outsold it. Because when it comes down to it, an iPad and an iPhone
feel way more like an appliance to people than an actual general purpose computer
Well,
does.
they are.
Yeah.
They are not a general purpose computer. They are closer to a console than they are to a.
Yeah. And so, if that's the case, then I guess the strategy of Xbox saying we want to make this a large thing, like we want to make this a more general reference platform for you to kind of build your own consoles, Asus and fucking maybe Dell wants to do one, or Samsung wants to do one, or whatever. Maybe the idea of like, actually we don't want you to do that. We want to keep our console together. We want to try to compete in this area because people will pay for an appliance and enjoy that more.
Maybe.
But it seems like it hasn't been the case for them.
But they also want to sell Windows licenses too, which is why you get the Windows handheld systems.
Yeah.
I think the Xbox that I find the most interesting and mourn the most actually was the Xbox One.
Yeah.
Because that was the one that was it was way too expensive.
Okay.
And the PS4 was just such a perfectly tuned gaming machine that had all the right games on it that it right out of the gate won the war.
It had its software pretty much right off the bat.
Yeah, from first party major AAA titles to being able to play things like Towerfall, and spend $5 on a game that 4 people can get in front of a computer and actually have some fun with. And that was when the indie scene really started to take off as a thing.
Draconite Dev. Yep. Console not just haven't died, but game sales on console dwarf PC game sales. Interesting. Well, and they're saying only 5% of the sales of the game I work on are PC.
Interesting.
And I think that could also be taken as mobile platforms. And I don't mean like, mobile gaming, the Match 3 kind of mobile gaming. I mean PUBG Mobile. I mean things like that, where it's like I can play Genshin Impact on my phone.
I think that's definitely a non-North American phenomenon as well.
Yeah, but I think it also is having a lot of pressure and effect on, as you see Chinese companies come up into that. They're like, well, we're concentrating on Android because we, and on iOS because we know that's where the bulk of our
Yes.
playership is going to be. They don't have PCs. They're not even going to buy a console.
No, they don't have room in their homes for PCs.
Yeah. So they have a phone and they own that and they're willing to spend the money on the phone. So we're going to keep selling them games on their phone, and they're going to sell them good games on their phone, not just like the kind of, well, it's all going to be free to play shit in a lot of cases, but it's not just going to be you're going to play Snake.
Games will be made because there is a market there too to accept them. But what I liked about the Xbox One was that it was attempting to be more than just a console in very interesting ways.
You wanted it was trying to establish itself as a home hub?
Yeah, in a very real and very interesting way. The upgrades to the second generation of Kinect really increased the capabilities.
Okay.
But again, because of the economies of scale that games need, unless they're an exclusive, pretty much tied to a first-party development studio, the economies of scale demand that you be able to release on multiple platforms. But in addition to I just lost the
Xbox One.
the thing, the camera, on
The
it.
Kinect.
The Kinect. In addition to the Kinect, there was also the HDMI pass-through.
Oh yeah.
Which meant you were now able to use the Xbox to interact in interesting ways with other media that is presented to you visually, not necessarily on the platform, either as a DVR or as an overlay or allowing you to play games picture-in-picture.
Right.
It was, you could have, and they could have brought back 1 versus 100 as a TV show on ABC when they still had a partnership with MSNBC.
Right.
But then, in addition to playing the game, watching the show, if you're on an Xbox One, hey, launch the app and now you can be one of the 100 on the people who are playing on the big network.
Right. Yeah.
But that amount of hardware added to the console did not help it sell.
Yeah.
And there was nothing, at launch a lot of promises at launch of what was possible, but not a lot of good demonstration.
I mean, you mentioning the Xbox One though does put me in mind of the Wii U. because the Wii U gamepad has a dedicated button that says TV on it. And it had a console, or it had a camera on the gamepad that they talked a lot about. Here's what we want to do with this camera on the gamepad that faces you. Like those kind of things, right? We want to use it for video conferencing, essentially, right? But the TV part was, you'll be able to click this and you'll be able to browse TV listings on it, and then you'll be able to interact with your TV as a means of, I want to watch this show because it's on right now. You press that button and then it would actually set your TV to that kind of thing,
Same
right?
as the Xbox One.
Right. And so the ideas of trying to adapt these things into home hubs, everybody was making a stab at this because Apple TV was out at the time too, and they're making a stab at this. Like everybody was trying to, Rokus are fucking everywhere. We haven't had smart TVs yet.
Yep.
Oh, those were the days. But it's like, my point there is that I feel like every time a console has tried to reach a little farther than what people have actually wanted to see out of it in terms of a broadening feature base, that has never been the thing that people have been really wanted to buy that console for in the first place.
No, certainly not. And especially in that generation.
Yeah.
When the PS4 ate everyone's lunch by just having so many good games.
Yeah. And it kind of, I mean, it's the whole, like, it's a software stupid, right? It illustrates that idea of, you can try to design an ecosystem, you can try to design whatever around it. You're not going to have the same... The Apple TV strikes me as that should be way more console-like than it is. It has come along in that way.
Oh, it's definitely powerful enough to be a games console in its own right. Completely.
Yeah. And I've been waiting for them to release an M1 Apple TV. Because it was clear to me that how many M1 computers they were still making, that were still, even when the M3 was out, they were still making a lot of M1 stuff. And I'm like, okay, so at some point that M1 is going to end up, it's in an iPad, okay, so it's going to, you're going to keep making that chip for a while. It's going to go into the Apple TV at some point. It has to at some point, and they haven't done it. But I'm like, if it did, that would definitely elevate what its capabilities are past just being what it can do and being like, yeah, we're actually positioning this as a gaming console in addition to everything else that it does.
Again, this comes back to, it's about the software, stupid.
Yeah.
And Apple fucking doesn't know how to make or allow people to make software.
I mean, if you can play Mac games, like games that are available for the Mac.
Which ones?
I don't know what's
am
on.
I playing them in the first month of their release, or am I waiting?
I don't know what's on Steam right now that's available for the Mac. But if you can play those things on the Apple TV, and not just like you can play stuff that's been ported to the Apple TV, but actually like, no, we support Mac games out of the box, the way like a Steam Deck supports Steam games for Linux out of the box. Yeah. If you had that going on, that could make a difference to a lot of people who are like, oh, I like this. I might do this more, or focus on this, or maybe not focus on buying a console from somebody else.
I wish that could happen.
I just don't want to buy a $600 Apple TV.
No, I'd rather not do that myself as well. But, no. When as long as Apple controls the platform in terms of what's available to be installed on it, we're never going to get anything interesting or anything really exciting or daring on those platforms, because the risk in terms of being able to build it is too high. A lot of people don't understand that, yes, Apple does control the platform and reviews every piece of software that goes on there. What you don't hear often is that there is no way of knowing whether or not they will accept what you submit.
Oh yeah, it's a black box.
Yeah, and there's no guidelines around it. You cannot ask in advance, hey, I'm thinking of making a combination photo destroyer / torrent client. Do you think that'll be okay?
Yeah. Like, I don't know, try.
And so and so now you've put in years of development time, because you're not allowed to submit for review until you're ready to release.
Yeah.
So why take that risk? Why take any risk?
I mean, when it comes to, like, I would say that when it comes to games, though, that you have a pretty good idea that a game can get accepted for a platform. I mean, if it's a very controversial game, you might not, like the guy, forget his name, but he made Cobra Club and makes a lot of like games that have been banned off of Steam and stuff for being highly explicit, but also because they're gay. And I'm just like, that's odd. And yeah, that kind of idea of like, if you were trying to make that solely for the Apple platform, there's probably a good chance they'll be like, you can't release that on our platform.
But also, if you're making a game...
Or in our app store anyway.
If you're making the game for the iPhone, iPad, even Apple TV, you don't have that reference platform, as you were saying. You have to target your first, your best interface for what is available, which is going to be touch. And maybe it's, controllers, things on screen for touch, which is a bad experience in my point of view.
Yeah.
But you can't now, your first development release platform has to be touch-based, which means that you are going to be making a fundamentally different game than any other platform other than mobile. You can't rely on cross-release between the Mac, the PC, and the consoles.
I mean, like part of when I picture that for like Blueprints, for example, right? It's like, you might even be able to play, because Blueprints is a fairly like straightforward game, and it's not action-packed.
Maybe, but it's still based around a first-person WASD.
Yeah, and it's like, you could, but I'm saying you could play that with the 4th generation remote. You could do that, but I also see exactly how it would suck.
Yeah.
It would suck extremely hard. So the presence of a game like that isn't even high action, but it does require that you move around first person and whatever, naturally requires a controller in that case. And if Apple's point of view is, we want to get more games onto this platform that are basically best used with controller or best used with keyboard and mouse, or however you want to look at it, they would naturally then have to change the platform, and they'd naturally have to say, well, if we're going to do that, then you have to. It's not
to bundle in the controller.
You have to bundle in the controller. Like, that's just all there is to it. Like, they'd be like, well, I guess you can do that. They might figure out how to make a good, interesting, whatever kind of controller. Who knows? But it's like, I feel that's where they make the change to be like, this is no longer just a home hub, or this is no longer just your thing you used to play media. We want this to be a gaming console. Yeah. This one, they all come with controllers now,
and it's got the power. It's got the support, or the power for it. I mean, Elden Ring would run like butter even on my Apple TV, and even better on my phone.
Oh, sure.
But if there's no if there's no way of creating that good experience, then the companies won't do it.
Yeah. And I still think there's people who work at Apple who give a shit about the experience.
Oh, I absolutely believe there are people at Apple who give a shit about the experience, and they are not anyone in the C-suite.
No.
I don't think Tim Cook likes computers. Say what you will about Jobs, but that he loved computers.
Yeah. What do you... I know next to nothing about John Turnus, who is apparently the heir apparent.
Oh, he's already CEO?
Is he? Oh, yeah, I think, and Cook's just moved to chairman of the board.
Yeah.
It was very odd not seeing him at WWDC opening the show, because that's what I expected, and I thought, maybe this hasn't happened yet.
People were very curious as to whether or not there would be sort of a handoff or passing the torch or something, but it looks like Tim at least is still spokesperson for the company.
Sure.
But him still being chairman of the board is dangerous enough, because it means he's still going to be... I mean, Turnus is an insider. He is not a pirate. He is Navy. And that means the only way you get to work your way up in a company to the executive suite is if you do what the executives agree with.
Right.
And so that doesn't give me... He's a software guy.
Yeah.
Or he's a hardware guy. Either way, it's all good. He's more of an actual engineer than anyone ever has.
Yeah, that was very disrespectful.
Look, I used to love a company, and I've learned now to not give any love to corporations.
Yeah, true. They don't love you back. Yep, that's true. I still have a dozen Nintendo shirts.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
But I'm sure glad I didn't get that Apple tattoo when I was in my teens.
Ah. I just want to know if I'd like to see if actually, you know what, we are going to see. We are going to know. Like, I wish I knew more now about what's going on, but it's like, yeah, I guess we're going to see and find out what they're doing. I am just very happy that in their own little way that they just kept dialing back and giving you sliders and giving you all sorts of shit to disable as much of the liquid glass as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I hope everyone continues to bitch about this. I hope that this is like something you have to live with for 3 or 4 years. I hope that a lot of really well-placed, really respected people in their communities, in the punditry and the whatever you want to call them, say, this is a fucking joke, and I can't believe that you want to maintain this.
And this is, again, another case of a company being unable to say that it is wrong.
Yeah. I don't miss my headphone jack on my phone. I don't.
Especially not with the experience that they replaced it with. Yes, you do have to buy into the Apple ecosystem in order to enjoy that tie-in. But when you're there, it's real good.
It's nice. And I mean, and you can get a USB-C to headphone jack adapter, and you can plug that in. It's like, yeah, it's another little cable that you have to have. That does suck. I completely acknowledge that too. But also at the same time, I'm still here thinking, man, I don't really miss that headphone jack. And because of that, it's the thing where I guess maybe I would put to people, it's like, I know a lot of people are mad about it. I think some people are performatively mad about it. I think some people are actually mad about it. I can understand that. Because, yeah, you want to be able to plug your $5 headphones into your phone.
Yeah,
I get it.
It was a reduction in freedom. It was a reduction in features that people did care about.
Yeah, and that's completely fair.
Some people have some really nice headphones.
Yeah, but I also wonder if people feel as well that when it comes to this kind of stuff, what other things do you think that you could not excise from a phone, but just excise from other bits of what you do with your technology or what you do with the things in your house, or like just the kind of things you interact with on a day-to-day basis? Like, well, what if you could get rid of I already know some people have completely excised turn signals from their fucking car because they never use them.
Yep.
But it's like that kind of thing. It's like, I wonder, when you really think about it, this thing that feels really obvious, could you remove that, and how would you approach that experience after that?
So I think it has a lot to do with the context in which I'm using the phone. The reason I don't have a problem with losing the headphone jack on my phone is the feeling I got the first time I went to wash dishes with my headphones on, and I didn't catch my cord on my arm in any way. And I'm like, this is good. This is perfect freedom. I still use headphones to listen to music quite a bit, but I'm doing that at a desk on a computer or at a vinyl. If I'm moving around, I value that freedom of movement more than I value that freedom of choice as to what kind of headphone I'm plugging in. And I still have freedom of choice. I'm not running Apple AirBuds. I'm running Sony's from 3 generations ago that I bought because I'm able to swap the battery out. And it's not as clean as the Apple experience, but it's still a pretty premium Bluetooth experience.
Yeah,
which is fine. But talking about things that you can get rid of, and ways that make it bad. Let's talk a bit about the Ferrari bad-looking. Thank you, Johnny Ives.
I don't know which Ferrari the new one,
the brand new electric one,
the electric one that
that was designed by Johnny.
Okay,
and you can tell way too much round shit. But a couple of things about it that are, I think, regressions, but feel like they're supposed to be features. Number one is the lack of a rear view mirror.
Interesting.
That's been replaced by a camera with a screen. And it doesn't even matter if you've got if it's a rear view mirror in the same place where a rear view mirror would be with a high definition screen.
Right.
This actually may not matter to you because of the lack of 3D.
Well.
But when you are looking at the rear view mirror in a car, because it's fully optical, you are able to keep the same focal distance in your eyes from going forward to looking back. You're not having to readjust.
Interesting.
There's no. It's.
I'd never considered that.
Yeah. Very easy.
So it's literally a screen up here that has a camera in the back. So when you look up, you're seeing what's behind you, but based on the screen.
It looks exactly like a rear view mirror, except that you have to focus your eyes to 2 feet away rather than keeping the same infinite focal distance.
Wild. I never thought about that.
Yeah. Second is there are laws in the U.S. that are keeping this from happening, but the car companies absolutely want this because it's a great way to reduce costs. No side mirrors.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Just little camera pods that give you another screen either down there or in the center console.
Right. I really like the idea of cameras that show me a much wider view of what's going on all around my car.
Yes.
But I also understand that the mirrors are there. They are safety equipment, and I don't like the idea of, they should come out of the car because they're affecting the look of the car, or they're affecting the performance of the aerodynamics.
Oh, yeah, the aerodynamics they try to make.
No.
Not at the speeds your car is going to be going.
No, I consider them safety equipment. Like, I remember my Volare.
Yeah,
left mirror only, because that was what was legal back then. You only had to have a left mirror on it.
Oh, and then you can save $20.
Yeah, exactly.
That adds up over the cost of a production run.
Lots of cars made before and after the Volare that had a right side mirror, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But because the laws were that you only have to put a left side one on, there was only ever a left side one on my car, apparently. And my car was made in the 1980s, or was made in 1980. And I'm like, I don't know if that was a package, if that was a mirror delete, that it's just like, I don't want that one on the side of my car. But there was never any screws in that area of my car. There was never any holes. It wasn't like anybody removed that fucking thing. And I was like, so there just never was a mirror here. It's like, yeah, there was never a mirror there because at the time of the design of the vehicle, it was not necessary to have that. But I'm pretty sure that you could get Dodge Aspens and Plymouth Volares with both mirrors.
Yep.
So I don't quite understand. But again, left mirror only, that's what there was. And I wanted both. Like when I finally had a car that had a right-hand mirror, I was like, yes, glad I have gone back to having a right-hand mirror again. It's much nicer. I mentioned the thing before, like, what could you see yourself leaving off? And I mean, there's some things where we're like, we all know, I would take all the smart shit out of my televisions and I would make them a dumb monitor again, and I would gladly pay another $400 for that privilege if I could just have a dumb fucking extremely fast screen. I will pay you more money to take the thing out, but not that much more money. Touchscreens are an interesting idea that got brought up. It's like, there are a lot of instances where I do feel like there's a lot of stuff that presents me with a touchscreen where I would much rather have the tactile experience of interaction. I understand why you walk up to somebody's house and like their apartment complex, and there's just a big touchscreen there where you type in the whatevers and get their names. I'm like, now when I do that at Joe's house versus your house, which you have to type in things and you have to press buttons over and over on the keypad, I will say that interacting with his house is a lot nicer when it works.
Yeah, and that's exactly it.
Yours always works.
Yes. And that's where the other car thing that's such a problem now is electronic doors.
Yeah.
And glove boxes.
Oh, yeah.
There is no reason for those to be electronically actuated only.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you can have a button that will, open the doors for you or open the glove compartment, but you gotta have that easily accessible cut chunk. I can just get out and use it.
I want a latch, and I want a latch that's manually controlled. I mean, I like having power mirrors, I like having power windows. I like having the automatic windows that when I press the thing
one time and it goes all the way up.
And I press it a little bit further and it goes past the little clunk and then I can just let go and the thing winds all the way down. I like having that too.
Yeah.
I think that if I had a vehicle again that had manually crank windows, I think I'd be fine with it. I think I wouldn't worry so much.
I have been in that situation for 5 years, over 5 years now.
Because of the Mini, yeah.
And I mean, I joke about like I don't want to put it in because it's added weight, but it is a significant amount of added weight.
Yeah.
And it's a number of things that can also break down, and it's not that hard to crank down your window.
I did have to replace the motor in my 190D, my red Benz. Did that in the parking lot, and that took a couple hours to get the door card off and everything else, and get in there and pull the old one out, and then get the new one in and get it properly seated, and and then once everything's in there, put everything back, and it worked, and I feel very proud of myself for being able to do that kind of work on my own. Absolutely. Yeah. That's great. Crank would have never had that problem.
Nope. Would have never even happened.
Yeah. The window may have fallen off the arm that goes up and down because of that, and that's a completely different problem. But
also much easier to fix.
Yeah.
What I will say that I wish the car had, and
Yeah.
I might be, I don't think I'm even willing to actually do the work to put it in, power locks.
Yeah, that's kind of a nice thing to have.
And that's mainly just due to a vagary of the way the Mini's locks work.
Right.
Is that you can, if you open a normal car door, you can generally push the lock button
Yes.
and then close it.
Yeah.
You cannot do that on the Mini.
Door close first, then lock.
You can only lock the door when the door is closed.
Right.
You can do it from the interior, but if you lock it after it's open, it will bang off the little thing and just go clank.
Oh, yeah, no,
It feels real bad.
Yeah, that is. So what I've seen in cases like that where they're like, we don't want you to lock your keys in the car for that kind of whatever. The actuators that I've seen are if you lock the door on the outside and you slam the door.
They open,
As soon as they hit the thing, the thing pops back up, and then you have to lock it with your key, obviously, or lock it with the power locks. But that thing I do like, that kind of action, that kind of activity.
The fail-safe.
Yeah, I don't ever want to be locked out of my car if I can help it. But it is frustrating when you're only working with your normal keys and you don't have a power system, that you're like, and then I shut the door, and then I have to lock the car. But that's what my Benz was like. My 190D was, I shut the door, and then it pops the thing up, and then I have to put the thing in and turn it, and then
but that gets all your locks.
Closes everything.
My bugaboo is when I'm out and driving with Corey.
Yeah.
I'll either need to wait till she gets out of the car completely and closes the door,
Right,
and lock it from the interior, or I need to walk around the car. I know, walk around the car and lock her door manually with the key.
Around your absolutely massive Mini Cooper. Wait, hang on. Is yours a Cooper?
No, it's
just a Mini.
Yeah,
Okay.
Base level Mini.
Okay. And when I saw in the game that you had a Mini Cooper, I was like, oh, and then I saw, oh wait, it's Austin Mini Cooper S Works. Okay, it's the real high spec one. But
Yeah, and that was one of the older ones. We got the two in there actually.
Yeah.
There's the high spec, and then there's mine.
Do you want? I don't care if I have knobs on my television, but I want discrete buttons. And not only that, I want them in a place that makes some real sense.
The only buttons I need on my television are power on
Yeah.
and input control.
Oh, okay.
I would rather actually have a TV that has the power button
Yeah.
in an easy space, that is fast, that does not require a hold to turn off.
Yeah.
I want to push it on, I want to push it off.
Yes.
And then I want a dedicated button for each one of the inputs, and I want it on the side of the bezel,
Oh, interesting.
extended just a bit so that they are visible.
Yeah.
So that I can look and say, yeah, I'm going to push input 2 because that's going on now. But I have no need for a channel changer because I do not have
Change the
cable.
channel.
I mean, even if I had streaming TV from TELUS, they'd give me their own set-top box.
Right.
Or I'd be using it through the Apple TV. I only use the Apple TV remote for my TV, except when I need to change input.
Right. I mean, Texan has power, channel, volume, input, menu, and I'm like, that's 7 buttons. That's a lot of buttons. They are all kind of useful.
in their own way. I do think your thing of every input has its own button, so when I press it, it just changes that input is like, I think that's a little more specialized, but I'm not going to say you're wrong because this is what you want, right? So I get that.
Well, that's all I need.
Yeah.
And anything else is either an annoyance or bloats up the control scheme to the point where it can no longer be that simple.
I don't mind the power menu up-down buttons where it's like up and down might be choosable for like channels normally, but the power menu up-down thing you'll see in a lot of monitors tends to work for me when I'm trying to select things on like change an input on the monitor or whatever.
But on a TV, I'd much rather do that on the remote control.
True. I mean, I'd much rather have my HDMI CEC working like a functional human being would expect things to work, but anyway, it does seem to work not bad, but other things though on a television, like I don't give a shit about speakers anymore.
Doesn't need speakers.
You could cut the speakers out, I think it'd be fine. A tuner, I don't think I need that on a TV anymore, but I also know that there's people in the world who would need one, but it's like, I kind of don't need that.
I mean, it could be an option. That
True.
could be something you plug into one of your
inputs.
And clicks in such a way that it's semi-permanent.
Yeah, that would be an interesting idea. I don't need the smart stuff, and I don't need like a lot of the higher end, like having Dolby Vision versus just HDR10. I mean, all that stuff's going to be fiddly mechanics of like how do you want your television to look, and I don't mind a little of that, but okay, so maybe some other things now. Something else we interact with the regular. How about like stoves and fridges and shit like that, like white goods?
Never. I never want to buy anything with any electronics in it if possible.
Yeah.
I love my coils. Well, it's not a coil top. I've got the glass top, but
yeah.
It's at least radiant glass top, not halogen.
I certainly like. I'm interested in getting an induction top stove at some point. It'll be a whole range. It'll be with the oven and everything built in.
I could enjoy an induction top.
Yeah.
But I feel like I know my stove well enough now, and what level the knob needs to be at to get the pan heated up to temperature where it needs to go down to in order to fry that egg so that it slides around no matter what I'm cooking it in.
Sure.
It's that predictability that I want.
I think what I would like is on my stove, and just talking my stovetop and not my oven. I think what I would like is a readout from each burner. Like, I want it to be knob controlled. I like that. I'd rather, instead of being 1 through 5 or 1 through 10 or just hash marks on a whatever, I'd like it to actually say what max output is going to be. And if that's done through like a 7-segment display or something, I would like that just to say you're now pushing 800 watts. You're now pushing 1200 watts.
Just to know what that is?
Because looking at that little induction one that we have, that gives you the readout, I'm like, oh, actually knowing how much energy I'm putting out of any burner is helpful. Now, if that's on the back screen for like a thing that I'm using right now, I'm turning the thing and it's only changing the clock display to say 200W or something, right? I'd be like, okay, shows me that for 3 seconds and then it turns off, right? That's fine. It's just letting me set it and it goes back to the clock or goes back to the oven display. That feels about right. I don't want touch controls. It's a very obvious thing we keep saying about I don't want touch controls, right? It's like...
No, I like to know that knob, when I put it here, is in an off position and there is no electricity flowing through it.
And I like seeing the glow of the stove.
It's a very good indicator of this is hot, don't touch.
Yeah. But one thing I saw on some stoves that I really, really like is that in the corner of because there'll be a light on the thing on my stove at home.
Same, yeah.
It'll be one that says power is on, like you have a burner on currently, and you'll have a hot burner is the other light. And it's to let you know that it's like you have power on, but none of the burners are actually hot yet. And then the moment one is like hot enough to actually give you some trouble, that light comes on and stays on until the cooktop is cooled to a point where you can touch it again.
I like that. But because we got the knob, I don't need to know if it's receiving power, because if it's turning, it should be receiving power. And if it's not, then I need to get into the behind to figure things out anyway.
I'd like a light on each knob to be like on, to be like this thing is powered, and when it is turned off, that it actually turns off. Because sometimes I try to move the knob and it's not actually sending power, and I have to turn it further to get there. But what I really want is on the stovetop, I want a glowy thing around, like at each section
On each thing.
that says this is the one that's hot. So if you're in the kitchen and everything's off and you have some pots somewhere, you can see in the corners where the pots don't touch, you can actually see this thing is hot. And I've seen stovetops like that, and I'm like, this seems like a killer feature that should kind of just be in all those places, but, you know, isn't. Things I could cut off of my stove, though, is a lot of the, like, timing stuff of, do you want to book a time to cook this fucking thing?
No need for that at all.
Yeah.
I'm doing that. If I'm setting a timer, it's God willing on my phone. I'll still be able to do that when Siri AI happens.
Now, could you live without a broiler in your stove?
You know what? If you'd asked me a year ago,
Yeah.
I would have said absolutely.
Okay.
This year, I've discovered how good my broiler is at toasting things.
Yes.
Starting with my daily sandwiches. My lunchtime routine now is 2 times a week I'll walk down to Crust and grab myself a baguette.
Okay.
And Corey and I will have a half of that between the two of us.
Yeah.
But the first thing I do is I set that broiler to high for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Cut that baguette in half and toast it for 3 minutes, and it's fantastic by itself. Let me tell you, last week,
Yep.
I thought, hey, for the last 3 minutes, we'll just throw that slice of cheese on there too.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah. Game changer.
Oh God, yeah. No difference in calories, but all the difference in flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I love my broiler. Use it for preheating, doing the toasting, wings as a finisher for that. The broiler is now indispensable to me.
Okay. Joe has an amazing set of appliances now in his
Yes.
kitchen, and a lot of features where I'm like, this stuff looks very cool. I don't know if I would ever make use of it. If I had a house that had come with it when I bought it, it would be I'd probably find ways to use that kind of thing. Largely, to me, really neat stuff that I wouldn't see a need for immediately because I wouldn't figure out how to use it. And again, but the exercise of removing stuff from your house that you're like removing like features from appliances or other things, like I don't think any fridge should have a water dispenser.
My fridge
I actually feel that most fridges shouldn't have fucking ice makers.
My fridge is perfect. I want nothing. It has a fan to circulate air in the freezer, and it has a compressor, and it has 2 areas, one for freezing and one for refrigerating.
Yeah.
And that's all I will ever want from a refrigerator.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing that makes me think that, because our fridge is still giving us a lot of trouble, the freezer now specifically, I think I'm going to have to unplug it and just let it completely defrost, and then pull it away from the wall, and then attack the drain tube to see if the drain tube is actually plugged up or not, because it just might be. And I'm of an opinion that I'm like, I do not want a water line running anywhere into the back of a device like this, because this thing sucks. But I don't use the ice maker, and I really kind of feel it's a Samsung, so fuck that anyway. But I kind of feel like the next fridge I'll buy will be like a bottom freezer if I can get one.
Yeah.
Because I like that design.
I think it is a good design.
But it might be a Medea. It might just be the cheapest freaking thing I can find and just be like, I just want, because that Mana fridge we have sitting in the moon base has been so reliable, and it does nothing but keep shit cold.
Because it shouldn't do anything else other than that.
Yeah.
It really upsets me that the good appliances are always the ones at the absolute top of the range.
Yes.
And the absolute bottom of the range. And unfortunately, the bottom of the range has been eroding so much as these smart features trickle down.
Yeah.
That it's becoming unavoidable.
Would you go with a fridge that is fridge only, no freezer?
If I had a different place to live.
Okay.
Because I need a freezer in my life.
Okay.
I like to go to Costco and buy more meat than I can eat in a day.
Would you go with, this is actually now a different question. You know how you can get like a stacker washer dryer? Mm-hmm. Would you go with a setup that was a small freezer with a front opening door with a
larger fridge sitting on top of it, about the same size, 2 different appliances, 2 different compressors. Would you want discrete units?
As long as they are simple units,
Yeah.
I think that would be fine. But I think we do design fridges and freezers to be combined because it is an efficiency.
Because they can work that way.
In many ways, yeah.
All right, so we have Holo saying, "Oh fuck yes, I would." It's like there is an area for that in some cases. Interesting idea, right? Yeah, as long as it's standardized form factor. That's a good point, Rock Pusher. Because my parents have a Samsung washer and dryer that my dad says is 18 years old. They're both front loaders, right? And he's like, "We're looking at buying new washer and dryer." I'm like, "Why?" And he's like, "Well, because we're renovating the house. Space might become a consideration. We might actually have to do something different." And I'm like, okay, I mean, that makes sense, but you kind of designed your current bathroom around having the washer and dryer as part of the laundry room being in the whole bathroom and everything else, having just a big wet center, right? And he's like, yeah. I said, "Are you looking to stack?" And he's like, "Yeah." And that's when I knew. I was like, why would he need a new one? He's looking to stack. You can't get a stacker kit for older models that easily at all.
Wow.
Because if you're going to stack the two of them on top of each other, you need one that's made to fit both machines together.
And to support that kind of weight and vibration.
And I'm like, I could probably find a stacker kit maybe on eBay, new old stock, in the back of some guy's like plumbing warehouse or some shit, who knows. I could go looking for it, and I might do that because if I can buy them the stacker kit for $200, they don't have to spend $1,900 on a washer dryer. And he says it's old, but it's also, he did admit to me, he's like, we don't run it like a family does, which is apparently a family runs their washer dryer once a day.
Really?
I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, I don't believe that at all.
How many clothes do you have?
And you're like, oh, if you're a mom and a dad with 2 kids, you're clearly doing laundry every day. And my mother would probably like shit if she heard that. She'd be like, absolutely not. You do laundry. You do like 3 loads of laundry once a week.
Yeah. What the hell are you doing? Are you washing your towels every day?
Yeah. Blowing my mind.
You know what? If you're one of those families that, yes, feels like they need fresh towels every day and is using cloth napkins.
Oh, sure.
And maybe some other table dressing that needs to be done. Yeah, I can see how you can get up to there,
but then you only have 4 towels for the household and 8 cloth napkins to handle 2 meals or whatever, right? Like, it's like, I do not believe for a moment that you would need to be doing laundry every day.
Cloth diapers, absolutely. I can buy that arclight.
Yeah.
But, at some point, the kids got to stop shitting their pants.
It's true. That's what my mother told me, and I did.
Yeah, good boy.
I was a cloth diaper kid for a while.
Same, and then that was an abandoned. That was an aspirational thing.
I don't know. I have to check with my parents again about that though too, because I know that in the beginning, my mom was like, "Well, you were a cloth diaper kid, and the way this works, it grossed me the hell out." And I'll tell you what she told me. She's like, "You would soil a diaper, and so then what we would do is we take that diaper and you go to the toilet and you drop it in the toilet."
And then just kind of wiggle it around a bit?
No, you drop it in the toilet until you're done changing the kid or dealing with whatever the fuck you have to deal with, and you hope to hell that no one's going to flush that toilet on you until you go claim the thing so you can pull it out again. And you generally would. You remember I'd have to go grab this thing, but you put the kid down in the bed, we're playing, and you run out of the room and you grab the thing and you kind of wiggle it out and whatever. And I was like, oh. And it's like, yeah, that's how that kind of worked. And now these days they have like a cloth diaper service, right? But she'd like, you have this thing and you get it all rinsed out. You rinse as much of it out as you're going to be able to do. But I'm like, you let that sit in the toilet in all its muck. You didn't like, it's now the whole diaper is filthy as opposed to just but apparently this was a way that people handled that. And then, then all those things would go into the washing machine and you'd wash like, 2 dozen, 3 dozen cloth diapers.
Oh, they'd be full of residual shit.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying. But you pour in a lot of detergent, and it's all Tide, so it's shit tons of phosphates, and it's getting everything out of it. So, yeah, exactly. I could only have Tide on my body. That they tried other detergents with my diapers and stuff, and they would erode my skin. Mm-hmm. And Mom came into would come into the I was in a incubator for a little while. When you're born jaundice, they do that too.
Oh, okay. Did you get any VC funding?
No. They passed on my proposal, Series 1. So, but yeah, she found out when they changed my diapers for me out of the incubator that my butt was just basically raw hamburger. And they were like, we're washing everything in the gentlest detergents we can find. And she's like, well, here, I'm bringing all of his like receiving blankets and whatever from home, and he's not having a reaction to that. And they said, okay, well, if you
What
want
do
to
you
wash his diapers with that, yeah. And so they're like, well, I use Tide, and they're like, that will destroy his ass.
But
Nope.
instead, it made you stronger.
Yeah, I was completely used to it chemically. I think because that's what the whole family was using up until the point I was born. So, anyway, interesting sidebar.
Yeah.
But the
One load a day is. We're looking at some laundry's George situation going on.
it's true. Yeah, I have a so we bought a new washing machine. There was a whole story about that.
I'm sorry.
I did not get reimbursed from anybody for the leaking washing machine that I was sold. So I have to follow up on that eventually, soon. It feels like it's been almost a year. I don't think it has, but it's getting close. Anyway, I'm glad I got the one that I did. It is way simpler, but it has a soft knob, right? One that you turn and it doesn't mean anything. It's not like Gucci, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, it's a soft knob. You can spin it as much as you want, but it only clicks over, when it detects that you've actually clicked it over to a space. I don't like it. It has 8 different programs. I don't see the point, because everything's either being washed on delicates or towels in my house, but whatever.
I use on,
Yeah,
but we got Speed Queens in the basement, so.
and that's kind of what I want, is just, what program do you want? I want regular. All right, what do you want to do? I want to press the on button and press the on. And that's what our dryer is like. Set it to delicate, set it to more dry, and then hit go.
When I visited my mother and found out that she's got it in her in-suite laundry situation, one of those 2-in-1 white enamel top load washer dryer on the top.
Oh, so an apartment stacker.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, those are so good.
Yeah, they kind of are. Especially when they're super simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went from that where I was living before to the laundry room downstairs. I had a better time being able to wash my clothes in my apartment.
Oh, so how are your Speed Queens working?
They're fine.
Okay.
I mean, I've been with them for 5 years now. They did swap over to a card-based payment.
Well, yes.
But, yeah. We'll see how that goes.
Sure. I did look at buying much more expensive washing machines, like ones that have 10-year, 15-year, 20-year warranty type situation. I did the math and determined that if this thing lasts us 7 years, and I buy another one for the same price, and it lasts me another 7 years, then that's about the price I would have spent on one that had a 15-year warranty, and I got 14 years out of it. So I'm like, I think we'll be fine doing what we did.
Well, the common knowledge is that these things are good for 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, that is too soon.
Yep. I did watch the video. Ben's Appliances and Junk did a video where he talked about traditionally a washing machine. Yeah, you could buy a washing machine for $700, but think about how much money that was back in the 1950s. And also look at what these machines were like. And so, yeah, you buy a machine built like this for $700, which is the same as buying a car or whatever.
Well, and the idea was that you would repair them too when they broke down. That was the whole the whole selling point of the Maytag.
Yeah.
Was that it's not going to break down.
I asked if they'd repair my Maytag commercial washer that was in my house, the one that broke. The guy came in and he looked. He's like, there ain't nothing we can do about this. We don't have the parts for this kind of thing. And what it's gonna cost you to repair it, you might as well buy a new one. And I was like, I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't believe you, but
also I'm not gonna take it apart myself and repair it. So I guess I'll buy a front loader and we'll see how things go.
Yeah. I do remember distinctly my father repairing our old, again, top loaders back when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Because it was. You get the casing off, and it's just an electric motor and a belt.
Yep.
And some very rudimentary timing circuitry.
And I literally thought what had happened on our washing machine was that our belt broke. Because I could, every so often you'd hear it spinning and it would be off balance.
Yeah.
And you could smell something burning.
Yeah, that sounds like a...
And so I was like, I think the belt broke. And when I brought the dude in, he did a little thing where you press the buttons and like the lights show whatever. And he's like, no, there's actually a larger issue here, and I can't get the thing for this, so yeah, no. I was like, all right, whatever. Fine, F it. But yeah, if in the future it turns out to be a bigger problem, or if this thing dies fast, I will definitely go on a hunt again for something simpler, even more simple, but the design worked for so many years. There's no real reason to change a lot of that, I feel, in a lot of ways. But
I mean,
it is way quieter, I'll give it that.
There's something to be said, too, for efficiency. I do believe that they are designed to use less water, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know for sure, but...
Front loaders definitely use less water. When it leaked downstairs, it did not leak an entire tub full of water downstairs.
Okay.
When it leaked downstairs, it only leaked about 3 liters. And I was like, thank fuck for that, because if it leaked an entire top loader downstairs, it would be soaking wet. It would have gone all the way down to the basement.
But then again, you're trading that off for so many other moving parts that can end up, again, breaking.
It's terrifying, because I saw one taken apart. And the motor for this thing is a big flat pancake. I don't think it's axial flow, but it really feels like it. But it's a big fat pancake they slam on the back of the rotating thing. Like it's a direct drive motor, and that motor has a 10-year warranty on it. So I'm like, okay, that's good, because that might be the thing that breaks. But it won't, because it's right on the axle. There's no belt, and it's fast. And oh my god, like when I wash towels in it, I set it on the towel mode and tell it, like cold water, whatever. But yeah, here we go. And it's like, yeah, don't worry, I'll put it on high spin. And I've walked near it sometimes and watched it spinning and had to leave. Because I thought, if the door opens, if anything happens, that's a flywheel that's going to decimate my legs.
This is a washer that will turn towels into a soup-like homogenate in 3 seconds.
It was terrifying to watch how fast it was spinning. And then when I took the towels out, they were almost dry. And I'm like, that's real weird.
That's why they do that.
Yeah, get all the water out. And I was like, this is so strange. These things feel crunchy. And I put them in my dryer and they fluff up nicely. And so that's all excellent. But yeah. Oh. What have you done?
I think we thought about numbers too much. Oh. Yep.
Oh, again. Rock Pusher, did this happen at another? Oh, it is just because we did math. Okay.
And here we go. Let's just have...
Oh, I see. I see.
Oh, no. Are we gonna... Yeah. We got a big old jam up. Now, if we go back to the
so
pits,
funny.
I remember... Yeah, no, we cannot escape from this.
Shit.
This is the hell of our own making.
That's so funny.
Okay. Oh, no.
That's literally that guy's fault, though, isn't it?
Oh,
yes.
yes.
Because he hit you while you were in the pit.
Oh, yes. Definitely his fault.
Oh, my God.
All right, well, we need to...
That's a red flag
Paris time. But yeah, we got the personal best at 6:11. I'm very happy to see that. We've got plenty of time more to do that, but I need to actually take a short break here, so I'm going to...
All right.
Do you want to just sit and drive? Or
Sure, yeah, I can sit and drive for a little bit.
Let me find out what the Paris 904. It is 904.
It is midnight, my time.
Mm-hmm.
And I will probably...
You are welcome to stay or ditch at your
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
convenience.
I will ditch you before 7 a.m. Do
Good,
not worry
good.
about that. Yeah.
Do not fuck up your sleep schedule on my account.
But I'm going to drive, and then when you come back, I'm going to pee.
Okay, that sounds good. Oh. You're about to start the race.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck. I can drive stick. Yeah, I know the steering wheel's not centered. It's fine. This is not a race. This is endurance. I didn't need to be pushing down on the... Oh, the steering wheel is not centered. That's what they meant. All right, chat. I think we try to just keep a nice, careful third gear through all of this. And do 100 clicks like I would on the highway. Definitely have a curve coming up here pretty quick. Everybody slowed down for that. I didn't depress the clutch anywhere near as far as I needed to. Neither that time. Oh, it's all the buses that probably... Not a fan of that. Good, good, yes. Liking all of this for me. Well, we'll have to make up some time. That's third. That little bastard. Is this... Are we on the straightaway now? Feels like we're on and straightaway. Fifth is over there. Is that a curve? Oh yeah, it's definitely a curve. Okay, that wasn't me. God. Definitely wanted to look at the gate that time. Just wanted to be sure I got into that. Okay. We're really flying now. Wow, we've already had the first bus already retired.
That's been happening a lot quicker this year.
Yeah.
I'm not pleased with that, to be honest.
I'm gonna say that a completely fake clutch is way more forgiving for how I like to shift.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. On a good car, yes, it works out rather well. I have a feeling some of the modded cars I've used in the past, the forgiving clutch was what was actually causing the transmissions to just chew up.
Ah. But no, if I did this in real life, everything would be a problem. But this thing is like, oh yeah, I see that you're attempting to shift whatever the hell it is you're doing here. So I'm gonna be a little nicer to you about what you're by a hair, because you're not actually gonna blow up anything.
Ooh, yeah, no, that's... It feels slow, but yeah, you're still at 60 kilometers an hour going around that. Yes, Hollow, this is one of the Cunio's developed cars.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Ooh. All right. Burn out this transmission, no problem.
I heard you saying that trying to keep yourself in third gear.
I did say I was going to do that, and then I
Yeah.
decided that all these straightaways are way too fun.
They are fun and long.
Yeah. They really wind it up for a while. Well, here comes a problem.
This is fun, actually, getting to watch someone else run the pedals.
Oh, good. Just watch Beej row the gears for a while. There we go. That's perfect. Yes, put back into first gear.
Good.
Thank you.
You can call out the upcoming track like a rally passenger. I've got it internalized pretty well. I on this track can do the image training. Except for the straightaways, it's more of a case of, okay, and now skip forward 30 seconds until you hit the 200 mark on the side. Heavy on the brakes. Bring yourself down into third gear. And take the chicane. Go wide on the left and brake a bit. And then, oh, too much on the brake. Sorry.
That's okay. Really didn't even. I barely pushed the brake, or not barely, but I did push the brake down by like only like a third of the way. Yeah, I should have been feathering it.
Yeah, I've got a heavy spring on there just because I like to be reminded to not stand on the brake all the time.
That's fair.
Texan asks how the various driving mods have been holding up. I actually swapped back to the standard Thrustmaster wheel because there were a few games. Forza, specifically, was the problem. Would not play nicely with cars that are equipped with a flappy paddle gearbox using the 8-shifter. So it was a case of if I want to drive certain cars, which sometimes the plot will make you do, I need to I need to use the paddles. Although now that my 3D printer is actually working correctly, I can get to work on making some replacement paddles for the large wheel. But yeah, it's really nice to know that it's you can swap back and forth quite easily with this wheel.
Such a weird little set of changes in this curve.
Yep. It is specifically there to slow you down
Yeah, it certainly did.
in the most aggravating way possible.
Did you want to step in, or do you want me to just keep doing this until I fuck it up completely?
I'm gonna watch you do another lap at least.
All right.
Make some decisions then.
You should have watched me take off because it was really funny.
I'm kind of regretting that now. But
Everything stopped. Like the entire field of people just stopped at the first corner.
yes, that does happen a lot.
Yeah.
The way around that is to big cheats yourself around the crowd.
Oh.
And as
okay.
long as you're doing that, that kind of keeps the traffic in motion.
I see.
One of these things you discover on the 10th year of an annual stream.
I guess that's fair. Yeah.
Lottie, I did have a bowl of ramen when I was out on my trip back home before the nap, so I have had some food. I've also got some Landjaeger and Baby Bells in the fridge for if I need something to keep me going.
I was gonna say unless you don't want that slice of pizza in the fridge, I'll have it.
You can absolutely have that slice of pizza.
Okay, so there is a in Heather's office is the dairy pantry. So if you do find yourself hard up and you're like, man, I could really go for something warm.
Yep.
You have my permission to enjoy any of the soups that we have in there.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah. And there's also granola bars in there, dark chocolate and salted caramel.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like I said, I got the Landjaeger, I got the Baby Bell, and I've got
Yeah.
the champagne for when we eventually hit 7 a.m.
Great.
So I should be covered for calories.
Good. Oh, you fucker. There's 5.
Yeah, it is sometimes hard to find the shift, even with the gates, I've found.
When you are shifting, should it feel that, like it feels so effortless?
Yeah, it does tell me I need to probably tighten my ball screws in the little modification that we've added to this the shifter. They get loose sometimes. So what you're feeling is closer to what the original shifter has.
Okay.
And then, speaking of the mods, specifically the mods recommended and enabled by Tex and Reverend for this.
I put it in third.
We put a little 3D printed cube around the thing that includes some ball springs to give it more of a clicky feeling shift.
Ah, okay.
But like I said, it's plastic, so they do get loose over time.
Right.
It's the self-centering spring that's interesting. As it is something that you'll find on more high-end vehicles.
Right.
But I did purchase one for the Mini, and when I brought it to a mechanic to get it installed, he said, like, yeah, you don't want this.
Oh.
All this is going to do for you is cause your mounting points for your shifter to wear out because they're now fighting against a hard spring.
Ah.
And you'll just end up ruining your shift arm. I did not get the Lanyarders from Costco, unfortunately, Iris. These are local Save On Foods packaged, not a sponsor. I looked at the pepperoni sticks and said, no, I can do better.
Yeah. Treat yourself.
Yeah. You only live for a while.
Yeah. You got to go all night, right? You might as well like give yourself some nice treats.
Well, that was what the ramen was for.
Ah. Where'd you go?
Kinton. I didn't want to take the car all the way out to Arashi, which is, despite their reliance on AI for a lot of their advertising and in-house stuff, they still make the best ramen in town. I don't like driving on gravel.
No.
But Kinton does a good bowl.
I agree.
Most importantly, they have the noodles that I like, which matters a lot to me. We used to have Menbo downtown.
Yeah.
Which was extremely mediocre for the majority of its lifetime, and then in the last 8 months, really kicked their game up to a level where I was happy with them being a second-place ramen shop in town. And now it's been replaced by Horin Ramen, Horin, which is a chain out of, well, they have branches in Vancouver and other places in Canada, but they do the really bright white, really thin, straight noodles. And I just don't like the bite of them. I don't like the way they feel in the mouth. They're fine, but would have been nice to have a 2 ramen joints in walking distance.
Green truck's gonna blow by me again.
Hopefully by and not into.
Yeah. Oh, he slowed down for the corner, so that makes sense. Oh, right, there's a corner here. Hey.
Wait till you're 18? We've talked enough about Stranger Than Heaven tonight.
Oh, have you?
And the 2-pack issue.
Ah.
So yeah, thinking about other appliances, the only other thing I can think of is to remove your push-down knob from your toaster.
Oh yeah.
That toaster continues to work extremely well for me. The Sunbeam, if those of you are curious, you can check out the technology connections on those as well.
It's an interesting piece of work, obviously, because the design of that is like, yeah, you didn't need it to act in this way.
Yeah, you didn't need to go that hard with this thing.
Yeah, but also from a technology point of view, it doesn't seem advanced or something that's so like fiddly. It just was a thing that kind of made sense. It's like, oh, then this happens, and then your toast just comes up kind of nice.
Well, rather than the words you've chosen, I would prefer precise and mechanical. Because that's what it is. Modern toasters are, these electronically controlled devices that they do the job. They make wire hot and then make bread toasty and then stop at the appropriate time.
Right.
But to do it fully mechanically like that, in a way that senses the actual temperature of the bread rather than just a timing it feels very elegant to me.
Yeah.
And it feels like a not a work of art per se, but a well-crafted artifact.
And in that case too, that it is like, if you're willing to put some better quality components and a little bit of care and thought into how to make a thing, it doesn't have to be that you didn't make it any more complicated. You didn't strap a clock onto your toaster, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have a 555 chip in it or any shit like that either. It just does what it does based on things that we already know how to make quite easily that are also pretty inexpensive to include.
And removes, in fact, moving and removes parts that would otherwise be necessary.
Yeah.
Like, for those of you not aware, this is a toaster that doesn't have a slot. Well, it has the slot. You put the slot in, and it lowers the toast down magically, because what's going on is the lowering and raising mechanism is powered by the expansion of the nichrome wire that is used to actually toast the toast. When it gets hot, it gets microscopically longer, this wire. And this causes a precision-designed set of mechanical levers and such to squeeze the thing and move the toast down. And then a bimetallic strip, which is located very nearby the bread on one side, effectively reads the temperature of the toast. And when it gets to your target level, it then cuts off the power. The nichrome wire cools, squeezing itself together, and then lifting the toast back out of the machine.
Yeah. And that's I don't know, maybe another $5 more in parts to throw into this thing, right? Yeah. But for an experience that makes the toaster just work automatically.
Yes. Reliably, automatically, and doesn't require anything electronic in it. Or, sorry, digital. Nothing digital in it.
Yeah, there's no code. There's no EPROMs.
There's not even that timer chip.
It's like looking at a $10. Oh, hey, I fucked up.
Oh, yep, you sure did.
Yeah, sure did. All right. Well, can I get into reverse, I wonder?
You can.
Hey, look at that.
I don't think your engine is happy about it.
No.
Or maybe one of your wheels. That sounds like one of your wheels has now gone sideways.
Yep.
Xantos, yes, that I am talking about that very toaster that I fixed up on Tinker Tailor Soldier Fry. It's been working. It's not a daily driver because I eat toast every day, but...
Hey.
Toast weed?
Toast weed every day.
Yeah, you gotta flip the lucky on those.
Oh yeah, we are definitely not aligned.
Yeah.
There goes Zeta.
I'll give you the option to finish the lap if you want to.
Well, let's see how long we can put up with the sound of this.
Yeah.
And also if I can actually steer it, like...
It is an interesting experience trying to drive one of these broken cars all the way around.
I did do that earlier with Corey.
Yeah.
And having to listen to the squealing sucks.
Yeah.
But, I mean, now the car is just louder than the squealing, so...
Got a question from our first-time chatter there. Why is there a turn there? That's an interesting question. for more on why there is a turn there, reference the 2000 movie. Oh God, which one? It wasn't F1. Was it? It wasn't Le Mans. Ford versus Ferrari. Thank you. The reason there are turns there is because this whole straightaway used to be one straight shot.
Right.
And so cars would get extremely fast going down here, to the point of sometimes just not being able to brake in time at the end, especially, you know, in the 40s and 50s when things were not very well lit at night. And so, yeah, people would, as but Jesus points out, 400 kilometers an hour going down this straightaway, slamming directly into a hoarding board at the end,
And dying.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
That's the conclusion. Anyway, I believe Leonardo DiCaprio's character does crash, but doesn't die. Take of that as you will.
Thank you. Oh, I don't want to be there now. I want to get my speed up.
Oh, I wasn't aware, Jesus, about the FIA decreeing that it would no longer sanction a circuit with a straight longer than 2 kilometers.
Ooh.
That's interesting. Holy moly! Okay, Creasehurst says, for reference, the original price of those 1949 T20 Sunbeam toasters was $22.50.
Right.
Which would be, in today's money, $316.
Yeah.
Which, actually, now that you put it that way, really explains why all those old Archie and DuckTales comic books kept talking about, oh, you get a free toaster when you open a bank account.
Right.
Like, yeah, no, that actually lines up with...
It was like getting an Apple Watch.
Yeah, get an iPad with your Royal Bank. Not a sponsor. I never will be until they let me get change without having to open an account.
I feel like you've been walking around with that one for a little while.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
This is one of 2 reasons I'm happy that our laundry room moved to a card-based system, is that I no longer have to do the dance of which bank is going to allow me to get change without an account today. Because it was different every time.
Wish to... There we go.
Yeah, nowadays the only thing you can get with a new bank account opening is credit monitoring service. When you eventually are hacked.
Need you to do that. Thank you. Nope.
Oh, speaking of which, Canadians, if you are one, go to openmedia.org and sign a bunch of petitions.
Yeah.
Specifically around the privacy law discussions coming up and what needs to be done there.
Boy, there sure are a lot of them that need to be signed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think Carney's gonna read. I don't think Carney can read.
No, he's going to get his AI to read it to him. Give him a summary.
AI for all.
It's funny. I think I've heard from at least some people in the United States, or seen some things in like Discords or whatever, like, oh, we thought that he was gonna, like, he was the one you're all excited about. It's like, no. A lot of us, we were like, we prefer him to the alternative, but there is a third alternative, and
I wish we'd, people would. Very, very proud of the current NDP leader.
Yeah, Avi Lewis sounds like he's going to be pretty damn good.
He's saying all the right things to me.
Yeah. But there's certainly a point of view. No, I want to go to there. I want to.
I want to shift into... No, blew up the transmission.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
you did it.
All right, so back to pits.
Sounds good. All right.
Oh, wait, it is this one that does this. Okay, and I'll let that sit there while Ian comes back.
Just need to go give a loud fart in Matt's office.
That's fair. Yeah, that's what's for. I do like the, who said that in chat? Fruon saying the guy who sucks versus the guy who's evil.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. I mean, the Liberals were handed this election. As we say so often in Canadian politics, it was the Conservatives' turn.
Yep.
And just thanks to Trump and everything he's been doing, Carney got handed a election on a silver platter.
Yeah, and Dodge, thinking it was a mandate.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And wasn't like, boy, I better not do any of the things that the other guys would have done because people came and voted for me because they don't want what the other guy's doing.
Wait,
so
no, I'll do it all.
Yeah, I'll do it all. But they'll be fine with it because it's me.
Yep. It's the Liberals. We're the fun ones.
Yeah, we're the sensible choice. It's like, you sensible jackass.
Ask me how I feel about neoliberalism. This is why everything felt wrong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was in the wrong position the whole time.
Okay. Your microphone also is way more forward than it was when you had it previously.
Yes.
But yeah.
Oh, good. We're penalty locked.
Oh, all right.
There are consequences to to transmission death.
Blowing transmissions 3 times. I did also have the same thing happen. So
Good.
yeah, it is. It's
He does have a kind of look like you.
a little bit. Yeah, got the nice shades that I
Yeah,
like.
definitely.
Yeah. Also, he's in better shape than I am.
I would not want to put myself in one of those either.
Probably gets paid more than I do.
I doubt that.
I wonder.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Politically, yeah. Actually, what's been interesting to me is you can tell we're all kind of grinding our teeth and suffering at the like, oh, I guess we have to middle of the road, but to the right this shit so much that there's so many of us who are like would really like to see the federal NDP do really good, and then you have people be like, but you have the NDP in BC, aren't you happy about that? No.
Well, turns out.
No, because yes, I will hand them the thing that they do not actively want anybody who isn't, a white cis male to die. So great, let's set that up there. But also that starts to feel like low-hanging fruit over and over. But you're like, okay, well, this is, we can understand. They're trying their best, but they're not making the decisions that having the kind of mandate that they do would feel like you're doing anything progressive.
Yeah.
They all seem like, well, we're treading water and we're trying to do things that'll put money in the government's coffers. And I got one for you right now, and it involves taxing a bunch of people who keep telling you not to tax them. Mm-hmm. But you could tax all those billionaires, and you think they're going to leave, and they're not. They're not going to leave. So you'll be fine.
And putting all of our eggs inside of a natural gas basket is a pretty dangerous thing to be doing right now.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's not. You can't do the thing of well, nobody in BC wants that. It's like, no, there are some people in BC who want that.
Very much so.
Yeah. But there's a lot of people in BC who don't want that, and so you start to feel like, but at least we keep voting for them, and maybe this will be. At least they won't try to take away rights from trans people or something, right? You kind of are thinking they'll be at least. On the side of social politics, they'll try to at least not be regressive.
For now.
Yeah, but you want progressive is what you want.
Actually progressive.
And then the Greens show up, and you're like, holy shit, who's this Emily Lowen? Oh, she's young. That's always the thing that kind of counts against you.
I hate
right?
the phrase, oh, she's young, too inexperienced to lead.
But that's the thing is hearing it, hearing people talk about her and hearing everything that go on, I'm just like, yeah, actually, you know what? She is young.
Yeah?
That seems like that should fucking work, actually.
Yeah?
I would kind of love... I don't care if she's half my age. It's like, she seems to be
thinking and saying and doing the things that reflect, I think, what quite a few people in BC do want.
Yep.
But the thing that worries me is it's not going to be everybody in the interior of the BC.
Oh,
And
no.
She has a hard road to hoe, but it's the kind of thing where I'm like, I never voted Green previously because Green federal politics for much of my life were basically, we're conservatives, but we also want to conserve
Like
the environment.
Yeah.
But we're still conservatives.
Yeah. We're still conservatives. We are still capitalists.
Yeah. But we also want to save the environment while we're at it. And I'm like, what a weird position to be in. And these days, not as much, but then to have like the Green Party in BC be like, actually, no, we're full on fucking socialists. I'm like, oh, I'm kind of here for this.
She's young enough that she's not. She's young enough that she's not afraid to try something different, and that's
This might be the time to do that.
what annoys me so much about the current political climate everywhere is so well in wrapped up in what Margaret Thatcher once said, is that there is no other way.
Yeah.
And that comes, then the constant repeat of that mantra becomes belief to everyone.
Yeah. And I look at like Zoran Mamdani, that's hard to say when you've been up for a while.
Absolutely trying and succeeding and showing that it's important. Bring this back to the AI bit here.
Yeah.
It's, the way that it's being framed, of the need to invest in AI and data centers and gain acceptance and make it a profitable somehow part of the economy, being framed as an emergency puts such a highlight on how the mask is slipping. We're always told that there's no money for public transportation. There's no money for social programs. We must accept austerity. Except there's this huge emergency we need to deal with an AI, and someone I should repost the article, but someone referred to it as they're feeling so disheartened. This is their second COVID.
Yeah. Jesus. The thing is, I can also understand why you would want to market AI as it's this huge emergency that if you're not doing something with it, then you're clearly going to be left behind for the rest of your life, and that it's causing this panic, right? And I'm like, I completely understand why you want to do that, because you couldn't do that with NFTs. You couldn't convince people that NFTs were like an emergency that we all need to get it onto, right? You couldn't convince people that just blockchain in itself was like, this is great emergency, like trying to pushing crypto coins and trying to be like, oh, well, crypto will be the thing that revolutionizes how we do commerce on the internet. And a lot of people were like, I don't give a shit about how we do commerce on the internet. I don't know why you can convince me. And it's also incredibly difficult to set up and do and all this whatever. And it doesn't seem like it's creating anything real or anything new or anything like that. And yet the same grift applying to AI, but somehow it's like, oh, but this actually represents, because now this grift represents trillions of made up money. And I want a piece of that. So it's an emergency that the country doesn't have a strategy for it. And it's like, my God, it's like, I can't. Were you not paying attention to the last few that you weren't? You weren't paying attention to the last few that just went through. Otherwise, you would have noticed that this is all a big shell game of more and more money being passed about. And is it because you are like, this is the third time this has been happening, that you're like, oh shit, I wasn't in on the first two, but I can be in on this one? Is that why you're like, well, I won't miss my opportunity now?
That's kind of what happened. Yeah. And now they're all holding the bag, and they need someone else to hold it desperately before time runs out.
Yeah. It's so funny too, because like the people who are thinking this, like the people who are like looking at this correctly, I would say, who are saying, what the fuck can this thing do? And you have people then following up with like, well, it's going to do so much. It's like, shut up. What can this thing do?
And what can it do right now? And this was also part of that article I was reading, the one that came up about the second COVID. They were giving examples of they also worked in government.
Yeah.
And were involved in taking classes and seminars about how to use AI and become AI literate,
Yeah.
become a prompt engineer. And
Oh, yeah.
she would ask the questions, okay, what can it actually do? What do we do with it? And one of the responses she got from, people who are ostensibly smart, well-thinking, good-minded people, the answer they gave was, well, you can ask it how its day is going.
Really?
And if I ever hear that, that will be my breaking point. That will be where I snap and say, hold on, what the hell are we actually doing here?
Oh my god! You can ask it how its day is.
Yeah!
Oh my god. You can do that, and what can it do? It can make up some shit.
Yeah, what information did you get? What did you do other than burn money and energy?
Yeah. What a stupid I mean, really though,
And this is held up as an idea of things that you can do with it that are useful and meaningful.
Yeah. You know what? If somebody paid me $1,000 to ask me how my day was, like they're just like, it's important to me to know how your day is. Here's $1,000 for a how's your day token, Beach. And I mean, like, yeah, well, you're gonna have to buy more tokens next month, but yeah, I'm having a pretty good fucking day. You know what?
Ask me again in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
More day token, please.
yeah. You keep buying those how was my day tokens. I'll be more than happy to answer them, I guess. And you know what's gonna happen there? I'm gonna spend that money on food.
Oh, here's another example.
I'm gonna feed my friends, in fact.
Just recall, here's another one. And this was from part of the security department in their IT section.
Okay.
You can, if you're unsure of an email, you can download the email to your desktop and then put it in ChatGPT, and it can tell you whether it's a scam or not.
Oh my god.
Which, to any actual security-minded thing is, do not tell your employees to download things from the internet to their computers.
Yeah.
Especially emails.
Especially because if that passes as a thing, as like good advice, all the scams will start being made as things that will install shit on your computer. And you'll be like, oh, I have to save the whole thing. It's like, great, you have done exactly what I wanted you to do.
Well, you've seen what the prompt injection is now for malware that's coming through.
Oh no, what's that?
Their malware producers are putting in plain text in their systems instructions on how to create nuclear and biological weapons. Because when the AIs read it, they hit their safeguards and stop processing the malware to figure out whether or not it's malware.
Right. Oh my god. Holy shit.
The whole thing is just this house of cards on top of a house of cards on top of stolen content.
It's the kind of thing that it's the kind of thing that in a way, oh shit, Night Watch is flying, holy shit. It's the kind of thing that I would almost want to have laws for that state. Oh, here's another bus on your left.
I gotta get away.
Yeah. I would almost want to have laws that politicians, like basically a law that states if you are a politician and you put into effect a thing that later turns out to be a scam or a grift or like any of this other kind of corruption stuff, when you get out, it's way easier for us to string you up.
Yep.
Like, it's way easier for us to be like, it's not going to be a thing of like, well, we have to prove, so it's like, it was proven to be a grift and they were involved with it. This doesn't have to be a 7-month trial. You can see what they did, and now they're fucking guilty.
I just want to see any consequences whatsoever. Everyone was very excited a few days back when the German courts found Google liable to their AI. I don't even call them hallucinations because hallucinations is a
thing that a brain does.
Well, it's another form of not humanizing, anthropomorphizing these robots, and they don't even deserve that.
Yeah. But yeah, with Germany being like, look, your stochastic decisions that Gemini is spitting back at the general public. Well, that stuff isn't a website anymore, is it? That's literally you saying this is us telling you what the answer is.
I'm very happy the court came to that decision.
Yeah.
But I don't hold out hope for there to be any actual consequences. Maybe there'll be a fine, but when you are Google size, a fine is barely a tax.
Yeah, it's the cost of doing business.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just going to put this also out there that Kim Stanley Robinson wrote a really good takedown of the concept of AI ever being some form of a conscious being. It's completely dismantling. But my biggest takeaway from it was him saying that we regard AI images and video as deep fakes,
Right.
because they're close enough, but they can feel their deep fakes are dangerous because they mislead the public into believing that they're something that they are not.
Oh yeah.
We absolutely need to be not just thinking about images, audio, or video. We need to remember that text is a medium as well, and that anything that comes out of these machines in the form of text is a textual deepfake.
Right. Yeah.
It's the same thing, it's just words instead of pictures.
What a great thing to call it. To just be like, what you were looking at, you guys have such a problem with deepfakes, with video and audio and
people already
images.
mistrust the idea of deepfakes.
Yeah,
and
you're
we
like-
need to protect against them.
And it's like, right, so what you are generating is a textual deepfake. You have basically, you've ginned up what you think are facts, what you think is real information, and you've masked it behind this veneer of authenticity
Well,
when it's not to be trusted in any way.
It may be facts that it's pushing out. It may be putting out complete fabrications. There is no way to know because it doesn't.
Yeah,
It's just doing what you told it to do,
yeah.
which is make something plausible.
At least from the philosophical point of view, that idea of like, well, can you prove this thing to be true or can you not? And I'm like, okay, well, humans struggle with the idea of how do I prove a thing and how do I, like, from the mathematical, like that functional mathematical point of view, how do you prove this and how do you prove that? And it's like, okay, producing a proof can be very complicated and we can talk this up and down and whatever. I'm like, right, but there's also the thing of saying that, well, what day comes after Monday on the calendar? And if you say Blur's Day, it's like, okay, well, that's not a real day, so I know that's false. But if you say Wednesday, it's like, that's not true. It's like, actually it is, because Wednesday does come after Monday on the calendar. There's just Tuesday in between. And so then you have people arguing like that. It's like, so really, who's to say what's true? And it's like, oh, fuck. Don't lose out on the, like, being not solipsism, but being like chasing that kind of pedantry in a way, to be like, well, in some ways you can. It's like, no, that's not. We're not arguing the minutia. We're arguing the presence of hard realism, and it is so fucking demoralizing to watch hard realism be softened like that by a thing that has no idea what it's doing, because it isn't a thing that knows things.
It is the complete end of consensus reality.
Yeah.
And I hate it.
Yeah. Also, you said Kim Stanley Robinson.
And I think that's incorrect.
I think you might have meant Ted Chiang.
I did, in fact, mean Ted Chiang. I get the two mixed up quite often.
That's fair.
They're both very good authors.
I was waiting to see what you were going to talk about, and I was like, oh, that was that new essay he wrote.
Yeah.
That was a good essay. I did not finish it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's not as long as some of the things I could be posting to the friend Slack.
That's fair.
But I think I will post another one because it is rather short, and I don't know if it provides good insight, but definitely it's cathartic. I mean, and that's kind of what all of this is. I don't like to harp on AI too much because I know a lot of people are upset, and
Yeah.
I don't want to make people upset.
True.
But I do also need to talk about it sometimes because, thank you, Art. That's the article I was talking about.
It is kind of nice to vent your spleen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to say things like this out loud to know that I'm not the only one who's feeling this way.
Yeah.
And maybe also, hopefully, give you some of the tools you need to be able to express your own feelings around it in these times. And yeah.
It is, I think, what encourages me is being surrounded by friends who that we all feel like we are of similar, we're treating with a similar opinion. And, echo chamber. No, let's not go there. Let's go with, we're all surrounded by friends who, a lot of us are like, we are of similar opinions on this, and we have different degrees to which we want to see things change in the world and things change in the progressive way and all that. And that it's also very encouraging for me when it's this, even if it is smaller victories, that it is kind of like when you see a company decide to change their mind about doing something a certain way, like the way we talked about Kickstarter earlier, saying, okay, we're going to back down on that. And yes, there might be larger repercussions, but we are going to back down from it. It's like, okay, there are smaller victories. It sucks that a lot of times we feel like we're fighting all the time, but it is nice when you can look out in the world and be like, there's still some nice stuff going on out here, and there's a reason to keep living the living life that we're living. Not everyone's going to get to the front of the line right away, but when you get to be here, it does feel like if you poke around and you look around and you interact with different people, the socializing is a thing that I think within a community is really valuable for all of us.
Yes?
Yeah.
But it does get tiring to feel like you're constantly on defense.
Yeah, being asked to fight a battle and being like, I don't know how I fight that battle.
Hey, I wonder if there's any other people and other topics of within our fan base that feels like that.
Yeah.
I've lost vertical control.
Okay.
There we go. Where do I want it?
Alrighty.
There? Right there. Yep. Ah, I didn't tighten my knobs.
I'll tighten your knobs.
Now they're tightened. There we go. I think that's enough AI talk there.
Sure. Yeah. I try to keep my, I try to scroll past as much as I can that's not good news. A lot of times, because there's sometimes where I'm like, I'll sit here and I can read these headlines. I follow the Tyee on Mastodon.
Yep, good.
I follow the Narwhal as well.
Got them in my RSS as well.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm happy to read the stuff. I'm happy to see what they have to say about, I have to see what's being published and what's being written about. A lot of times it is this very hyper-local thing is happening in Vancouver, and we're mad about it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm mad about that too, but also I'm not part of the audience for this, and I guess I'm just going to have to be like, yeah, that sucks. Take a breath, let's move on to the next thing, let's look at a different thing.
You kind of have to choose your battles.
Yeah. I can't be mad about something that's going on in, East Vancouver in a, this building that's having this problem. It's like, I can't really do anything about that. But, hey, I'll sign a petition in Vancouver that says, hey, you need to get something out of a school, or this should not be in a school in the first place. It's like, I'll be a part of that process if I can help it. But I also know that I can't, just subscribe to somegoodnews.com, like that kind of thing. Or the, fuck yeah, science is awesome. I can't be on those things because I start to feel too much like, not that it's false positivity, but that it does start to feel like, hey, if everything's awesome all the time, then I guess I can not have to think about all the things that suck. And, it's like I
finding that balance after getting used to doom scrolling blogs and shit during like the Bush W era.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was. I realized after a while, I was like, boy, I am spending so much time reading this stuff for something I can't do anything about, thinking I'm treating it like I'm given information, but because I can't do anything about it, I can treat it almost like entertainment, even though it's like, oh, it's entertainment made to piss you off.
Mm-hmm. And that's a very important distinction to make. What are you reading? Are you reading just a headline with an opinion piece to be angry about, or are you getting a breakdown? Are you learning something? Are you strengthening your own reserves in that respect?
Yeah.
I can read Ed Zitron all day long, but
Yeah.
sometimes what he's saying is not necessarily helpful to my situation or even applicable, and got to realize that maybe it's time to put it away.
Mm-hmm.
I really hang on to that whole you must put on your own air mask before you help your other passengers.
Yeah. I have noticed that being on Tumblr has actually been pretty good for me. Because boy, those people are ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
They're so great. The dumbest shit. And not because I'm like, oh, I'm looking down on anybody there. No. They're legitimately some funny stuff they post on there, some great things they get up to. And I'm like, yeah, I don't mind posting the stuff that kind of makes you mad about how true it is, but also makes you laugh because of how true it is. But it's like, sometimes it is just, hey, look at this ridiculous thing I thought of today. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's so good. Injected into my veins.
Still an algorithmic site, though, so I will tut it for that.
That's fair. Yeah. I don't have that. It's funny, right? I don't have that same. I don't want to drink from the local fire hose on Mastodon.
Oh, God, no.
No.
I don't know.
Or even the federated fire hose.
No.
Like, it feels like it's all over the place. And I don't really know how to come at that, right?
Like, where I learn how to follow people is by finding them somewhere else.
Yeah.
Either on a podcast or as a recommendation, or looking through the people who I follow and seeing who they follow and maybe check, or especially the people that they follow and decide to boost.
Oh, yeah.
But God, I don't need to hear what everyone's saying. Mastodon is not a community for me. It is a site upon which I am able to subscribe, again, to the people I want to see, and then and read all of their posts.
Molly has said hooray for the Q feature on Tumblr.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that is something I think is an interesting idea of, did I find something interesting? I can reblog it, but I can choose to reblog it at a different time and get things into a queue, and then, like, I guess that's how that works. I don't really know how it works. Like, I'm just kind of, I'm very much just observing what's happening, and I don't understand all the features there.
I like that Tumblr still has RSS feeds.
Oh, really?
So if you find a person whose content you like and their reposts, etc., you can just follow them in their own little window.
Yeah.
And if you need to take a break from them but still want to continue to look at your other borbos,
Yeah.
you can do that.
Yeah.
Just not look at that feed.
Yeah.
Turn off your numbered notifications, by the way, in your docs, everyone.
You'd be a lot happier for
There's
it.
nothing more toxic to your...
knowing you're 800 behind something when you could just be, oh, I didn't look at a thing yet.
You're not behind!
Yeah. I do go into my Discord, and I'll go to a site, I'll go to a shitposting area on a Discord, right? And I will scroll back to the last message I saw, because the one thing I wish I could do with the Discord is save my spot.
Yep.
Let me start from there. But then also on top of that, let me silence anything that was said.
Oh, yeah.
Just show me
pictures.
Show me pictures
Yep.
and links and media, and let me just eat all that all the way down the page.
Oh.
And then if I see something that I like, I could tap a thing and actually see, like, is there conversation happening around this, or ignore it entirely.
Also,
But,
feature request for Discord.
Yeah.
Let me go back more than 200 posts and actually scroll properly. Don't jump me forward 50 posts for no reason.
Yeah. that clearly a lot of us are using it in ways that they have never intended it to be used, but but that's a big one.
That includes people posting there.
So I think I figured out why you end up jumping forward a lot. It's that if you're on the mobile client, if you're touching the screen and it's in a scroll state, like it's actually moving, and somebody is typing at the bottom, if they post while you are slightly moving without your finger on the screen, or even if your finger is on the screen, that's when it jumps.
That's a bug.
Yeah, I agree. That is also how it behaves. And it's so weird to be like, so now what I do when I scroll is I'm like, I grab the screen and I pull up and I stop and I pull up I stop and I pull up and I stop and
Finger
I'm
is constantly held down because otherwise the machine is going to do something I didn't want.
Yeah, but I've even had it skip when my finger's on the screen, so I try to get my finger off the screen as fast as possible and not have it move. And it's like, it is super... It doesn't feel nice because when you're... Like, I think Discord also is like, we're not interested in making it easier for you to read 1,000 shit posts. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I know, because you want me to buy Nitro and then I can read 1,000 shit posts, maybe, I don't know. But, I mean, that's kind of... It's why, like, if I could find the shitposting community on Mastodon, wherever that might be, I would probably end up, like, reading their local timeline, grabbing lots of stuff, and then trying to figure out how to share it properly. And the Apple share sheet's a pain in the ass for that, too. But, yeah. I've often wanted to make Siri shortcuts where I could just grab a post, and when the share sheet opens, I just click a button, and it shares it to everywhere I share shit to, and then we just move on to the next thing. And I've never really quite grasped the way to how to do that.
I don't think there might not be a way.
Yeah. But it was like, I also realized, though, that if I'm in one of the places that I normally shitpost to, and I want to share something out, then it would need to know, don't repost it back to this channel, because nobody wants to see your recycled post. I also did a mean thing while I'm at it, and I'll tell you this too. On the one thing that I'm on, oh, here we go. On the one thing that I'm on, oh, perfect, I will go have a look. Thank you, L. On the one Discord that I'm on, somebody started implementing using the recycled icon if somebody posted a repeat of something that already showed up on the channel.
Oh, that's cool.
Right? And I was like, okay, that makes good sense. It's like, then if you're scrolling along, you know you could skip that, because you could scroll through and be like, what? And you see recycle, like, oh, okay, I know I can skip it. What I realized eventually from that, though, is that anytime something is recycled, like, oh, I saw this already, that's actually what you're saying, is, oh, I saw this already. I already knew about this. You posted this here. I'm telling you it's recycled. And I'm like, I didn't realize that until I had done that in another Discord.
Oh, no.
And then introduced that idea to that Discord, and then realized later, oh, fuck, that's actually super fucking rude.
No, you actually literally memed.
Yeah, I did. I passed on the wrong idea, which was meant to be that, hey, don't worry, this has already been here before, you can scroll past it. But instead it kind of turns into this, I saw this first, and so therefore, and I was like, yeah, okay, I should,
like that.
I'm gonna kind of stop doing that, I think, from now on, because it didn't feel good to me seeing it after, but you need fuel.
Yep, gotta get it. The one thing I wish we could import to our Discord or basically everywhere I interact with friends, is SCOP.
Oh, do explain.
Terribly drawn S-K-O-P in red. And it comes from a discussion on one of my Discords where there was a post of some AI art, and it was like real art versus slop.
Right.
Except the AI misspelled slop as SCOP. And so that's become shorthand for anything that is AI.
Okay.
Like, no, that seems like SCOP.
That's, you know what's kind of great about that? That's a word that already doesn't exist in English, right? That can be useful as slang that sounds awful to say.
Oh, yeah. Well, but isn't related to anything that is actually, like, clankers.
Yeah, right. And it's like, yeah, so we'll all continue slop, but if at some point that gets co-opted, then we change it to scop.
Yeah.
And be like, eat that shit. See what you can do about that for whatever reason.
Oh, I'm happy to already be seeding the scop here.
Yeah, skip the scop. Stop the scop. Whatever you... Yeah. All right. Also, then you could make, like, stop signs that say scop instead.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, not in Quebec.
No, exactly. They would be like a pet.
Yeah. I was also trying to think, like, okay,
Yeah.
where do we?
The bar on the R would be missing, so it would be like a pret, or well, not a pret. It would have to be like our pet.
Ooh, maybe the accent U over the E would be put underneath it.
Yeah, that's good too. Yeah, or it would be over the wrong letter.
Oh, can I tell you, I am learning so much about the typography of the French language.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's exhausting. But I'm in the process of translating a site on I mentioned before on stream, not translating, but doing the layout and text replication replacement.
Okay.
For a
For
site on.
a French language website that has to turn into English.
Oh no, it was in English and now it's being turned into France.
Oh, I see.
French.
Okay.
But it's a resource for black communities in Canada and their history.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It is actually quite fascinating. You can check it out online. Go search for "I am because we are."
I think I clicked on that once, actually.
You
Yeah.
might have, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Okay.
Anyway, that's but turning it into French has been interesting because of the vagaries of the spaces and the types of spaces that exist in French. Quotation marks, which are double
Triangle brackets.
yeah, carrots,
Yeah.
facing out,
Double
are
carrots, right?
must be separated by a space from the text. So you'll have caret, which is the single character, thin non-breaking space. Sorry, I need to actually make fuel go into my car.
Yeah.
And then you and then you do it on the other side. Unfortunately, you can't always get that thin non-breaking space to show up as a regular space when you're pasting things in. So you got to go through and then put the Unicode code into the HTML for it to show up.
Okay.
Similarly with colons. And this matters because when you're dealing with a website that can react,
Yeah.
it is a reactive site. You need to make sure that colon is always attached to the word before it with a non-breaking space. And then there's traditionally a space after that, but you can change everyone. But those have to stick together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's, the sort of things that people don't normally think about, like when you're using English.
Because generally the rule with English is that you're going to have the colon's going to be directly beside the last letter of the word.
Yes, and it's going to be set right up to itself.
Right, so it's married to that, and if there's any responsive design, it's like, I'm not going to try to move that to another line. That's literally part of that word.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, when we use quotation marks...
It's a similar thing. We never put a space between the quotation mark and what is being quoted. It's part of the same string, effectively.
Right, because your double carets have to have that space... have to have the space for the thing that is being the dialogue, for the dialogue. That's what it's called.
But it has to be connected to those words because they're...
Which I'm assuming if you had like a French language IME or something on your computer that is writing this stuff, the IMEs are designed to respect that.
Yes.
And if you have that put into like layout software like InDesign or something like that, it probably also is like, oh, you've added the French language or whatever, I respect the formatting convention.
Yep.
I will just make this a thin non-breaking space.
For the for those who want to try, set your Microsoft Word language to French Canadian.
But a web browser isn't necessarily that smart.
No.
Okay.
Well, it's because a web browser isn't enforcing those rules for you. Its job is to render the code that you give it accurately.
Right. That's right. Your markup language is what's responsible here.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Even if you do set your language in your HTML header to French, which brings up a different problem when you start having to do QA on your site, and every time you open up that page to check it in the browser, you get this pop-up saying, "Hey, would you like to translate this page to English?"
I gotta ask, actually, non-breaking space, because that's ampersand NBSP semicolon, right? I have to ask, is there, so when you say a thin non-breaking space,
That's just different from a non-breaking space.
I was gonna ask, these are two different pieces of typography. All right, interesting.
And there's the thin space itself, which you will need to use in other places. The ordinal, which is not a degree mark.
Okay.
Though you can use a superscript O if you like. And then the superscripting of many E's and O's to indicate...
troisième, deuxième.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But they need to be superscripted.
Because
That's the French...
because if you were typing it into an IME and copying the text over, then maybe the markup length, like if you're using a rich editor for your code, it would see that and then it would say, oh, the rich editor knows this, and then when it saves it to HTML, it would be like, okay, I'll make sure to make that into superscript or whatever, it does all the hard work for you.
Except you should never use a
Rich text editor
to mark up code.
right to write your HTML for you, because you never know what kind of weird shit it's going to inject into it.
Yep.
Wow, okay. Huh. I wonder if there is a preponderance of web dev, though, that for foreign languages that almost prefers to utilize something like a Dreamweaver or like that kind of program, because they're like, it really does even out a lot of the typographical stuff.
I wonder.
That doesn't get noticed in English because all this shit was written for English in the first place.
Yeah, I do often think about developers in other languages having to learn this modicum of English just in order to actually understand what span means in the context of code.
I mean, I even thought about that back in the day when it was like, okay, so what if somebody who speaks Portuguese wants to write
There is no Portuguese localization of C++.
yeah, like what if they want to write a do while loop?
Yeah.
Like, how will they know what to write? Just do and while? Is that just a different language? Like, no, they have to know what do is, and they have to know what while is. It's like, but that's not immediately obvious about what it does. It's like, well, they have to then learn what the English reasons for that is, or for next, or whatever, right? They have to know what that means and why those words were picked. And I'm like, man, I cannot imagine someone from a different country writing their own programming language that uses their own terminology, because I bet you they wouldn't. I bet you they'd be like, fuck, it has to be English words, otherwise no one's going to want to learn this.
Pix, you and I aren't exactly this. We're sharing a brain cell right now, because I was just about to bring up to beach the concept of mixing code with Arabic strings.
Oh, Jesus, yeah,
so
because
you've
they're
got
right
your
to left.
code going right to left, and the string.
Oh, yeah.
Computers.
God, the fact that I didn't know this, Japanese, written traditionally up down,
Yep.
in lines, and then from right to left, right? When they started publishing layout, like modern westernized layout, I'm going to say that kind of, and when I say modern, I'm using that for the reason of, think about what a newspaper looked like in the 1920s, like that kind of thing, right? So
Printing press.
printing press stuff, exactly. But when they were working on doing the kind of more like headline-y things that have like, here's advertising, come join us at on the beach, or we're selling this soap, or like that kind of thing, right? Advertising in that kind of way. You usually have a lot of really short things that you're going to say. So text was written on movable type from right to left, and then top down. So the way we would see Arabic being written today, being written from right to left, but being written top down, that's how Japanese was being written. So looking at old stuff being published in Japanese, and it's like, what the fuck is that word? Because it doesn't make any sense unless you read it backwards, and you're like, oh, that's what they're saying in hiragana or whatever, right? Which wouldn't mean anything to anyone who doesn't understand the language, obviously, either. So you're just kind of seeing this thing. You're like, well, that's just that weird moon language. Don't have a clue. But it was so interesting for me to see that, because it meant that, of course, when computers really exploded on the scene, everything was left to right. And then they were like, well, we're at some point, though, in the process of doing movable type and like doing everything else that they were doing at publishing level, somebody had to make a decision, even in like the 1950s, I'm sure, of, well, we're changing this all around. That everything is going to be, if it's being written horizontally, it's left to right, and if it's being written vertically, it's up down, but it goes from right to left. And we're going to read everything right to left, but we're going to read those horizontal things from left to right. And I'm like, boy, that is very non-obvious, extremely non-obvious as a method of doing layout and typography, but it is what you adopted. And that just seems very challenging that you had to convince everyone to do that.
What years are we talking here again?
We're talking like Showa era.
Okay, yeah. But
Yeah.
remember that was also a time when there was a push to actually remove the idea of kanji and potentially even hiragana and katakana and just go with the Roman alphabet
Yeah.
to write Japanese.
Oh my god.
Like there was a push for Westernism at that time.
A lot of people were trying to take it in those kind of directions. I see. Interesting.
It would be a different story if this were post-war.
Right.
Saying, okay, this is the Supreme Command dictatorial. Just for standardization, we're going to go this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. In early Showa, that's.
There was another thing, the V character that they've adopted now. That is still being debated heavily about whether V should be allowed as a character pair in Japanese.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because the V in Japanese uses the katakana for U, but with the two.
The ten.
Yeah, the 10-10 on the side. And then if you want it to be a voiced vowel to go with the V, then you use A, I, U, A, O tiny next to it, right? So much like you would in a lot of other ways you do that. Divorcing it from the B, because B used to be how they would Romanize V sounds, because the vocalization I guess they felt was closer to B than to W. And so, but recently what's happened is that if you needed to use a V, you would, so there's literally, they could say video if they want to now, instead of video, which is kind of the more traditional way of doing it. But there is still a lot of grinding of teeth about that in typography community and in the dictionary community and like writing and everything, to the point where it's like some universities are like, we will not accept that, and there's other places that are like, we will accept that as a way. And yeah,
there's good reason for that consternation too, because you're talking then about a couple. You're balancing a number of different concepts there. Is when you say video,
yeah,
are you saying video, or are you saying a Japanese word video,
yeah,
which is detached but derived from the English video?
exactly.
Is this idea of bringing a "the" sound in a way of de-Japanizing these words,
Right.
Or is it making them more Japanese?
A bit of an example of that I really like, that drives me up the wall when I hear it though, is lippu. 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 Yeah. Lip.
Yes.
Lippu. Lippu is lipstick. You don't put that on your lips, your lippus, like whatever you refer to your multiple lips, right? Like that kind of thing. Lippu is the product of lipstick. It is not lipusticku or anything like that. Lippu is how they refer to it.
Very common thing that they do.
Yeah, where you take like part of a word or whatever, and you like, this is the fastest way to say this thing. So they've adopted this for another language. This is but it refers to the product, and it's like, this thing, this product, is not. Oh, it's we borrowed part of a word to call it this, and the concept, the product and the concept is referred to with these two characters, or I guess might be technically three because it's the bipu. It's got the catch in the middle. But it's so wild to think that, right, like when you assign a word to something, even if that's not the accurate word, or it's not the word that describes that thing the best, because lip, the word you borrowed, this is a stick.
Yes.
This is not lip first. This to us is technically would be a stick that goes on your lips.
Yeah, but
why wouldn't you borrow that?
Well,
because it's not up to us.
Faster to do it that way. Like,
yeah.
Your beloved Famicom.
Yeah.
Is literally two words that have both been shortened and jammed together.
And you can say then, like, because that's a product of, like, that's a brand name kind of thing, right? The very,
But it is derived from Persocon, which
Yeah,
was
Persocon.
not which is a generic product.
and that is personal
Like
computer.
lipstick.
But yeah, and it's so funny that, because people wouldn't say Personal computer at a certain point, they just say Persocon, and that's kind of how you accept it. But it was really odd to me to hear just part of a word that is already a word in English, and that word is part of that product. But that word in English, which means my lips, it does not mean lipstick, it means my lips. But you say this is Vipu.
Yep. And they spell it in an alphabet specifically reserved for loan words from other countries.
Yeah. And which, though funny, is I'm sure that you do that long enough, eventually you stop doing it in katakana. You might just start to accept that as, no, this is the actual frickin' word. This is what this is. This is in our language. It's called this, and this is the hiragana for it. Actually, we made a kanji for it, and now it's this. The concept belongs to this pictogram, which has to do with this, and it's pronounced the same as this. And it's just like all this like derivation and where all this stuff comes from. And I'm like, it's my favorite example of linguistic drift.
I was about to say it's almost like languages are fluid.
Yeah. I mean,
Except for French.
That's a good one too, right? Like Adept Necromancer, tsunami,
Yeah.
being a word that we will say in our language, that we'll talk about here. It's like, why do we call it a tsunami? It's like, well, that's just I'm sorry, tsunami is what we would say in English.
Do you want an even better example?
What's that?
Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
Those are two English words that were shortened into one word
Yep.
that have then been exported outside of Japan.
And everyone just sees the word Pokemon and they think, oh, well, that's just referring to this.
No,
And it's like, you don't know what the derivation is.
This is a Pokemon. No one knows this pocket monster because it never was a pocket monster in English.
Yeah.
It only ever was a Pokemon.
I saw a video where somebody was like, there's a lot of Japanese words we use in English that nobody really thinks about. But my favorite is skosh.
Yep, Scotia's a good one.
Yeah.
I love what TCX recently brought up that I also recently found out about was tycoon.
Yeah.
Which is a mishearing of typhoon. Not typhoon, but typhoon.
Haifu. Head honcho.
Yep, dabs. Yeah, absolutely.
Honcho comes from Japanese, apparently. I was like, I had no idea about that. Okay, that's wild.
Yeah. You can absolutely see in your head what that second kanji character is, because it's going to be the same one as kancho,
Yeah.
taicho.
Yeah. Sukoshi is
A little.
They're asking, and Sukoshi is a little. And in English, we have a tendency to say, just move it a skosh. Move it over a skosh. You know, that kind of thing. It's like, oh, that's perfect, but just move it like a skosh, and like that kind of thing. That is a weird piece of English language slang that has not made it as regional, I think, in a lot of ways. Probably more like, I think it is more like northern United States and Canada in a lot of ways. That's kind of made its way around here like that. But
Not clearly as egregious as skookum in the Pacific Northwest, but that being an indigenous loan word rather than...
I know people are saying scooch, and I'm like, no, scooch is to move something over, right? Skosh is to move it a little bit. And it's from the Japanese word sukoshi, which is, you would hear that and you'd be like, it's like them hearing people go, so, you know, like that kind of thing. Or aho for, you know, like words that you're like, well, that must mean like this kind of thing. And it's all derivations based on, I don't understand your language, so I'm going to try to read some shit into it. Yeah, you probably would hear skosh more in the Midwest, I have a feeling. It tends to show up
Feels like they would like that, yeah.
Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, I think you'd hear it a lot there. You definitely hear it come from Saskatchewan, Alberta. And again, not everywhere, but you do hear it. So, Gillinox is in the Midwest. Not familiar with it.
Huh. Maybe it's a Canadian Midwest thing.
That would be crazy if it turned out it was just like a Canadian thing, but I'm like, I don't think it is. I swear I've heard people saying it with that accent that I associate with the American Midwest.
Yeah, it's
1:30 in the morning. Let's call up Adam, see what he knows.
Oh, God. It might be Mikey says, I heard it in Minnesota, but not Illinois. I've heard it here in Indiana. Okay, so yeah. I mean, also, since it's been a thing, which I'm going to assume is since World War II.
At least.
You know, if that kind of made its way over into our vernacular around that time, it's had decades to move about and just be in different areas. And also not a widely used word either. Doesn't get used a ton, but I mean, shit, my mom says somebody's having a shit hemorrhage, and nobody has ever heard that turn of phrase before. This says, you mean like a shit fit? I'm like, no, a shit hemorrhage. That is a common thing that my mother would say, and nobody ever batted an eye when she would say that to them.
That is a dangerous medical condition.
It is. It absolutely is. And I didn't know what a hemorrhage was when I was a child. And when I found out later what it was, I'm like, it's very evocative, this turn of phrase that she uses.
It's like an orphanage, but for him.
Yeah.
TV, music, and movies absolutely do a lot of work in terms of spreading popular culture in general. Does an incredible work of spreading these sorts of ideas and vernacular.
Just thought of like a real shitposty video would be like, I'm here to tell you about Japanese words that have made their way into the English language and you didn't know it. For example, has anyone ever said to you, sayonara? Like they're saying goodbye? What? Well, here's the thing about that. That's based from a Japanese word, sayonara. And that word means goodbye or whatever, right?
I think I've actually seen one of these videos.
Yeah. And I'm like, you could do some real shit posting damage, I think, with that kind of setup. Then you get into like some real deep stuff too, where it's like everyone uses when they talk about trains, always uses the word densha. But did you know that's derived from? It's like, I think there's something wrong with that boy. How you had to make changes to your keikaku? Well. Have you heard the English word sumo? Oh, yes, that's a good one.
Derived from the ancient sport, which is not actually that ancient either.
Is it not?
I don't believe it is.
Okay.
I seem to remind you. But it is old.
Right, yes.
But modern sumo, I guess, is what I'm thinking of. A lot changed after the Meiji period.
It did. I had whole classes about that.
Yes, we did.
Oh. You would have really enjoyed my Japanese theater course at university.
I probably would, now that I think about it,
Yeah, it was wonderful.
I mean, you would have also enjoyed the Japanese popular culture class I took in university.
I would have definitely enjoyed that, holy shit. Yeah, but that was not part of my available to me, I think.
Yeah, it was part of the East Asian Studies department.
Yeah, I would have had to take an East Asian minor, I think, in business for them to let me do that.
Okay.
I could take 300 level courses, I think, with no one batting an eye.
It was 300 levels.
Oh,
so
really?
You would have been fine. Yeah,
okay.
382.
It must have conflicted with something else I was taking.
Yeah. That was the, I like to remind people, that was the course where the required reading was to watch Evangelion.
Oh, well.
Modern Sumo is 340 years? Yeah, perfect. That's what I was thinking about.
I did manage to pull some anime into my Japanese theater course because as my final paper, my report, whatever I wanted to do, I decided to do a video with me talking about how the depiction of traditional forms of Japanese theater in modern anime and how they choose to show these things off.
Oh, that would...
it would be an incredible research project. It would be extremely interesting. I basically just like picture a cheese grater on the top of and just like, and like, that's it, that's enough, that's all you get. Got a good mark on it, despite the fact that it didn't play back the first time I submitted the edited video. I had to go get another one, but she gave me a good mark on it anyway, because she was like, I'm just happy that you put in such... Everyone else wrote something. You did like some real stuff. Like you rented a camera from the school and you like
You multimedia.
Yeah,
in
and
a time when multimedia was impressive.
Yeah, I had FireWire on my
Yeah.
Linux PC at home, so I could dump all the video by DV, and then I could edit it in whatever the software was at the time. That was not great, but it could kind of do it. You could do cross dissolves in it, so that's what I did. And yeah, it was basically because No Theater shows up in some sort of anime that had come out at that time that was very boy forward, and then none of us watched it. I forget the name of it. And then Kabuki Theater showed up in another series that was also similar kind of thing. And then Bunraku Theater, which we had studied, shows up in Ayatsuri Sakon, which is a detective show about a young man who has a Bunraku puppet that is so realistic it's almost alive. And he carries around with him everywhere, and the two of them, this thing wisecracks, and they solve crimes together. They solve murders, let's just be honest.
That's great.
Yeah.
You are aware of the, I think Everything is Dance, or the World is Dance, coming this season.
Yeah, I haven't watched the trailers yet.
It purports to be I mean, who am I talking to here? Purports to be a show about the beginning of No Theater.
Yay! All right, yeah, I think I will watch that then, okay.
I am absolutely into that.
Nice.
But the minute you started talking about the depictions of dance and theater and anime, my mind immediately jumps to Gasuraki.
Thank you, that's what the first one was.
Great, yeah, the absolute best mech genre anime that is about no dancing and the international fluctuations of grain prices.
Yes. And I use clips from it to basically illustrate that these things are still important, that they're being depicted in this way, and that but the trouble is that it's like, it was so, like, this is a 300 level class, there was no analysis, it was just depiction. Like, it was basically like, look, they still believe in this stuff and it's still important and it's part of the storytelling.
I recognize that this is No, and No is part of the theater, and it happened in Japan.
Yeah.
Please clap.
Yeah. It was not great scholarship on my part.
We've grown a lot since then.
Yes. The Kabuki one, I can't quite remember which one it was. I'm sure somebody would end up pointing out. It wasn't Kabuki Boo because that was too recent, but there was a series that used that had Kabuki in it as a lot of visual stuff going on with Kabuki, and also meant to kind of as a means of illustrating emotional changes or something along that line. I can't remember what it is, but yeah. God, yeah, I'm glad you remember Gasaraki. Thank you for that. That would have probably bugged me if I didn't. Or I would have forgotten all about it because I'm 47 years old, Ian, and some shit doesn't matter to me anymore.
Nope. Whereas, did a rewatch of that during the pandemic. It whips.
Oh, does
so
it?
good. Yeah.
Great.
As a 46-year-old man,
Yep.
that is a show built for me now.
Oh, I see.
As a kid, I wanted more Robotech, I wanted more Macross, but now I need to know about those grain prices.
Fair. Corey was telling about Erin the Southpaw. Are you watching that with her?
No.
Erin the Southpaw? Okay. We were talking about it, and I was lamenting the fact that I wish that the episodes were actually in the first 5 episodes that we've watched, Heather and I wish they were in a different order, because you get introduced to Erin. She's this really troubled girl in high school who is like violent, but also an amazing visual artist. And you get to meet her right away in the first episode, and then in the second episode, we end up concentrating on this other dude. This is a dude who she went to high school with, and the kind of like the next few episodes are basically just focused on him and his life when he got out of high school and got out of university. I've never seen this happen
that
ever.
was amazing.
Wow.
We have never achieved air like that in 10 years doing this.
That's so cool. Those little fucking cars. That's their fault. Oh my god.
Wow.
So rude.
Okay. Back to the pits.
All right.
Wait, does this car still run?
Oh, it does.
And the suspension is still good somehow. Well,
I guess you got a
not
freebie.
great. We're still gonna go get that swapped out.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Sick.
Well, that was fun.
How cruel. But yeah, I was lamenting the fact that it's like you're following this guy who's kind of a dick, who's a little full of himself, after, like going into university and after university, and you're watching how he's having to adjust to working as as a commercial artist, commercial illustrator, designer, that kind of thing, and how kind of shitty the industry is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm not here for this. I'm here to watch the girl who's having some troubles find herself as an artist and the trials and tribulations. And if you'd given me a little bit more of her, like second episode or whatever, and then did your swap to this guy, I might have been more interested to but it's really bugging me. But by the time we got through his bullshit, it was like episode 5, and now we're on her, and I'm like, yeah, okay, now I'm seeing why you did it this way and why it all fits together, but you asked a lot of me to sit here for 5 weeks to watch this. Like, you had some faith that people were going to stick around for this.
And whereas you describing a show about how shitty it is to work in the graphic design industry in Japan, like, oh, tell me more.
Yeah, you might enjoy it. She's watching it right now. I don't know if she's got it on Europlex or streaming it off of ours or whatever, but it is available. So
I need someone out there to subtitle Pat Labor ECY for me very quickly. I just need it.
Is that out now?
It is out in Japan, yes,
Okay.
on Blu-ray, but it has not been translated.
I should add that to my thing, and hopefully it will. Is it a series? Is it an OVA? Is it just a movie? It's not clear.
They are 30-minute episodes that are being released in theaters under the title of a file that includes 3 of these 30-minute episodes.
Oh yeah, I'm here for this. Oh my god. Hey, if you're out there watching us do this right now, which I know that about 300 of you still are, and you've never seen Pat Labor, you should see Pat Labor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you could go get the first 2 movies as your introduction, but they're political and slower, so you should watch those if you like that kind of thing. And if you just prefer, I would rather watch a comedy, then you should watch the TV series.
It's an office comedy, effectively.
Yeah.
About some giant robot cops, where they spend more time talking about filling out forms and the cost of shooting their guns than actually shooting their guns.
Yeah. Night, Texan.
Oh, hey, thanks for joining us.
Or Elle says good night anyway. I assume you might be as well. I don't know, but Elle, good night.
Someone's leaving.
Yeah. Pat Labor is one of those things that's so funny to me, because it's like you tell somebody you should watch this, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, what should I watch? It's like, oh, well, that depends on the thing that you like the most that I want to hook you with, because I want you to watch all of it.
Do not worry about continuity.
No.
Because it actually has one of the more... If you care about continuity, it has one of the more convoluted plot line connections there, but it doesn't matter. The characters are all effectively the same.
Yeah.
Just pick a TV show that you like, start with that, and you will have a good time.
I feel like the original OVA series is like...
It's a great place to start.
Yeah, I think it is too, because it's like equal parts, some serious shit's happening, but also it's really dumb and goofy in some places too, but also the serious stuff matters.
Oh, and there's horror mysteries.
Yeah, and then like the TV series is a little more like action, but also
straightforward,
funny.
Yeah, procedural.
And then the movies were, you think we can get Mamoto Oshii? And they're like, do you want to see what he does to Pat Labor? It's like, absolutely, I want to see what he does to Pat Labor.
So I just rewatched in the past month Pat Labor 2.
Yeah.
And if you want a Japanese animation that's and I mean extremely relevant to current events and times, and a beautiful warning.
Yeah.
Pat Labor 2 is mwah.
Oh, yeah. It's fantastic. Pat Labor 1 is a really interesting film for the depth it wants to... when I watched it the first time, I was like, this is just great to watch, but I'm not really getting it. Mm-hmm. And then when I watched it like a third time, because it was always on Space Channel or whatever, right? Or on Teletoon. And when I watched it, I think like for the third time, because it was like, well, anime's on again tonight, and it's Pat Labor 1 again. Well, I guess I'll watch it. Yeah. And I think I watched the third time, and I was like, oh, I'm starting to understand this more now about what's going on, and that it is a serious thing, and it's because it's about AI, but it's about construction, but yeah, Pat Labor 2 is way more fucking political.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And you got issues with governments taking
Liberties?
very much
Yeah.
large liberties, overstepping of the military and their deployment within within the sovereign territory of said nation
Yeah.
to quell uprisings of immigrants. It's like I said, extremely relevant.
Yeah.
Oh, and drones.
And drones.
Lots of drone shit.
Yeah. And the power of one man to change the world. I haven't watched Wasted 13 in a few decades, and I feel like I should haul that one out again, though, too.
I need to. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow while I'm half falling asleep in the afternoon.
Yeah. Wasted 13 is the third movie,
Yeah.
which when we got it, it was just basically Pat Labor WX3, and it's like, what's that
the
mean?
hell is this?
And then we found out, oh, the W's for Wasted and the X3 is for 13, and yeah.
What does that mean? Well, we'll find out in the movie.
Exactly.
Yeah. I thought I had something to say about Pat Labor, but I guess I don't.
Yeah. I do want to see this EZY. Yeah. I did see a thing for it somewhere, and I was like, oh, new Pat Labor. Can't wait for that to... I didn't realize it was being released in theaters, so...
When you do watch it, do make sure to stick around for the post-credits sequence, which apparently is a shot-for-shot shot to the ribs in a playful way of an Oshi
Oh,
bit.
okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun. I mean, we're going to eat pretty good for the next couple seasons. I mean, with Ghost in the Shell... Or, I'm sorry, The Ghost in the Shell.
Yes. I've not been this excited for a series in a long... Probably since Pluto?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, G-Quux doesn't count because
Yeah,
that's
okay.
its own thing.
But I'm trying to now avoid watching trailers for The Ghost in the Shell because I'm like, I feel like you're gonna put a lot of stuff out there. I don't need to be more excited. I'm already pretty excited to see it.
Yeah, I think I'm done shoving those in my face. Everything seems on the up and up there.
Yeah.
I am one of those Oshi manga sickos. Love Ghost in the Shell, love Appleseed, love the Dominion Tank Police.
Shiro.
Sure, yes, sorry.
Yeah, must have been Shiro, yeah. Who now, if I'm to understand Alex correctly, has devoted his very extensive toolbox to drawing taffy women.
Hey!
Yeah, that's basically all Intron Depot is now, is taffy-shaped women with breasts.
Good for him.
Yeah. Do what you love, right? You never work a day in your life. I mean, that's what God of Manga, Osamu Tezuka did. He did a whole bunch of manga, and then we found out later that he drew a whole bunch of his manga characters nude.
Big titty snakes.
Yeah, and it's like, good. Please.
Speaking of, Ribbon Night coming this season as well, which purports to be a retelling of Princess Night.
Oh,
Or
okay.
Modern, an adaptation of Princess Night.
Interesting.
You'll love that old school Tezuka stuff.
Oh, Meladia finished watching Solo Camping for 2. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Futari Solo Camp was this adults, but like, so picture a guy who's in his 30s and he likes to camp all the time, but he doesn't socialize, and so he's bad at that. He's also like, I like to go to the gym, I like to work out, I'm a big buff daddy type, you know, got like a scraggly beard and shit, but you know, very manly man looking kind of dude.
Yeah.
Meets a 21-year-old woman in the middle of the forest who she decided that she was going to go camping and going to do that, and fucked up. She did not have all of her stuff. She fell in the river and was soaking wet. Like, there's just everything went bad for her. And she basically shanghais him into taking care of her for the night, so that she's like, I can't leave you be because you'll die. So here's some food. Here's some extra whatever clothing I have for you to wear. And because she was feeling terrible, and he's like, all right, you got it together now? Good, okay, cool. All right. And then I think she got to sleep in his tent, and he slept outside wrapped in blankets or whatever.
Oh, of course.
And then he's like, all right, I'm now good. You go home. And she's like, no, this was good. Like, you clearly know a lot about camping. He's like, I do know a lot about camping. Yes, thank you for noticing. And she's like, okay, cool. Well, I want to learn how to camp. You should teach me how to camp. And he's like, absolutely fucking not. I do this on my own.
get away. And so she was able to convince him, okay, you teach me how to do this, because otherwise I'm going to probably try to do this on my own, and I might just screw up like this again. And he's like, oh, I don't want that to happen, because that would be terrible. Okay, but I don't want to teach you. And she's like, how about this? We'll both go camping separately, solo camping, but we'll do it together, like on the same weekends, and you can show me how to do everything, and I'll cook for you. But we won't share like tents or anything, and we'll be close to each other, but not like next to each other kind of thing. And that gives rise to a very slow burn, awkward romance on his part because he's in his 30s, awkward romance on her part because she's 21 years old and doesn't really seem attracted to him until she starts to get attracted to him. And that makes it odd and unusual and fun because it's a slow burn romance that's built around, also I'm going to teach you how to camp. And in the process, we all learn how to camp.
Of course.
Yeah. It was good. You like adults doing adult things.
Camping be a popular topic these days.
It's true. All right, we get a new Magic Knight Rare Earth as well.
Yeah, I'm holding judgment on that.
I just want to see how they realize it. I might not watch the whole thing. I might because Heather also likes Rare Earth.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if she's into wanting to rewatch it essentially. So, but we'll see what we do. So.
It's not on my list, but maybe I will check it out with its just to see.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of stuff these days, unfortunately.
I am aware.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this season, I lined up 22 things.
Jesus.
Yeah. Some of which we dropped pretty fast.
Okay.
But it turned out we accidentally grabbed some ecchi stuff.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, I like smut, but I'm also like, something about anime smut, when it's not just pure on porn, I'm kind of like, I feel like it's a waste of my time. But also, it is a waste of my time because I'm sitting here for 20 minutes waiting for stuff to happen, and then it's like, oh, and then tiddly, and I'm like, I don't know, it takes too long for me to get interested, so I'm like, not into that.
So you're not going to be watching Chain Smoking Cat then?
I just need to know what it is. I just need to get it. I saw the thing, I'm like, I need to know what this is going to be. We'll see. But like, I've dropped several things, and then Heather and I watched everything first episode together at least, and she noped out of some stuff, and then we watched like a couple more episodes of some things, and she noped out of more stuff. And I've been kind of slowly following along with some of that other stuff, but when she's not watching with me, I lose interest.
Okay.
I love my wife, and it's really nice watching stuff with her, because then we can both be like, look at how ridiculous that is, and we're still having a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I'm like sitting there being like, look at how ridiculous this is, why am I bothering? There was one that came up this season. I know what a fan of unusual animation you are. Mm-hmm. That got translated to My Ribdiculous Reincarnation. I did say the word rib.
Mm-hmm.
They chose that name, I think, badly because in the first episode, it's a guy who dies. He's girl crazy, and he gets hit by a truck and he dies. And then he gets brought to like the holding room for like where souls go to like get a second chance at doing stuff.
Ooh, the room of ghosts.
Yeah. So he got very isekai'd, and he's just kind of hanging out. But he gets denied from the first line because everyone's like, no, you're no. And he gets bumped into this gumball machine and ends up in the presence of this one goddess who's basically Rei Ayanami. Actually, more appropriately, Hoshinoduri from Nadeshiko.
Ah, okay.
She's got a little personality to her, but she's very, like, still the no-affect girl, right? And she's like, oh, you're, who the hell are you? And he explains what he's doing, but he's, like, affable and optimistic and excitable. He's like a puppy dog. He even has a tail hanging off of his belt, but they give him a puppy dog tail. And she's like, oh, okay, well, you can reincarnate. That's what this whole place is for. He's like, great, I want to be a hero of a thing and do what I... She's like, no. There's a lineup for that. If you want to be the hero of a great thing and save a whole world and have, like, all these things happen to you, the lineup is about 8,000 years long. If you want to wait to be that person, you can be that person, but there's a long wait. you could try to be something else. And he's like what? She's like, there's all sorts of things you could be. Like, you know, but anything that has less of a chance of someone taking it, you can be that. And so he draws a ball out of a chocoball, the bird, chocobird. Draws the ball out of a chocobird, and he gets to be a right rib in the rib cage of the hero that's going to save this one world. And then he gets tossed in a portal and reincarnates as the right rib, and then at some point he dies and comes back. We never see the adventure, right, from like what's going on as it happens. Basically, he just gets reincarnated and comes back because time doesn't really pass in this place. And he's like, I'm back. And she's like, all right, so how'd it go? And he starts to relate the story. She's like, shut up. And she plugs a giant USB thing in the back of his neck and watches what happens. Now, here's the thing. This adventure that he has might be stop motion animation. It might be paper animation. It might be like kamishibai. Like, there's a whole bunch of different ways they come at doing it, right? And then he narrates what's going on, and there's also voices and stuff that tells about, here's the extremely ridiculous thing I got up to when I was the rib in this guy's chest. And here's how it all went well until it all went badly. And it always goes badly because it's a comedy show, right? It's a gag manga, essentially. And then he comes back. And it's like, great, like, I did that thing. And she's like, cool, so what are we going to do now? And he's like, I want to make out. And she's like, that's not on the cards. Zap your ass. All right, we're going to reincarnate you as something else. Sends him off. Because these are, I think, about like 15-minute passages in like 2 to an episode, I think. I can't remember, but... And then we do another one, again with a completely different animation style. And I think even different director and stuff.
That does sound right up my alley.
I know. And I think it's on my Plex. You should maybe watch an episode or two to see if you like it. And I didn't. And I'm doing my fucking roundup here, but I am surprised because I'm like, I thought I'd like this, and I thought of you would like it as well for the being able to explore all the different whatevers. But the in-between bits are a little exhausting.
Okay, I will prepare myself for that.
Yeah, it is quite the thing, and I haven't deleted it from my Plex yet because I wanted you to watch at least one episode of it. But also I've been like, I think I want to see if I can get through more of it, and maybe it'll turn for me. And yeah. Anyway,
You can always come back to it at some point.
that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I am running in space on my Plex, but not in a dire strait yet. So. And I did also buy that expansion card, so I can have new drives in my Plex now too.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Did you end up watching City?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
I cannot say enough good things about all of his work, actually.
Yeah. God,
Why is that smoking like that?
I saw somebody the other day see they posted on Tumblr that they saw this Azumanga Daioh thing, and they lost their shit, and they're like, are you kidding me? He made another manga?
Yes! Yep. Is Yotsuba worth reading? I believe that's how that thing started.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Do you want to experience joy as an adult human being?
Yeah.
Or is that a waste of time?
And just the idea of somebody just being like, reading Yotsuba and not having a clue about Azumanga Daioh, and I was just like, oh no, oh, you're in for some stuff. This is a very different experience.
Ah, honey.
Did you run into Honey?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's on her motorcycle.
Oh, Hurricane Honey.
Yes. Flash, honey. Oh, right, and eventually we're going to be getting a Yoko Taro Evangelion, too. Don't know what that's going to be about.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't always need stuff to be remade, but
No.
but when I do see it, it's like I want to see what
What is he going to do with it?
Yeah. Oh, goodbye. I feel. Go ahead.
Oh, I feel like he's got the best chance of giving us something
interesting as an interpretation.
Sure. Like, I don't even strictly need a lot of stuff when people are remaking it to be good, right? That it's like, I just hope that it becomes something that when I've looked at it, I've been like, this ain't for me, but I get it, or that this is totally for me and I'm completely here for it, right? These days I want that. There's a lot of, I mean, it does feel like a lot of things get remade. Like when you, I mean, well, Anno doing his take on Kamen Rider, Godzilla, I think, as well.
And Ultraman.
And Ultraman. And it's like, yeah, I mean...
And that's a guy taking his lit victory lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think a lot of... I could do without a lot of remakes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rumbling in the Gundam community because Bandai announced that they have another project in the works for the near future that will be long.
Okay.
And so a lot of people are saying, oh, could they perhaps be considering remaking the first Gundam?
Oh.
And I honestly feel like that's completely unnecessary, but that's not the way the industry works. That's not the way the fandom works.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The general... Trying to get anyone to watch anything that was made before 1999 even at this point is like, oh no, this is terrible, it looks bad, I hate it so much.
Right.
It's not bad.
Right.
And it's not terrible. It's not what you're used to. But apparently that can be too high of a hurdle sometimes.
Well, and I wonder too that if you like back, it's kind of like I think about Doctor Who. Those older episodes that are being recovered that are like held together with baling twine, right? Like they're just like, they're so fucking dire. They definitely feel to me like you can't expect a casual, like somebody who's never seen Doctor Who before, to jump in and say, I want to watch this.
Right.
And so I kind of get this idea of, well, we want to get people interested in Gundam. I mean, Gundam Seed really seemed like Gundam Wing was one of those things. Gundam Seed seemed like another of those things where it's like, we want to bring Gundam into a new generation, shiny, flashy, whatever.
Especially Seed, given it was kind of meant to be a retelling.
Yeah, and so that idea of doing that, and I don't know, like, I can understand why they might be like, well, we want people to engage with original Gundam because they're not going to engage with Seed, or they're not going to engage with G-Quux, or, you know, or we won some fans over because of Witch from Mercury, and now we want to kind of get them into liking the shit that we like because we're the ones who are in our 50s and 60s, right? So why not give them something that's palatable in that way? And I'm like, yeah, I guess if you're not building your fan base by asking them to trek backwards through the series. You're trying to say, we want to bring you in from first principles because this is the reason why we like this. And the problem I have with that is, when you were watching that back in the day, it meant something different. It was something different.
Yes. Yeah. It wasn't a franchise.
Yeah.
It was a
moonshot.
A soul work.
Yeah. It's like, we got the money to spend on this, and we don't know what's going to happen based on how we make it, but we are going to make it.
I think what I want people to do is I'm begging people to stop interacting with works as a fan. You can be a fan of things,
okay,
and that's fine. But approaching any sort of work with a preconceived notion that there is a fandom that you need to conform with and be a part of, and a zeitgeist you need to understand before you can engage with it, or not.
Yeah.
Like, engage with it as a work of film first and foremost, and then you can decide if it, because we don't say, Gone with the Wind, what a shitty film, boy, that looked like ass.
Yeah.
Fuck Star Wars. How the hell can you see all the lines around the TIE fighters all the time? Like,
Yep.
yeah. We don't do that.
No, we don't.
For some reason, in those spaces, it's different.
I was going to say, did you actually ask for
I
it?
did not.
Yeah, okay.
No, and don't change my tires. There we go.
I mean, yeah, in a lot of ways, I mean, like, I have not played every Mario game, right? Big Nintendo fan, right? Like a lot of the franchises and stuff. I realized a while ago, it's like some of these games I'm not interested in playing these games. I put myself through games where I was like, I want to play this because I want to experience this and whatever. And then in playing it, I'm like, I'm just kind of playing it because it's here. I'm not playing it because it's really holding my interest. But it is what I have in front of me. Jesus fuck. It's like next time when you come into the pit, actually pit. And yeah, I think that's kind of nice that it's like if you're going to engage with a thing that you're like, well, I love this thing, or it's built around a thing that I love. It's like, well, sure, I love Robert Redford movies, but I haven't seen all of them, and there are some I'm not going to bother watching.
Yep.
And because I'm just like, those ones are not ones that hold my interest. And I've seen some where I've been like, God, I shouldn't have bought that DVD. There was no point in me getting that movie in my collection. But yeah, it's just kind of. I agree with you should come at the things that people create and be like, oh, hey, this is part of a series I love or whatever, and if it's not doing anything for you, you can stop engaging with that.
If that's the reason why you're watching it.
Yeah.
I in retrospect, I should have stopped watching G Gundam when I wasn't enjoying it anymore.
Right.
But I continue to do so as an academic exercise for myself to, okay, let's try to understand what it is about this that gets people excited and...
Right.
Yeah.
Ultimately, when you finished G Gundam, though, you were, for a brief period of time, you were hyping it like quite a bit. Like this happens and this happens. It's amazing.
It was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think that was and if what I got out of it is that you enjoyed it, as opposed to you were giving me the run of like, this is a ridiculous show.
Yeah.
Like, if this is what you want, oh boy, is it there.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. But I don't think it's what I want out of it.
Yeah, okay. But okay.
That's because I was watching it as a exercise.
Yeah. I don't feel, I definitely, like, I didn't line up 20 things this season because I was like, I have to watch everything that's happening this season. That's a waste of my time.
You legitimately have interest in these things that you were lining up.
Yeah, I was like, I need to watch this because I need to see if it's something I'm gonna like, and then if it's not something I'm liking, that's the thing about the things I'm bouncing off right now, is I'm like, I'm clearly not vibing with this in the way that I want to, even though there's been some good moments. And part of that is, I think part of that is I'm not watching it with Heather, and therefore it's like I'm not enjoying that. But I also feel like she did end up picking out all the stuff that I figured she'd like, and that she's really into. I want to watch these things, and that anything where I've been like, I was kind of like, I don't know about this, if I want to watch this or not, but I will give it a shot. And then you discover that, you know, she's not into it, and I'm like, I was kind of on the fence about a little of this too. So, yeah. I read the first Murderbot book.
Oh,
thanks to Corey, and enjoyed it. And it is like, it read like fast, like a novella to me. Like, it just read so fast. I didn't put it down. I just read the whole thing till I was done. I have no idea how many pages it actually is, but it read like it was 200 pages.
How did you feel about it compared to the television series?
So I read the book first, and really enjoyed it. Really got into the, like, I didn't picture people the same way, obviously.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff that happens in the show, in order to flesh out characters and make them feel like they're actually there, because the whole book is from Murderbot's perspective. Right. So there's just characters that like get very little exposure. I really liked the book. Getting to watch it as a series felt like, oh, I get to see how this all is. And some changes they made to the plot line to kind of make people feel like they're more a part of what's going on. I appreciated that they did that, but didn't feel like it was part of the story.
Okay.
I was like, I'm glad they put that in there, and I'm glad they made it feel like it's like this. What they did for television made sense for television because all these people have to matter. Like, you got to give David Desmalkian stuff to do. You paid for him to be here in the first place. But
oh god, I need to hit again. It's fine.
yeah, but my take was the book felt really good and tight, and to my understanding was written by someone who'd already been writing for quite a while, and wrote this as I had an idea for a story and I want to write this, and I'm already publishing stuff, and anyway, so here I am. But yeah, felt very. I liked them both, and I liked them both for different reasons. And I will watch more of the series, but I kind of also want to read the books ahead of watching more of the series if they make more of them.
Generally, a good. Well, no, I am of two minds on adaptation directions.
Yeah.
And these days, I think I actually land on the other side of. If you are interested in both, it is better to watch the adaptation first.
Oh yeah.
Because you have less of a chance of being disappointed.
Ah. That is a very interesting way to look at that. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't play as much like the TV series doesn't play like an ensemble piece, even though there's like a team of people. But it is so much more expressive and so much more interesting watching all these people and who they are. Because I guess actually, as Fruan says, Murderbot is a very frustrating / affectionate, frustrating in an affectionate way narrator because they do not care about so much of what's going on around them. And so, yeah, when you read the book, there is a lot of detail that the show inserts that was never part of the original text, but it makes the show fun to watch. But it is literally stuff that he would never think about putting into his own story. So yeah, that was really funny. Yeah, I think if I'm gonna engage with more of it, though, I do want to keep reading the novels, and then kind of wait to be surprised by how they end up getting brought to life on TV. And Heather watched it with me because I said, "You want to watch this?" And she's like, "I don't know," and I'm like, "It's pretty funny. Like, it's gonna be a little violent, and it's gonna be kind of a little awkward at times, but it is actually kind of funny. And I think you'd enjoy it." And then we watched it, and she was like, watched the first episode, she's like, "Well, we should watch the second episode." I'm like, "Excellent."
Great.
And then it gets to the end of the second, and she's like, I'm like, "Another, what do you want to do now?" And she's like, "Another one?" Like I was an idiot for not realizing. And then I was at the end of it, like, "Okay, that was really good." She's like, "Good, number 4." And I'm like, fuck.
Okay, yeah.
And then after that, we watched number 5. And I was like, "Okay, there's 10 episodes. We have to be done." And she's like, "Yeah, that's enough for the night." I'm like, "Good, okay, holy shit." And then the next week, we watched the next 5. And to my mind, somebody on the internet said they took the entire show and they cut out all the repeating bits, like the opening sequence and like flashbacks and stuff that's like, last time on Murderbot, like that kind of thing. And they turned it into a 3.5-hour movie.
Not bad.
And I'm like, that's you could watch it 2 hours and then an hour and 40. If you found the right break point, you could make it into two feature-length movies, and I think you could actually make it behave as a two-parter. It does work watching 5 and then watching another 5. So, yeah.
I feel very bad about admitting this, but Murderbot completely slid off my brain.
That's fair.
I have no memory of it, even.
I liked it because it felt familiar, video gamey familiar enough to me in like, I can picture this thing in its power armor, I can picture this thing moving around and doing stuff. And, yeah, it just, not that I sympathized with the character, but also was interesting seeing how do you write a character. It's like writing Data, right? How do you write Data in a way that makes him believable as an android, but also entertaining to watch as what that android would be acting like? You know, you don't want him to start being all weird and emotional, like happy-go-lucky and all the whatevers. It's like you want him to feel. They wanted him to feel like Spock, because they needed that kind of character because they thought, well, we need a character that's like Spock, because that's what Star Trek works, right? And yeah, they got to do so much with Data as a result of how they chose to write him.
Well, also, I think Brett Spiner was doing a lot of heavy lifting there, too.
Yeah.
Very, very competent actor there.
Yeah. It was always fun watching Data too when he would have little smiles on his face, because it's like that's Brent Spiner making a choice to not play Data completely
Flat.
Yeah, not play him flat. And that people might get mad to be like, no, he's a robot, god damn it, you need to not make him smile. And it's like, that's just Data knowing what a smile looks like and deciding that at this point in the day, I should do this to my face, right? Like you can read in a lot of why he would do a thing just because it's like, why wouldn't the robot decide to do that at this point? It could just decide to do that if it wanted to.
The robot desires to be human.
Yeah.
And therefore chooses to emulate humans in certain ways.
So maybe Data has decided he has a program that's like, oh, at certain times I set off the algorithm is like, it's time to smile, and so the face smiles. And
I've noticed that human beings tend to smile at these particular times and this frequency, and therefore I'm going to emulate that in order to make them feel like I am a comfortable thing to be around.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that adept necromancer that they're learning to imitate the human behavior makes sense and makes the character deeper. It makes them different from Spock as well.
Yeah.
And Spock was a reconciliation of the human and the alien in one body, trying to synthesize, or at least very much trying to not erase the other half.
I'm going to go pee, and then I'm going to go home.
I think, yeah, it is late for you.
Yeah, it's 2:12.
Thanks for joining me. That was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. I know that the last time I think I came here at like 2 o'clock in the evening, or at 2 o'clock in the morning, and stayed until you were done.
Yep.
So that did not happen this way.
No.
But I've enjoyed our 7-hour podcast.
Me too. Let's do it again. Not at 2 in the morning.
And not exactly like this.
Yeah.
But no, this was lovely. So, yeah, I'll
go do the needful, and
I will just pretend I'm out of here for good. Goodbye,
that sounds
everybody.
good. Bye. I have to be entertaining on my own. I'll be fine. I'll be dead. Oh, come on, gotta belly back up to me. I need more friction on the bottom of my chalk, I guess. Gotta add some chalk to the chalk, maybe. Whoa. Oh. Enjoy a late night Beej and Ian bit of the subathon? I will take that under consideration. Because I have not figured out what I'm going to do for the subathon this year yet. Vickysaurus, the other driver other than myself and Beej was my partner Corey, who was here earlier from 2 until 7 p.m. I mean, the chalk is working better this year than the sandbags were earlier, but... maybe I think what I need to do is just print more of them. Maybe put some spikes on the bottom. They're sized specifically for the casters we have on our chairs. So. It's a precision piece of equipment. Too much friction in the wrong place. You know, my home setup, is very similar to this, actually. The model of chair is the same. The computer's actually a little bit better here, too. But I have a larger monitor at home. And potentially, sometimes, a virtual reality headset. a lot of fun for a racing game, especially as I mentioned for those races around the Tokyo expressway system. Ow! You know, maybe yeah, maybe replacing the chocks with or not the chocks, but replacing the casters with breakable casters, which is to say casters that I can put a brake on, not things that I need to break. Oh, keeping the chair in place bits. Yeah, shag carpeting is a little bit better holding than office tiles. That said, we've had some pretty interesting methods of keeping the chair in place here over the years. We had sandbags last year. The year before that, I believe I brought out my bass guitar case and shoved it against the wall, and then shoved the other side against the back of the wheels on the chair. Year before that, we actually, I believe that was one of the years we broadcast from my home. And do not like that. That was clearing out the couch in a way that did not really work for comfort or ergonomics. Mostly ergonomics. All right, let's slow down and pass through some buses, shall we? Damn it. Maybe not the best idea, but here we are now. They like it when you spin your wheels in the pit, right? Boop. Okay, folks, we are down to just under 5 hours of racing left to do. And I'm still feeling it. I'm still enjoying the heck out of what we're doing right now. But yo, Vicky Source, I miss egg melt too, and that's why I do recently decided to put my graphic design skills into production. Now I have egg melt here if I ever somehow want to. We may see more egg melt in the future with the new, not necessarily in signs, but I might try to incorporate the branding somehow into future racing streams. Text, I appreciate the real used vehicle seat system too. I like the idea of that. I've also liked the idea of the people who. But yeah, no space for that. I love the people who have the space and the garage to do the use your car's steering wheel as a racing setup by jacking into the ODB 2 port and just putting a big old flat screen in front of the car's windshield. But Jesus, this incarnation, the 24 hours of Le Mans in which I drive around the Cirque du Sarthe for 24 hours will not occur next year. In its place will be some other form of motorsports fun, probably at a different time, to coincide with maybe a different type of... Oh my god. Goodbye transmission. But yeah, I want to take these this paddock of ridiculous cars to some other places in the world, and for times that are less than 24 hours, and that's really what it comes down to. Because the 24 hours has been fun, but it is a toll on the body that becomes more and more apparent every year. Is really all it is. Yeah, we're not getting younger, and God, I mean, the thing that kind of kicked this all off more than 10 years ago was Cameron doing that first 24-hour stream and figuring, hey, I know something that takes 24 hours that could be fun. And it was. And it has been. But I do want to, try some other things. And I think 10 years is a nice round number to end on. It's okay for things to end, because that means there are opportunities for different beginnings. It's, it's a phrase I said earlier that I should really look up who's to attribute the quote to, but the idea being that something that cannot continue forever must eventually stop. And I'd rather put my pin in this in a happy spot than any other particular way. Now that said, not going to do more. We are going to do more racing in different ways. Oh yeah, that was the whole point. We've litigated this enough here. Someone asked for a review on the car, and I'm really enjoying the AE86 Sprinter Torino. It feels solid, it feels predictable on the road, it feels confident, but also it has the ability to have a little bit of fun. It's not an extremely fast car, but I feel like it's definitely yes, we're doing a lot of crashes, we are losing a lot of transmissions. I feel like we are doing better than we have in previous years, though. Now, Big the Dave, would you prefer 11 DVD boxes stacked up so that you can see my face? Or would you prefer the Speed Racer style, my face is the case for those 11 DVDs? Stein's Law, that sounds correct, Rockbusher. Cory Doctorow is always bringing that up in his lectures and essays, and I think it is important to realize in various contexts. Now let's see if in the next 5.5 hours, if I can top that 6-minute 11-second lap time. That's what this is about, and always has been about. You know, as well, even back in the days when we were in Project Cars 2, racing cars that were meant to be raced in the same class with each other, in the same power and downforce levels that you don't get in a consumer automobile. It was never about being able to win the race, because we were never setting ourselves up to be able to do that in game. But it's absolutely about continuous personal improvement and having a good time. Yeah, describe this car as like a firm marshmallow. It rolls a bit, but it rolls predictably and pleasantly. You know, I don't actually know what my best time is. I can look at my Miata time in Project Cars, not Project Cars, in Assetto Corsa. It should give me the top time. I think we're not quite there yet, but I've driven some much faster cars on this track than this one, So it wouldn't surprise me if even one of my lesser good laps in a much faster car might break the 6-minute mark. Rockbusher, I would counter that taco time, at least in Canada, maybe not the greatest of times. It's a pretty mediocre taco chain. Come on, hold it, yeah, no, come on, don't break. And don't let the tiny cars break you. That'll be a good sign off. Don't let the tiny cars break you down, chat. There's something I feel that is just a bit wrong, though, about the sushi being driven by a French driver. I am a proponent that sushi is for everyone and should not be gatekept behind these ideas of authenticity. But, you know, le poisson. I am a little sad that I didn't get to break down that tuna for you all on a previous Tinker Tailor due to fish smell, but I also did not want to put Paul and I down for a couple days based on bacterial or some sort of food poisoning based on fishy fish. A little bit of wiggle there. What I should do is get up and get myself a Land Jaeger in the well, let's say 3 a.m. Good old 3 a.m. Land Jaeger. Everyone loves cured meat, right? I mean, aside from the people who specifically do not enjoy meat of any kind. But you can cure other things. You can cure fish. I'm pretty sure you can cure tofu. Sleep well if you can, Rockbusher. We'll see you on the other side. Nope, we found the secret gear. Oh yeah, you don't want to end up with the jump scare that is 3 a.m. Surge Jaeger. Just a little bit of corner gone from the car. Oh, Wolf Strike, do not worry. I have the champagne prepared for the traditional end to the Le Mans. Need something to keep that whistle wet while I read through. And again, a big thank you all for your generosity. 101 notifications at this point. Y'all are great. I feel like, though, we've potentially litigated all of my usual discussion points. We've gone through food, we've gone through the light socialism, talked about general purpose computing, AI. We've certainly talked about anime, science fiction, and television programs. Yes, not sure what you mean by that, Tantasar. That I refreshed the board of sub notifications before the stream started. But what you were seeing on screen there is, yeah, probably something's up there. I don't understand how the Nifty overlay works. Oh, M Tigers, yeah, any Crow news? They ask. Not. Let me see about that. Because we didn't. Oh no, yeah, that's right. 2 nights ago, I'm a little bit angry at the Crows right now, because while they did as a massive murder come descend upon my building and tree outside, they were in no way interested in peanuts because they were there to raid the plum tree that sits on the tiny park on the boulevard between my building's property and the road. And I'm upset because a couple years back, I managed to get at some of those plums when they'd had a chance to ripen, but the Crows have now decimated it, more than decimated it. They've picked it clean, and there will be no plums able to get nice and sweet, so. Definitely cute little guys, but they ruined my plums, so they're in the doghouse for a day. Let's ask look at some other here questions. But the Jesus says, if you could get another car or 2 besides your Mini, which you want to get, so I should have come up with this earlier when we were talking about dream cars, no cost. Worried. Okay, let's talk just free association here. I would love to actually take a Porsche out for a spin at some point. An older air-cooled 911, just to kind of figure out what all the buzz is about. I've always loved the mid-90s E30, that's it, the E30 series of BMW 3 Series cars, especially especially in the estate editions. Love me the Volvo station wagons too from that area before they got rounded. But in terms of just glorious aesthetics, and I think we did spend 1 year we drove this as a car, is the Lancia Delta. It's such a handsome beast. Love big, big air intakes on the sides of cars. All-wheel drive, got some rally pedigree to it, and just a gorgeous sound and a lovely interior too. I'm working on a model at the moment of a Ferrari Testarossa that came in yellow plastic, and I've been painting it up to do full white as its exterior, because I do love a white car. And while I enjoy the exterior, this is a model that I won in a raffle, so I'm using it as a practice bed to learn car modeling techniques and surface any sort of gotcha moments before I start work on my 1:72 scale Austin Mini. My car. The plan is to eventually do up decals for custom decals, so that I can match the stickers that are on it currently and have it look just like our friend on the track here. Best restaurant in Victoria for each ethnic type available in the city. That is an interesting one. I feel like for Szechuan style noodle soups and whatnot, that's got to be Ox King. Japanese ramen is Arashi. There's a There's an omakase sushi place that I have not had a chance to try out yet in town. But Uchida, in terms of washoku, or traditional Japanese cooking, is absolutely my tops for that. They're also related roughly to Jagasilk, and they're in the same building. What else is good food? I can't make a choice on Mexican just yet. But my favorite Indian place in town remains Four Spice, though people do enjoy Biryani Palace. I like that. The only good shawarma in town, depending on what type you want. If you want something more, late night drunk food shawarma, that's Bold Butchery. Does a good one. But if you're looking for Iranian style, gotta give a shout out to my good friends at Yalla. And I think that's about all I can think of. If I think of any more world foods. Oh, and the Pho district is good. I call it that because there are at least, I think there's potentially 4 Pho places within a 1-block radius. But Pho V is my current favorite, though I intersperse between a bunch of them because, some days you just want a big cheap bowl, and some days you want a concentrated nice bowl. Whoa, that could have been a very nice turn. Soprano says, I've driven a 933 bi-turbo, 996 GT3, and a 997S. They are each completely different cars. Turbo feels heavy with a ton of power. GT3 will bite you, and a 997 feels more in control. Good to know. Honestly, I would not own a Porsche now. They're incredibly expensive to maintain. Yeah, that I can get. Bernstein says that a Testarossa was the car I fell in love with as a kid playing Test Drive on my 286. That was absolutely my first introduction to the Testarossa as well, on a friend's 286. Tacitus Visual, how did you know that the first model kit that I was given as a kid and was really never able to, I didn't pick up on brush painting, so it never got finished in any real meaningful way, but it was the Enterprise A Constitution refit. Candleline says, if you're ever back in Seattle, I have a 13 WRX I'd let you drive if you want it. You know what? I might take you up on that. I have loved the WRX from afar as a car. Though I did dally with the idea of buying a Mitsubishi Lancer, not an Evo or anything even remotely approaching. But that was when I needed that car after coming back from Japan. The problem being that they had no manual Lancers available at the time. And so that drove me into the arms of Zoom Zoom and the Mazda. And that served me well for many years. It was a fine vehicle. Upsetting that the Lancer can't be evoed without a ton of aftermarket work. Yeah, that's another problem with there. But I'm not sure if I mentioned it to anyone out there in chat. What I would really like to do is, I'd just like to spend some time now that I know a bit more about how to drive and what I'm looking for, just in a bog standard Civic, I'd like to understand with a good intact transmission. I do kind of just want to get a quick feel of what it is that people keep saying about that particular car and its snappy little gearbox. Agreed to Assetto. I think that that model is absolutely of that age. I think one of the reasons I didn't also dive into it is that what I want, you know, as a kid, you want what you want, and of course, when gift giving season comes around, you will get disappointed. And I think this was a case of someone in the family was like, "Oh, I hear he likes Star Trek. Well, we'll get him this." And no, what I liked was Star Trek: The Next Generation. I kind of actually resented people who tried to get me into the original Star Trek at the time. Paper model of the F40 with pop-up headlights sounds amazing. I think at that age as well, I wasn't a big car nerd, but I think I absolutely did performatively like the Lamborghini Countach, as you kind of had to as a kid and teen in the mid 80s through early 90s. I especially loved seeing in the later Top Gears James May taking the Countach out as a how does this work as a daily driver in Britain? Just so aggressively angular, and they it makes them look like a spaceship. Ooh, other cars would be fun to drive would be a Honda S2000, if I'm remembering the correct model, the old James Bond car. Love to see if I could fit in one of those. And just for nostalgia, I think maybe the Lotus Elise would also be pretty high on the list. But that's because that was the car that I think taught me to... Well, it was the first car that clicked with me in auto racing, in gaming, on the controller even. Back on, I want to say... the original Forza on the first Xbox. And that was also, again, where I fought after learning how to use the Elise around a track, and then using... Oh, I loved doing hill climbs in that game in the Lancia. Any 1940s to 1970s cars you'd like to drive? I mean, we've got the Honda S2000 in there already. Hard to say. I don't honestly think there are. I mean, maybe, oh god, of course, yeah, the Caterham Super 7 is absolutely on that list. As is the Mercedes. I gotta drive the Lupin car. I really want to drive the Lupin car. Oh. Fun stuff. Mod is trying to get a Honda S6600 for at 660 for a good price. Good luck. Every now and then I will just go back to my my broker that I bought the Mini from, and log back into the Japanese auctions pages just to see what's there. I'm occasionally thinking about getting a second Mini just as a parts sink and/or backup. But honestly, I feel blessed and thankful that I am able to live in a city where I don't need to rely on a car. Oh. Man, I've never had a car poster on my wall at any point in my life. That honor was reserved for the Enterprise D cutaway schematic poster that still resides in my on my wall in my home today. I'm absolutely faster than my record this year. First car in Le Mans didn't even shift out of third gear until you were over 200 kilometers. You'd 520 on a lap, where you were surprised with the new wheel, and that wasn't even my best. Wow. I do remember that was a pretty, it was a Le Mans prototype car. Was that the Sauber that year I was driving? My Andra, I just recently got done a rewatch of You Were Under Arrest because they just recently did a 4K remaster and re-release of it, and oh boy, does that show look gorgeous in full HD. That series has got the OVA. It's got the little mini era in there as well, and the lovely patrol Honda City. It's got the Eto Bue. But unfortunately, ACAB does include You Were Under Arrest and Pat Labor. The only exception to that rule I will give is Zenigata Keiji, and that's only because he is obsessed with Lupin specifically. Ooh. Now you've got the full box of DVDs, all the series, including the live action. Dang, that is dedication. I don't think I ever owned any of the DVDs, but my first anime soundtrack CD was was the soundtrack to You Are Under Arrest, the OVA series, and found that while I was at a summer camp in Vancouver in a thrift shop, just completely out of nowhere. Yes, the fuel indicator is handy because while the dials on the dash are functional, and we've got our extra on the right-hand side, a little cluster of information there. And in fact, I think we've even got a third, yep, the far right number at the top. It's the number of potential or number of liters left. Actually, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we can change that to show number of laps remaining. We do this because I am unable to keeping track of the amount of fuel I have left. Oh yes, no, Columbo absolutely gets a pass as well because he is an enemy of evil. It's just what he is. Yeah, I think the real reason I picked up that CD was specifically for the cover artwork. Okay, now Trent, I have never once run out of fuel in any of my actual cars. I have been right up on the line a couple times, but never had to walk for fuel. It is something that I am extremely paranoid about, though, when I am driving long distances. But also, I don't want to find out what happens when you run out of fuel in a car with a catalytic converter. Yeah, that's something else the modern minis, the mid-modern minis had. Thankfully, though, it's my car is too small for anyone to be able to fit under to get that catalytic converter out. So I'm safe there, at least. And I did, while I've only run out of fuel a couple times here, there was a beautiful time when I managed to just, as you did as well, Xantos, coast into the pits for fuel. How extra safe for fuel were you during Road Quest? There was never a chance of us running out of fuel in that because, I mean, it was well planned, but we had multiple options for fuel. I think we might have had a jerry can in the main truck too, but I don't think so. I think we planned out the amount of driving we could do in a day with fuel in mind. Oh, it's not fun if everybody runs out of fuel, but you know, if one person does and they get comedically left behind, that's one thing. But Wolfstrike, if there's any way I can make sure that we never have to say goodbye to Gant, then I will do so, but there may be no guarantee of Gant in future, but it will live on in our hearts and in our chat commands. And again, there's no guarantee that I'm never coming back to this track either. Just, again, the only guarantee is that I'm not planning to do another 24-hour race around Le Mans on a regular basis. There may even be another 24-hour stream, but I'm just not making promises. Because it is kind of, you know, it's hard to spend 10 days at something and not come away with some form of feelings. And we've got so many memories here. There is another 24-hour stream coming up next week in Fruin, yes, and I will not be doing all 24 hours of it, but... It's been a busy June. Man, Beach really was jamming on the brakes, wasn't he? I mean, today was not cold June for me. Thankfully, it will have cooled off for the walk home, but ugh, do not like the 26 degrees. Do not like above 26 degrees either, to be clear. I'm a 19 kind of guy. Yeah, I heard Lawrence Arano that this year, the Gant corner is just big bibendum. Wait, no, bibendum is Michelin. Goodyear is different. And that even the Dunlop chop has been desecrated. Fruin, that I believe is tire temperature. Yeah, that's pressure, that's wear, and that's temperature. So these tires are actually pretty cold, to be honest. And it did just get them less than one lap ago, so still warming up. But yeah, I generally prefer to keep my my living spaces cooler, based on the adage that you can always put on a sweater, but you can't take off skin. I mean, not normally. And not with that attitude, the Big Dave, thank you. Yes, Dragon Lord Panda, the Gant that we refer to is a clothing brand that was a regular advertiser at Le Mans at the time that this track was captured. Gant, there we are. The reason we Gant is that in the first game that we played, which was Project Cars, the Gant was repeated across the top of the banner. Thus, Gant. It really isn't it's the easiest thing to explain, but it's just something that caught on. Especially when you say Gant. go. There we go. Starting to get a little bit slippy. Uh-oh. Too fast. Nope. Still want to be in 3. Oh, come on, Ian. You could have done better than that particular chop. Also done better in that particular spin, but, you know. What are we going to do? Actually, what we are going to do is ruin this lap by crossing the line there perfect, but we are going to take a short break because I need to get up, swap my fluids, and maybe get a cheese and thing, and I'll be right back for more of the 24 hours of Le Mans in just a minute. Don't go all the way away. I'm not even gonna go to the commercial like Heather said. Remember, no narking. Oh god. Blah. olives and protein from the sea. Well, not protein from the sea, but cacciatore. It's not a land Jaeger at all. That's fine. It's still a cured meat product, and I'm enjoying it greatly. Yeah, do miss jumpsuit Jacques. Okay, one more here. By one more, I mean let's have a Baby Bell cheese. They lied to me. Orange on the outside, but the wax remains red. It's because this is the Gouda kind. And also the cheese is Gouda. I don't often Baby Bell, but when I do, it's out of desperation. I'll take it. Okay, one more bite of that. Push the microphone away from my mouth to eat. Get everything pointed in the right direction here. With maximum chalkage. Got my wheel in the right position. Okay, we can watch. Yeah, Margie, I should start calling them egg melts myself. You know, when you make a English muffin egg breakfast sandwich thing. The problem is, we around home tend to call them egg things because that was the name that they were given. I think I can't remember which local event it was, but it's like the idea of like, yeah, I'll have an egg thing. And then I did. Ooh, that's no. Really? That's interesting, Texan, that I only spent 10 hours of those 10 years on that Xbox 360 wheel. For those not aware of how this whole thing started, I ended up bringing in an Xbox 360 branded wheel that you could make work with the PC, but not the way you wanted it to. I think the force feedback wasn't actually force feedbacking, it was just providing a stiffness to the wheel. The resolution was all off, and 10 hours in, this man on the internet shows up and coordinates with our group of friends to present me with the wheel that we have before us. Once again, thank you so much, Texan, for all that you've done in making these streams actually making it a lot easier on me, and therefore making it a lot more entertaining for all of you. That old wheel came with me all the way from Edmonton. Yeah, that was doing the coordination between you and Beach and Corey to make that show up at the moon base the same day was heroic. So the surrounding waistband Gant underwear sure sounds like an idea until you find yourself getting down with a fellow member of the Loading Ready Run fan community, and you just both collapse in a pile of Gant. Yeah, I think if I'd finished that 24 hours on that wheel, probably would not have considered doing a second one of these. No! Good. I hit the wall with my wall. That makes... it makes the suspension still unpleasant. Yeah, I guess you should really only buy used underwear that has been produced for the express purpose of being sold as used underwear. Oh yes, and our good friend Yori the Hood. I'm sure he's finding peace in being a part of a melted down amalgamation of scrap metal. I'd say it turned into some nice farming machinery. He went to a farm upstate in the form of a rototiller. Voodoo Cat, welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans, our 10th annual version of this, in which we do a sort of a wacky races sort of a ride along with the actual 24 hours of Le Mans that is happening right now over in France. Yeah, you know, we're not professional drivers. We're not even really that good at it. But we do have a lot of fun and try to fill the race paddock with as much ridiculousness as we can find. So what you're probably referring to just there were some modded cars from a PlayStation game series called Choro Q, which features, you know, these sort of super deformed versions of regular cars. But that won't be the only surprise. You know, we've been doing this for 10 years now, and this, because my body is aging and we are being able to do a full 24-hour endurance race is becoming harder and harder. In future, we'll be scaling it back a bit, but also checking out some different tracks. If you like what you see, you can check out more of our stuff over at loadingreadyrun.com for links to all of our locations. And thanks for coming by. That is a good point, Inventari. I fail to remind everyone that professional does not necessarily always means good. It just means you're getting paid for it. Why did that happen? Who is responsible? Not you, it was the other person, but... Yeah, you know, the driving might also be a little bit more smooth if I were not attempting to also interact with a group of hundreds of people. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Tex. I have done some racing. It was amateur, very much amateur racing, but it was also flat track motorcycles, which very different from cars. How do you like the sound of drifting on two wheels around an entire track for 20 minutes? Praying that your back end doesn't get caught up and fling you directly into the cattle bars, because the track that you're on is for the other months of the year used as a chuck wagon circuit. Oh yeah, steering the other way all along, because of course that's how that's how motorcycles work. And you're all wearing a big ol' steel boot encasing device with a flat bottom, because you know, sometimes you need to lean over too far and maybe just, you know, run that shoe along the ground for a bit. Also, there's no brakes. I mean, no rear brakes. But also, you don't use brakes at all. One of my favorite things, though, at those, I never got around to doing myself, but probably would have if I'd stayed in the habit for more than a couple more years, was that we would often put together a bit of a show for the crowd after the races was done with the Flaming Wall of Death, in which you, the rider, must build their own wall, just, you know, to be sure of its construction and its suitability for crashing through. But then, you know, you'd get the wall built up out of your plywood, and you'd give a bit of, pour some gasoline on it, light the whole thing on fire, take a couple loops around the track to get it to speed, and then pow! Right through. Real tradition back in the day. Trying to decide if we keep it going or go back for a new suspension. I feel like suspensions have become the new transmission. Okay, next straightaway we're gonna crack open that second baby bell. Baby bell. Yikes. Aura farming the Flaming Wall of Death. You know, it kind of was for the greasier back of the mid-60s to mid-70s. I want to be clear that this group of racers too was a vintage flat track group. So I think nothing. They tried not to get anything after 1980 as a bike. Which also meant that these guys were all in there at the time, I want to say, mid-50s to early 60s. And then, of course, here I am in 35 years old, keeping the life in the sport. Yo! Whoa. No, no, no. Oh, hey, you got, Voodoo Cat's got the original Assetto Corsa today with a bunch of DLC. Now that you've got that, the next step is to head on over to racedepartment.tld, I don't remember the TLD, and start loading up on mod cars, because there are a lot. Also, you're going to want a little piece of software called Content Manager to make your life a lot easier for things, but worth it. Ooh, that's an interesting question, Twisted Hammer, that I think one could calculate out how big the circle would need to be for the desert bus to naturally follow the road with its left listingness. I thought you were just asking, like how long of a what's the biggest curve you could get for the desert bus, and I think you just need to consider, rather than curving in the XY axis, why not Z? Then you've got the circumference of the Earth. You just need one hell of a float bridge for some sections there. Sorry, I'm following up on my promise to myself to open this baby bellum straight away. Desert hover bus? Nah, I mean that's one way to do it. I myself would suggest giving your car, or giving the desert bus, mole mode and allowing it to burrow under the ground at speed. Oh, why, what am I even doing here? Cops are here because of some illegal shifting, I'm guessing. Oh, no, wait, that's just a game of life. Damn it. Accelerate! Yeah, when we eventually get to the pits, we are getting everything changed out. All right, don't mind me. This should be enough to get me through to 7. Then we play the game. You can't be hungry when you're asleep. So I think the big question is, and the answer I know is already in my head, yes, but do I just give up and order pizza tonight when I eventually wake up from my 6-hour nap? We are not actually rocking any sort of insane skin or model, Voodoo. This is a, we're in the Toyota AE86, which is one of the Kunos supplied and developed cars. I wanted to use something that I knew was going to have good support this year. We've done previous years in modded cars that have varying levels of success. Once you run this game with the maximum amount of cars for a certain amount of hours, you know, you encounter memory states that may not be conducive to, say, normal driving. You know, it's at a certain point you can just start to clip yourself into other cars on the road. I mean, if you're driving normally, you know, you won't notice that. But if you're, you know, going head to head against a giant piece of sushi and suddenly you poke your head inside and realize, oh, there's a man in here. Well, I mean, you know, if you're already 10 hours into or 18 hours into a 24-hour shift, you begin to question things. Not just about your choices, but about the nature of reality. This is all to say, yeah, this is a standard car, but they were cool enough, or rather not cowards enough, to actually put the initial delivery in the game as an official option, so kudos to them there. But yeah, the game has ridiculously deep levels of cars. The cars you're seeing here are because this combination works without too many of them completely bunching up at in the starting grid and just crashing into each other and retiring immediately. Though we still have seen a good number of retirements this year. But I think, you know, we've had some sort of not sentient croc, just a croc shoe that is somehow drivable show up as an option. Bit of French chef in a bathtub. There's a banana that's still actually for a one-to-one scale banana that is still, I think, currently running the track. Though we have also had a jackfruit, a number of Lego vehicles over time. Motorcycles for some reason. Had 23 retirees so far. Unfortunate. For what I miss the idea of the forklift. The forklift never worked in practice, neither the regular forklift nor the turbo-tuned forklift. I think they always ended up making it just up to the top of the hill here and then completely spinning out. And that's partially because they modeled the forklifts correctly, such that they steer with the back wheels. Which the CPU computer control system did not deal with well. But you know, maybe if we do another subathon where I can do a stars and a mediumly priced forklift again, we can bust that out. Tagris, I mean, get it to drive in reverse. You'll get the CPU to drive in reverse. I see. To point out that, like, it's kind of famously one of the 4 things that forklifts do: go forward, go backward, lift up and lift down. And in that respect, I mean, the model actually was fully functional. You could make forks go up and down, and it would go back and forth. Is turning different, Edisar, or is it just kind of a jazz straight? Speaking of which, shout out to Harry Connick Jr. and Kasami Washington, all my favorite jazz straights. Happy Pride. Only 2 more laps of living like this, folks. That's right, your favorite jazz them buys, the Pharaoh. Not the Pharaoh, but Pharaoh. Name escapes me. I'll be here all like, try the coffin juice. Here's one to noodle, everyone. What if we could get Mecanum wheels in this game? You know, the move sideways wheels when you turn your wheels in opposite directions. Pharaoh Sanders, thank you, Augmenting Path. Not to be confused with Pharaoh Saunders, who is currently ruler of the Nile and most of the loading ready run floodplains. That reminds me, if everyone wants some viewing for later on in the week, or in the day even, got a great movie for you all to check out on YouTube. One second, look at the title of it here. Oh no! Don't drop the phone while you're driving. You should all put some good animation in your head with the Ra Path of the Sun God. That's Ra Path of the Sun God. Oh, good night, Red Raven. Hope you enjoy your sleepy times. Just Haywire is planning to travel to the Tram World Championships this year. What are some odd vehicle events I've been to? That's a very good question. Sadly, I can't even say with I mean, I can't say it because I've not even attended a Dynamite boat race. Weird vehicle event. Honestly, probably the closest thing is the Nemeo Air Show. They had a few the last time I was there as a very young child, they had some pretty experimental jets there. Very tiny ones. The Silver Bullet, I believe, was what it was called. Of course, it was sponsored by Coors Light. Does Coors Light still call themselves the Silver Bullet? Not that I, think that anyone in our community is a big Coors Light aficionado. Okay, yes to everything. Say yes to the dress, and by yes I mean lift up the dress, replace the suspension, and then put the dress back, please. Also, I'm requesting new body, so new dress. Thank you. Okay, now I can stretch a bit more. The parts of my body that are above camera. And as above, below. Oh. Yo. Oh. Tantasar is now, well, I'm in a how forkless steer rabbit hole. Again, I recommend looking up Mecanum wheels. They're amazing pieces. In Le Mans, first and second place are separated by less than a second after 20.5 hours. That's going to be a heck of a race. I'm assuming that neither of those two people are the Crown Prince of what have you or Gabe Newell's son. If they are, hey, even better. I'm sure they're also much higher or much lower in lap time than what we're currently playing around with here. That was underwhelming. Oop, there we go. Wow, the Daihatsu's made it all this time. I guess being slow and steady kind of wins the race. But yeah, the Daihatsu Miro. Oh no, that's embarrassing. Actually, you know what? I don't know that I have seen in the mods for this game a Nissan Cube. I feel like I would have added it if I had, but then again, I think all cubes were CVT based too. Which, I mean, if you're doing that, you are going to need more transmissions than I have available, friend. A normal transmission's job is to take the spinning power of the engine and transmit it through the drive shaft to the wheels, providing a motive force forward. A CVT's job is to take energy spinning motion from the engine and turn it into entropy in the form of disintegrated CVTs. Do they do what in the cube? Believe me, man, they won't let me do that in the cube. Ooh, interesting. So it's a race between a Cadillac V-Series R and Toyota TR10 Hybrid. That actually sounds like a very interesting race. Yes, Voodoo Cat, this is also a modded track. Oh, shoot, because you're new to Assetto Corsa, I don't know how you feel about the Japanese Tokyo Highway Expressway system, but I highly recommend checking out the Shutoku Shutoku Revival project, which is another freely based modded track, but doing a highly detailed replica of the Japanese Tokyo expressway system and the nearby visible buildings from it. You get that. You put on some real nice weather mod. Set at the sunset. Go take a cruise across the Rainbow Bridge. It's gorgeous. Just missed the curb there. Would love to see the Toyota win, but Cadillac still makes good cars in that end of the spectrum. One of the few mods that didn't make the cut for this year, because I wasn't really sure how to place it in the lineup, was a rendition of what they called the Cadillac Monstre, was an early Le Mans beast of a car. And bring it down the curve. Very smooth. I like to stay just off the curbs. I feel like I'm losing too much power to the sound of the tires. A little bit of whippy dippy there. Wah! Truck. Whippy dippy. Not gonna lie, when I get to this point in the race each year, where we're coming up on 3 hours to end of race, which is generally close to how much time we like the stream for here, I start to get that anticipation for being able to be asleep. But we still got work to do. Still got miles to eat up. Got a bottle of champagne to drink up. Names to read off. So for the moment, courage. Yeah, that's not quite the way I wanted that to turn out, but okay. Since it is not a time for big cheats, despite the fact that it will sometimes put that number up for me to see, I know I didn't earn it if I've done that. I'll know, you all will know. Knowing is only half the battle, which means I will have to fight you all at some point. Again, much like the end of Jet Li's The One. Except instead of Jet Li, kicking the ass of countless other Jet Lis coming up to attack him, It's just gonna be all of you pummeling me as I whiff the first punch and fall flat on my face. Miles to drift before I sleep. Miles to sleep before I drift. Now I drift me off to sleep with pumping sounds of Eurobeat. Should I unfuel before I wake? I pray the Lord my transmission to take. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. I do wonder if we'll get to a point where more people will recognize that prayer from, or maybe we're already at that point, from Metallica than anywhere else. Uh-oh. Swooshy time. I gotta say, in the daylight, they look good and fun, but in the night, those sushi are just terrifying when they come up on you. Egg. Now that one, the spam nigiri, or no, I believe that's officially Hamburg. Either way, it's well, let's just say there was some discussion on one of my podcasts I was listening today as well about the concept of 100% flame broiled and what that means in the context of a burger. A big boppa? No. Burger King burger. There we go. Is it that all of the beef patty has been flame broiled, including the impossible interior? Is that they're using only flame to broil that burger? Many questions are left unanswered. And unlike those of the internals of the Grimace, they are answers that we demand as a burger-enjoying public. Oops, there we go. Good morning, Strebberns. Ooh. I was about to start ranking the burgers. Then I just remembered that we do have a brand new Iranian father and son opened up a brand new smash burger shop in town that's fantastic. It unfortunately replaces my favorite place in town to get Cubano sandwiches, so that is something to mourn. Definitely gonna have to make myself some burgers soon. That's right, I got all that bacon that I was talking about earlier. Glad to hear you are safe, Stribbins. Hope there's not much aftermath going up on for you there. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Ian's not done talking about food. Hey, y'all like sliders? Do y'all have an oven at home? Can I lay some real knowledge upon you here? Oh, Margie, no, I unfortunately do not mean the TV series featuring Why am I trying to remember actors' names? This is not going to work for me. Melania, there's nothing really to hype about a Wendy's. They're my favorite fast food burger, but that's, you know, that fast food being the caveat there. Very much. Okay, here's the point. What you're gonna do, get yourself a quarter sheet pan. Then, line that sucker with tin foil. Get yourself 2 pounds of beef. Ground if possible. If not, well, you're gonna have to grind it yourself because it is going to have to be ground beef. You're gonna mix into that ground beef 1 packet of onion soup mix and 1 egg. Mix it together until it's all well bound, and then spread that shit all over the pan in an even layer. Take that to your preheated oven that has been getting nice and hot at 350 or what have you. Cook the beef until it is done. Take it out and maybe drain it if there's too much there. Now, while you're doing this is happening, you're going to take the, I want to say 12-pack of King Hawaiian buns. Very important that you go with that one because they're the right shape for a quarter sheet pan. You're going to not separate the buns, but you are going to cut the entire thing in half lengthwise. Then you are going to take the you're going to take that beef out of the oven, still in the pan, and you're going to layer on top of it 6 slices of processed cheese. Slot that back in the oven for a few minutes. Then, once the cheese is melted, you're going to carefully slide that rectangle of beef onto your rectangle of bread. Now, once you've done that, you're going to wrap or cover it with a damp towel and stick it in your microwave for 30 seconds. You're going to do this because you probably don't have a steam oven. If you do have a steam oven, put it in there for 30 seconds, pop it out, slice it up. You probably should have put some mustard in there, I believe, and some hot relish before you put the bun on top. But at that point, then you slice up individual sliders off of this package, and it is easy, delicious, and probably one of the best pleasing party snack meals I have ever made. The fat content for your beef should be yes. I don't think it actually matters. Yeah, tear off a slider, or you can cut them. The cutting's fine. Scrap your ghost train. I had to come around on American processed cheese because it has its place in certain things, and a slider is absolutely one of them. You are not going to get the same experience with any other sort of cheese on that. And again, as I have shown via evidence, processed cheese is real cheese. You're just generally adding a flow agent to it, usually in the form of sodium citrate. I did improve that by making myself some it was a mixed Gouda cheddar slice, and then I actually went ahead and made some blue cheese processed slices, which were fantastic on burgers because they melt in that gooey way. Now, if you've lived a life where you've overdosed on American cheese slices, just cannot stand them anymore, that's one thing. But I am here to defend the processed cheese slice as a piece of culinary technology that has its place, but has probably misused too many times in the future. Future past. The future's not now yet. The past is the thing that did happen. Right, we're getting to that point. all other delicious meat-based dinners, I submit to you Kenji's halal cart-style chicken. It's 12:013. If you want to see it, it was a Tinker Tailor episode from a number of years back, so you do yourself a little YouTube search for Tinker Tailor Soldier Fry and cheese will probably be enough to get you it. Because there is a ratio of cheese to citrate that you want to use, because otherwise you'll end up, having a much saltier flavored cheese, and you might even not actually get it to lock up properly. I think years back figures I'm a new archer of Tinker Tailor. We've done a lot of stuff, and we generally, unless it's a multi-episode project, we don't repeat projects. And I do love doing the food. I think that was one of them that was broadcast from the Crystal Gondola of the palatial Maine Tiltio Studios here in beautiful downtown Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Oh, Melania found it. Just for my own peace of mind. How many years was that back? Was that broadcast? What was the month date? 2021. We were still in lockdown. Wow. I will say the photo I took for the going live post on that one, and I think it might even be the thumbnail, is one of my favorite pictures that I've taken of myself, and often still use that as when I get requests from a con for a headshot or something. Interesting thought, Napalm Sideburns. I have actually considered a couple of Alton Brown's contraptions. Although I'm more akin, I'm more interested in the little bit more practical ones. I definitely want to try his cardboard box smoker, and the other one is kind of just once in my life I would like to go ahead and deep fry a turkey. And so building his pulley contraption, I think, would also be an important thing to show off. Yeah, the turkey derrick. Because that one's extremely practical as well as a show and tell build, given how many people in North America continue to attempt to fry turkeys in the most unsafe manner possible. Deep fried turkey turned me off all deep frying. I think the oven is superior. Interesting. Again, deep frying is one of those things that I like to continue to demonstrate, because I want people to become less afraid of doing their own deep frying at home. Not just as a heat and danger issue, but also as a nutritional issue. If you're doing frying right, you're not really adding any appreciable oil to the dish. As you're getting that Leidenfrost effect, where the water boils off and gives you that barrier between the batter and what is being the fry oil. And frankly, it's the only way to get the best fish and chips you can have. I'm glad you're catching up on some stuff, Tigress. I think a lot of the stuff that we stream can be ephemeral, especially a lot of the video game stuff. But I like to feel like our board game coverage is pretty evergreen. I like to think that Tinker Tailor is pretty evergreen as well. And of course, you know, all of our scripted content, I would be remiss not to recommend, especially, and because this is especially dear to me, are the crap shots. I am so proud of what I have been able to achieve over the last year, and the work of everyone involved in even getting those put together and filming them and put out. It's I love doing comedy. I love I enjoy doing improv, but I love being able to refine and script out something really good. Big fat mid quiz of the year is great to come back to years later for. Yeah, no, those are fun too, because that'll really give you a sort of peek into what that year was like. Sorry, Melania, you said I read your sentence there. At least once a year I rewatch all of the LRL VODs, which is heroic to begin with. But given that some of our internal acronym naming structure, when you say loading LRL, I think loading ready live, as in the channel, youtube.com/loading ready live, as in rewatching somehow all of the streams we've been doing since the beginning of our streaming, which is, I don't think, physically possible. You may be a witch, but you didn't say that. You can still be a witch if you want to. Just the wizard of 4 times speed and time. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. The channel is loading ready live, all lowercase. The show is loading ready live, all uppercase, but only at the end. God, I can only imagine what, and this might be an interesting experiment just as an art project, but if someone wanted to take one of the series, like say Rhythm Cafe, and just take the booth sequences, but overlay them all on top of each other so that you've got that kind of ghost trail effect. Maybe the Noise Boys would also be a good couple to try that out with. Sushi wants by. So ponder this, chat. If we are in fact going around in circles with pieces of sushi, are we not in some small way a kaiten sushi of our own? Even West says, I hope we try instead of chopsticks don't pluck us off the track. I imagine it much like that game with the giant French cop that's always watching and just comes down from the sky with the hand. Nope, that's a bad turn. We did a bad thing. We should feel bad about it. Square Deck Cube, the all L's, I think what you're describing is a game, a skin for the game VVVVVVVVVV with us in it. That's just... Ooh, that's... I don't like the way that sound is coming out of my mouth when I'm feeling this loopy. Oh, that felt real nice. I feel like I am short shifting a bit. Like the sound of the engine tells me that it's not really even getting up to its power band until it hits that 5,000 RPM mark. And wants to go all the way up to 7. Where in Japan? Delia asks, will I want to visit the next time I go? Oh, so I do have to go back up to Akita and go visit my brother because we didn't get a chance to go to round 1 and have beer while playing video games like he wanted to, and want to give him that opportunity as a time off. But I actually kind of want to go a bit. I want to go in a bunch of different directions. I've never been to Sapporo or Hokkaido in any facet, and I think that would be a fantastic place to see. I would like to spend a little bit of time going back to my hometown in Nagaoka and check out Niigata City a bit, as well as finally go over to Sado Island from there, which I criminally never did while I was living there. And of course, you know, I'd like to go down to Fukuoka again and experience some of the food there. Really what I'm saying is I don't think I need to go to, I mean, I obviously want to spend a little bit of time in Tokyo, but I don't need to. Maybe spend a bit more time in Osaka, too. That was nice for the 3 days we were there, but we split that with Kyoto, and I think I gave short shrift to both of them in doing so. That said, definitely want to go back to the tofu specialty restaurant in Kyoto Station that I had dinner at one night there. That was, oh. We had 14 different types of tofu. Well, not types, but 14 different preparations of tofu. All extremely distinct from one another, and all of them delicious. I think what I need to do beforehand, though, is learn how to stretch out my stomach, because I've unfortunately conditioned myself to only be eating 2 meals a day. And, you know, being in Japan, I want to get that 3rd meal in. Damn it. I was disappointed with myself that I could only eat so much. Not necessarily in quantity, but in variety and availabilities. But I recommend, if anyone is going to Japan in the next while and you find yourself up in the Akita area in the north, check out the TDK Museum. That's right, it's a museum put together by the TDK Media Corporation and gives a fascinating breakdown in English and a lot of bilingually on the history of the corporation and their advances in the field of electronics in general. And they've got a great wall of all of their packaged types of media that they made throughout their history. And if you're a collector, you get little gachapon machines that have tiny TDK tapes in them meant to attach to your cell phone. Ooh, TDK cassette art shirt sounds cool. I don't recall them having that, but it was good. Okay. We are above the fold so far. We are now below the fold again. We're back up a bolt. Yep. Hey, I wonder who made that track. The other interesting thing that I was able to see there that I don't think I'll be able to time, well, no. I don't think I'll try to time again for the, absolutely will try to time for the winter Design Festa, which is probably... I've never been to a Comic yet. No, I've been to one Comic yet, that's right. And I have never been to a Wonderfest. I would love to go to a Wonderfest. That's kind of like a Comic-Con, but for figurines and models. But Design Festa is more of a designed goods. So you've got jewelry, you've got prints, you've got miniatures. I was unable to get my hands on a tiny little Ori. Oh. Glad you know about Design Festa Frostpaw, because it's I discovered while I was living there, and it's such a good place, and everything is of such high quality. And people are making, drawing murals in real time in these little booths. Just such a good time. So yeah, absolutely want to see if I can time my next trip again around a Design Festa, which would be what I'd go to Tokyo for. But I was also lucky that at the same time, for the Summer Design Festa, we had also access to FamiCase, which is an exhibition that I have been following online for years and years, and was only able to see the one time. That's an art exhibition where they take submissions from all over the world for people who want to make up their own cover art and descriptions for games for the Famicom. The idea is that, that you send them your design, they print out them off, and they put them on, physical Famicom cart cases and then display them on a wall along with a description of this fake game. And it's always interesting to see the creativity on offer there. Yeah, unfortunately, at least for... I don't do the retro game thing, but I do enjoy shopping around in the secondhand anime goods shops for figures and whatnot, and it just feels like it's not a case of foreigners have ruined everything like the retro gaming community seems to think. It's more of a case of the industry has moved on a bit. Akihabara had become, in my mind, an absolute shell of its former self. and that in order to get that feeling of hunting around for golds or gold, I had to go out all the way to Nakano Broadway, which is fine. Nakano Broadway is a fantastic place and interesting, but I do miss that brief window of time when there was a real Akiba culture. And you still had that mix of electronics parts and secondhand junk mixed with the otaku figures and idol whatnot. I think this guy's trying to block me. You know? Oh, no, no, no. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Hold it, hold it. Whew. I think the other thing too about the whole shopping and searching things is that it's kind of been ruined as well by third online sellers like Metakuri and Yahoo Auctions, and I don't think it's a bad thing entirely, because it does mean that I don't need to be in Japan to start hunting these things down, and quite frankly, you can sometimes find things for a reasonable price as well in that respect. In fact, a couple of the things that I wanted to see if I could find to purchase in Japan, I did not find anywhere in physical form, and it was only upon returning to Canada and searching these sites that I ended up. It was the poster for Encounters in Space. Not the one that everyone knows of with the watercolor art, but the one that depicts the bridge of the white base from, I want to say, 100 meters back or so. But the G's Merukuri, MERUCI, I think, and Yahoo Auctions, of course, is the other one. And I know at least Yahoo Auctions I've been able to buy directly off of, and I think Metakuri I needed to use a proxy service, but they're pretty good. Here we go. Here we go. That is a transmission that does not want to be. Why? Who knows? Oh. What do we get a 44-second break? Yep. This transmission will be rebroadcast as account made for ants. Yep, keep circulating the tapes. The tapes that are currently holding the currently existing transmission together. Oh, okay. Can I get a pop? Oh, yep, there. That was a deep one. Not a big one, but low on the spine. Oof. Ah, good. Lord Serrano. jp.medical.com/English. I'm curious about these stats. Oh yeah, they got people numbers. Okay. With highlight clip too, part of live. Okay, so Graham's at 113. I'm at 115. Nice. Paul is at 120. Okay. We need more ways. We need more ways to take out Paul. Wait, do I? Yeah. No, Graham has unfortunately other duties which sometimes require him to be out of the country. But I generally try to be at as many lives as I can. Storms, the numbers I am talking about are referenced in Melodia's spreadsheet up in the chat. Those are appearances on Loading Ready Live. And yeah, it looks like 115 for Graham, 120 for me, and essentially all of them for Paul. Typical, the boss is always out of town when the work needs to be done. Disregard this for Paul, who's still here. That's a very good point, Rubric. Paul does have the advantage of the Paul-only episode. So he'll always have that above us. I know! So many Pauls! Oh, if you count highlights and pre-records, Graham and I are the only ones. Wait, we actually do get the full set? That's cool. And yet sometimes I feel like I don't do enough around here. Tran, you say Ian's highlight farming is finally paying off. It's not like you can just say, welcome to the highlights, and they put you in the highlights. You gotta do something cool. Or not. If somehow, Rubik Darkwell, I would have believed that it would maybe be the start if I had been knocked into the air by yet another car just as that happened. Oh god, oh god. Even. That's where Jumpsuit Jock hangs out. Yeah. Maybe if I should set aside those hours. I'll tell you why I'm not going to do this. Set aside the hours I would normally use to race the other 24 hours of these races and put them towards, reintroducing a model for Jumpsuit Jock or an egg melt pit sign. And then I realized, no, Ian, you will use those other hours that are not part of the 24 hours to sleep like you should. Just a bit too aggressive with the back end. You put too much juice in the caboose. Okay. Starting to feel the time, which is nice. Again, I'm okay. I'm doing well. I'm doing fine. But I'm now getting to the point where I am definitely in the this is an endurance race situation. The car I drove in the first Le Mans was, oh yeah, the Ford GT Mark IV. That certainly was a choice. I do love that, again, that particular design. Was it not the GT40? It was the old one, right? And I can never remember which one that car is, but I do recall now thinking about it. It was in that beautiful baby blue livery. Also, for those who weren't weren't around when I was mentioning it earlier, same shirt from 10 years ago. These Tilly endurables really last. Yeah, the 40. Yeah, you're right, Texan. The 40 was the consumer version. Clarkson had one. The oof. M Tigers, nobody has at the moon base attempted a citizen's arrest or ticket for driving without a seatbelt. Cause we ain't narcs. But also, you know, we always wear our seatbelts. We're safe people. We're Canadians. We're safe and we're polite. We don't start, but we'll always finish a fight. Nope. Driving with my back end. Not the great idea. Oh, the text and the Gantt stuff worked out relatively well. I think I'm still rocking one of them in my regular short sleeve rotation. So again, thank you for those. Good to get Gantt representation. Unfortunately, the color isn't currently in a state where I felt comfortable wearing today. Not quite ironed out. Now that I think about it, I would love to have seen Jonathan Frakes and Bruce Boxleitner acting alongside each other. Sort of a my two dads situation. know when you stare into the vanishing point? The vanishing point stares back at you. Sorry, got distracted by the clutch there for a second too. Hello. Ah. Vanishing point becomes wall. Oh, actually, I don't know if I've mentioned that before, but the game that originally got me into racing games, period, was again a game for the Xbox original. No, it was the Dreamcast. That's right. Because the name of the game was Vanishing Point, but going back to previous conversations about media piracy, this was a copy I found on the internet that called itself Vanishing Point Hip Hop Edition, and so not only did it get me into car racing as a auto sport, but got me into some hip hop tracks that I enjoyed. It introduced me to the concept of Exhibit, and his breakout single X, which I will always hold dear to my heart for making reference to stepping to the mic like Walter Cronkite, and a reference to a woman going up and down his member like the stock exchange. Very clever for the time. They were also just really good beats for driving. That's right, we didn't end up doing any sort of Brave New Faves crossover this year, but I don't think Kathleen and I really talked about it beforehand. They're also kind of a pain to facilitate, because it means that you all get a view of me bopping along to music that no one can hear. And then that side gets to hear a man exclaim, "Oh God, Jesus," at things that no one can see. Jethering, the blue flag at the top left corner of the screen appears when a car that is faster and ahead of me in the race is coming up behind me. It's an indicator that I need to move, get out the way. Often also pondered whether I should put a podcast or a audiobook on, not through the broadcast audio system, but just on speaker in the room, so we can plausibly get away without having to worry about rebroadcast issues. Nope, that was not the gear I wanted. That is. Okay, and gently clip that corner. Race marshals are okay with it. Wes says, my favorite line is from Jurassic 5's Concrete Schoolyard, killing the firstborn of lyrical Yul Brynners. Wow! That might be my second favorite reference to Yul Brynner in a musical. A piece of music. I guess technically my favorite is from a musical, but it is a show with everything but Yul Brynner. What a weird name drop to give there too. Although I understand completely why, because it's a reference to Yul Brynner starring in the King of Siam as The King and I, which is a reference I only get because of a reference in, I want to say it was Tiny Toon Adventures. I had no idea who Yul Brynner was, but here's this duck that's apparently in love with this 20-foot tall bald guy. Sure. I'm a kid who likes to impress old people with my jokes, so it's stuck. Oh, you're not gonna like it if we ask Cameron to come in and read a book to me, because I'm gonna get to choose the book, and y'all are gonna start listening to Blind Sight. And while it is an incredible book, it is not necessarily a great time. My dream about, or around One Night in Bangkok, though, specifically, is that I've always wanted to be able to license that tune to use in a video game that I've had percolating the back of my head for years, called, and I'm only going to talk about it now because it's never going to happen, called Chess Romancer. Why? Because it's a reference to Tech Romancer. Don't at me. And essentially, it would be a combination chess simulator dating sim RPG, where you have to face different opponents in chess in order to progress and earn their love. It's really such a pity to be looking at the board, not looking at the city. What do you mean? Murray Head. What a guy. Although it was that love of Murray Head. This discovered that song back when Pandora was still a going concern with its good musical algorithm suggester, as it suggested you music based on what the music sounded like, not what other people like. I don't care what other people like. I wanted music that sounds like the music I like. And so that got me turned on to a man named Feargull Sharkey, which already, Feargull is like a seagull, but causing fear. And Sharky and George were the crime fighters of the sea. But this is a different man. I need a little song called "You Little Thief," which is it feels a lot like, it sounds a lot like One Night in Bangkok, but with a more upbeat feel. But I implore you all to look up Feargull Sharky's music video for "You Little Thief," because I like to describe that entire 3-minute exchange, the 3-minute experience as made entirely of cocaine. You can see cocaine in the atmosphere everywhere. It's fantastic. Cut to 20 years later, when I am starting to read about environmental activists in the UK, and guess whose name shows up in the list of prime activists? And no, it can't be the same. It is the same Feargull Sharky. So what a weird small world. Yeah, Harley F, I think you've got the one. I'm just gonna check here. Yes, it's safe to open YouTube. No ads for you. But yeah, that appears to be the one. It's just really kind of a bop. But it was also nice to come to finally get closure in my mind about the music video for, hold on, Total Eclipse of the Heart. So he says, assuming we've all seen the video for Total Eclipse of the Heart, and possibly the literal description video with the the weird glowing-eyed children that makes very little sense out of in context as a pop song. What I did not know until very recently is that is part of a theater I think it was a theater production that included that song. So it makes sense in that context, but outside is just action and sing, wah, flying vampire children. Turn around, bright eyes, over surprised guy. No, sorry, not turn on bright. Mullet with headlights over surprised guy. Those were the words. Those were the words. And in the beginning, the word was God, and the words were mullet with headlights. And it was good. Jim Sherman. You know, I don't know if I've seen the music video for What Is Love. I think I'm pretty sure everyone just thinks it's that scene from the movie with the bouncing heads in the car. Was that a Jim Carrey vehicle? Not the vehicle he was with, the movie. Or was that SNL, is what I'm thinking. Oh boy, I gotta look at this. Yes, you can trust YouTube. I mean, you can't, but the computer can. Nope. Oh boy, that starting off with a 3/4 top-down view is very strong for the What Is Love. And of course, you know, there's not Seal, because it wasn't Kiss from a Rose, which is its own weird video. But no, I was thinking of Reach for the skies. Hold of emotion. Hold on. Something beam open. Yeah, always. That's the song with the extremely in 2026 questionable video. Always by Erasure, yes. Which, you know, I always thought, you know, the name of the band was more artistically taken and not just a direct reference to their stance on culture. Ah, yes, the Robot Unicorn Attack theme song, which was a good place for it. That said, I do prefer the song from Fins of the Father? Yeah, I think it's Fins of the Father, starring Salmantha. I know you're tired of loving with nobody to love. Nobody will grab somebody. There's no leaving this party with nobody to love. Nobody. Henry. And so on. Yep, wow, you know, right on time, Ian starts singing. How does this keep happening? Second taco reference of the night. You, I believe, are tonight's winner. It might be Mikey. I don't believe I've ever seen the original video for tacos putting on the Ritz. I should hunt that down. Simon Ark, thank you for breaking down what I was also trying to express. Is it Taco, or is it the guy who looks like Taco, who's actually the like Klaus Nomi and not Klaus Fambula, which I keep thinking their name is in my head. Was Taco an acronym? Yes, no, that's, thank you. Yes. Let's now no longer think about Klaus Fambula. Oh, yeah, right. Bentropic. It is a geopolitical term at this point. I don't like that. Okay, what's everyone's favorite tacos is the next good question. Also, this is something I didn't know until I was 46 years old, and I need to share it with you all right now. If you are eating corn tortillas as a taco, and you are like me, and you think that it is sufficient for you to just take the corn tortillas and wrap them in a damp towel and microwave them for 30 seconds to loosen them up, you are not mouth maxing in Flavor Town ways. I suggest, if you have the opportunity to try this, take your corn tortillas and just get them to the side. Heat up a cast iron pan with just 2 tablespoons of oil until the oil is shimmering. And then I'm going to want you to fry those tortillas for 5 seconds, no more, no less, on both sides. Transfer them to some paper towel to, blot for 5 seconds for each side, and then stack those up underneath a heating thing. Frying the tortillas changes the game. They're at once immediately infinitely more pliable and able to withstand mismanaged fillings, but are also much warmer and delicious. They do not crisp up, but they do bloom in this amazing way. But yeah, I will mess with both hard and soft tacos these days. My favorite are still, though, this Yucateco or Yucatecan style pork belly tacos, where you braise the pork belly in spices and mixture and some orange slices, cloves jammed in it. And then you cut it up into these tiny little half-inch lardons, which you then bring back to a piping hot cast iron pan. You put them in there, you let them fry for a couple of seconds, push them down into the pan, and you sprinkle your cheese over top of them until the cheese is just melted. Then you flip them and grill them a bit more, press them until the cheese crisps up, and then you put on the hot sauce and go to town in taco style. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I found out about the fried tortilla trick when I was first trying to make enchiladas, because otherwise it would be impossible to roll the tortillas we get here in Victoria into an actual cylinder. And the added oil means that if anything gets caught in if your cylinder gets caught in anything, then it'll be much easier for removal. If that M&M's tube is too tight. The cylinder must be remain unharmed. Protect the cylinder at all costs. That's interesting, Ben Tropic, that you're saying that there's not quite the same corn tortilla based mania in Australia. I mean, there is something about America and corn. They love it, or at least the government loves corn. Put that on a t-shirt. Government loves corn. Oh, no. Okay. That was a very yellow cloud of dust behind us. I feel like the pollen levels here may be a little bit off the charts. All right, I need to order some fuel, and I mean, we've still got a few transmissions left. We might as well use them. Okay, yes, Mexico does love corn, but what Mexico does with corn versus what America does with corn are vastly different. One of them is a place where it gets turned into bad fuel. The other one is where it becomes my fuel, deliciously. And there are a lot of retirees, which is one of the problems with our economy right now. Lol. Pit. No, that was an unsuccessful pit. There we go. Oh. That's gonna push this in front and lean forward so that we can. Ooh, okay. No, I will cotton for cornbread. Give me the cornbread. Although, well, no, it's just that I haven't had cornbread in a while. I'm also. What is this? I'm also a big fan of not corn. Yes, corn. Butter swim biscuits. Ooh, I could do with it. That. Corn as pizza topping. Yeah, I used to be down on corn as a pizza topping, and then I learned to love the corn as well as the mayonnaise. Actually, Japan was ahead of the curve on that one. Also, good ramen topping, the corn. Ooh, entropic. I think the best way to think about cornbread is it's more like a slightly less sweet cake that's acceptable to eat with chili. And quite frankly, some people could in fact probably do dump a bunch more sugar in there than I would. Oh, that's okay. So that's what grits is to you, Margie RG. As to me, corn pottage comes in a can from a vending machine in the winter, and it's more of a soup. Yeah, I guess it could also probably be more called a soda bread, a little bit closer to that. But yeah, it depending on how you make it, and I've made it many ways, but quintessentially in my mind, when I picture cornbread, it is a square sheet pan, you know, that golden, very golden brown. Although the way I used to do it, and haven't done it in years because I don't think I have the muffin tins anymore, was making it in muffin form, usually mixed with a fair amount of semolina to provide some gritty structure, and then also topped with a jalapeno slice. Oh, hey there, K-Ward Jinx. Thank you. Yeah, the grits I have always eaten were more of a gritty textured porridge with copious amounts of butter and salt. But I know that's also a potentially regionally variant thing. Keyword Jinx, did I already thank you for those 1,000 bits to salute the end of the MANS era? Or did I just imagine doing that? Because we're now at that point of the night where I am starting to lose track of time. Or at least the direction that time goes. Good, great, thank you. Always love to forget something that happened within the minute that it occurred. I think just at this point, the part of my brain that forms short-term memory is just literally shut down. You're on your own, buddy. Muscle memory's here to help you with the driving, but otherwise, good luck. We are 2 hours away, Square.Q. We started at 7 a.m. We will end at 7 a.m. We will end strong. A mere 2 hours. That's one Rhythm Cafe away. Speaking of which, if you're enjoying watching this and you aren't already aware, we do a lot of other streaming here at Loading Ready Run, including tabletop games, a lot of Magic the Gathering, and of course, I gotta pump myself up as well. We have a Let's Try program, which is like a how-to program, but with no guarantee of success. And we got Rhythm Cafe, which I do with my good friend Heather Deary, where we play rhythm games. And that's all. And if you're playing a game, that means it's a rhythm game. Don't at us. Honestly, I do have to say, it makes me smile every time, because it doesn't happen often, but it makes me smile whenever we get a new viewer introduced to our corner of the internet through this particular piece of ridiculousness. I've often said that no one on the internet does what Loading Ready Run does, and I like to keep it that way. I can't make frets. No, I will not be at Rhythm Cafe today. I will be, if not asleep, probably zonked on the couch trying to keep myself awake just to keep some semblance of a sleep schedule together. I've got a new anime about ribs to watch. It's unfortunate. It would be a much harder calculation to make, given that we don't drive at a regular pace. And the laps are not always right, and we have not captured the information. But it would be interesting to think about how many kilometers I've driven over the course of these tracks. Tube, I'm glad you appreciate the dashboard clock is correct. We've been trying to keep it that way today because it makes people happy. I was originally going to do pause things when we were in the pits for breaks, but then that offset the clock by a mere 7 minutes, and everyone got real antsy all of a sudden. Oh, no. If I'm having ribs, I'll make my own ribs. Also, I don't think any rib places are open on a Sunday. I mean, I haven't checked Jones, but once I get home, I also kind of don't want to leave the house again, so... No, you know what? I don't even remember what number I missed. Oh, so Ben Tropic. Funny thing about the cracked windshield. I was talking to Paul about this yesterday, and you know, this is good advice for anyone who's picking up this game too. There is what I consider a required mod, and it's HD_shattered glass. And what you see on the screen is the results of HD shattered glass. It's just a texture file that gives you that shattered pane of glass look. The reason it's important is because the original Kunio's, the programmer's version of what that looks like, gives you an automotive shattered glass look, which is nigh impossible to see out of. Darkwell, I was considering coming in on nope, can't come in on Friday. I am busy that day. That's another transmission. Good for it. Oh, back to the pit for another penalty. Oh. Oh. I know it's not me getting sick because I shouldn't be getting sick from any of this, but I realize it is because I have also been speaking for, you know, a good portion of the past 24 hours. So maybe I'll have to fish out the Pipa Koa before I head home. Yeah, do some throat coat with the throat. Wait, no. Nancy Reagan ain't got nothing to do with my Pipa Koa. Here too. Yeah, no, the sashimi be fast. Well, sushi. The sushi be fast. It's got rice, so. I feel like it's probably has something to do with the clutch not being engaged or disengaged in a way that makes it happy. Melody, I didn't hear anything about Corey discovering any new portals into the sub-ocean. We kind of know where they are too, actually. They're not hard to find. It's not that they're hidden, it's just that they're not good. Like right there on the left hand, that side, the stage left, you'll see those sort of yellow painted areas of the hoarding on the edge, and those are, I guess, where in real life, you know, emergency access vehicles would be able to get in and deal with things on the track. But in our worlds, they're just a portal away from France. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Yes, it's right, Melania. You're right. That's the Ocean who subbed. Been with us for a while, married to the Ocean who docked. I'm pretty sure I cast the Atlantic Ocean as the top. Pacific just seems like a big bottom baby. Been dropping, getting there pretty much at the same time I am. Yep. The Switch Ocean absolutely is the Indian Ocean. Oh my god, why can I not remember what it is that you call the action when you are taking a canoe portage? Thank you. I was just thinking that the existence of an atmospheric river implies the existence of an atmospheric portage. Ooh, the atmospheric turn or the atmospheric flop could be an issue. Guess that really depends on whether your high pressure zone is the big buy or the little buy. Or to quote Bill Matheson, who is a name I'm sure none of you will know, keep your eye on the Idaho buy. There's a high pressure area that tends to hang out over top of Idaho, and it can influence, specifically in central Alberta, weather quite significantly. That truck does... I am always amazed that the stair truck is so able to hang on in these races. Full lock. It's not enough. Can't even maintain the chalk lock. Glad chat seems to be enjoying fossil talk.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I'm not sure what it was, but something after the, there's something that was in those preserved meat sticks, or the Gouda, that is not jiving well with the taste of flat cherry boobly. No! Why am I like this? Yeah, it's not a great flavor mix, square enough. I didn't put it all in my mouth at once, but I certainly wouldn't given the opportunity now. Oh. First thing I'm going to do when I get home is pop a couple of the magic Canadian pills that we have. To be clear, the magic Canadian pills I'm talking about are the ibuprofen mixed with sodium metacarbonyl muscle relaxants. A Robax Platinum. I know I have friends who come up from the States who buy bottles every time. They just can't get it. Turn around. Bright eyes. Every now and then I hit a car. Yeah, it's, I've just taken the opportunity now here to look at just how simple the interior controls in this car are, and I'm impressed. Comparatively, we have actual health. We have the idea of actual health care. We do need to severely fund our health care a lot more than we are right now. But yes, comparatively, everyone should have that, at least that level. Now, if the liberals would stop dragging their goddamn feet on pharmacare, that might be something too. Ooh, okay. Saw things from a different angle there, in an interesting way. American healthcare system doesn't like people not being in pain. My wife was paying $25 per tube of Voltaren, a pain relief gel, little prescription. She found it at $3 in Canada over the counter. I mean, depending on the size of the tube, that's I recently bought my Voltaren over the counter at Costco because, hey, guess what? I had a back flare up and needed to use up the last tube we had. And that was $25, but for two generously sized, Costco-sized tubes. I find it very interesting, though, especially what is covered over the counter and what isn't. in both of our countries and the slight differences there? Oh, for the 1 ounce tube? Okay, yeah, no, that's probably an applicable price. I was like, if you could find those big Costco boys for $3 a tube, tell me where. See now, Michelin, augmenting path. Maybe not go with Michelin. Maybe go with the man's name, Bibendum. That famous Bibendum. The 4th of Bibendum. Let's all have a good Bibendum. V for Bibendum. Actually, now that I think about it, like, I would watch a 12-episode limited series on the adventures of Bibendum as he drives through France awarding stars to worthwhile dining experiences. All in the name of selling tires. Enokuga says each end of the episode ends with a thumbs up, and this is worth using your tires for. I've enjoyed the idea of like a late 1800s aristocrat just I could go on a journey, but my tires must conserve them for a special occasion. Credits roll over freeze frame, of course, yes, good. Ending credits are also freeze frame, the song. You know, maybe it's a good idea that I don't have a bird. Come to think of it. I do say a lot of things. I don't know if I need them coming back at me. How many requests from scientists to examine your brain does Laura receive per week? If, you know what, if it's more than one, they're not telling me. Ooh, that felt good. Always good when you get a nice clean Gant. The mono Gant. Oh, Pix, it's been a great run overall. We've experienced more air than we ever have. The car drives not like I want to say maybe a leftover pizza dream. It's good, but and yeah, I'm starting to hit medium loopy, so. Right on time for schedule here. But we've hit all the major discussion topics for the year. We've gotten some new folks to show up and have fun with us. All in all, I'd say this has been a good way to bring this particular event to a close. Oh yes, I was also going to mention earlier that to Tomato Kigo, the difference between seize and cease the means of production. Seize the means of production. That's our socialist motto. However, if you are of the degrowth mindset, which is an increasingly popular point of view, cease the means of production seems like a fine slogan to use. Oh, okay. I'm glad that we've started to time when you kind of need gas, when you definitely need a new suspension. We haven't changed tire compound at all, which is interesting. Okay, is this truck real? No! Okay, good. Oof. And off. Let's make all the stretch noises together. Oof. Can I get my chair in the right way here? Yeah, not that way. So it looks like you can sometimes crash into cars in the pits when the computer decides that cars are no longer corporeal. That I haven't quite narrowed down yet. So I have had a look at that. I've read analyses of that study, Treon, and it's an interesting one. I am not completely convinced of the idea of degrowth itself anyway, but it is one of the valid options of seeing our way through the coming decades. You know what? It deserved it. That Jeep deserved it. there's got to be a better way to do that. Corner 2. I just realized that I don't think I programmed in any alternative weather modes. We've had a nice, dry, pleasant track this whole time, and it was fine. It's great. Yeah, taxing billionaires is really only going to it's only going to get us so far. What that will do is allow us to fund certain social programs, but we still need the desire to fund programs, and it still doesn't fix a lot of the other systemic issues in the system overall. I think what we need to do a lot more of is not just taking the money away from billionaires, but taking away the capital itself and renationalizing a lot of key industries. Hey, I can get a coherent thought out still. How'd that happen? Oh, is the bathtub back? No, that's... What is that? Choro Q of... Oh, that's the Game of Life car. Hey, no, you do not touch my back end like that. You nudged me at? Nudged me at like the AE-86? Jail for truck. Jail for 1,000 years. Oh yeah, education, healthcare, water, sewer, road infrastructure, transport. I would actually say telecommunications as well. There should be a heavy presence within entertainment, media, primary research. Yeah, quite frankly, even things base materials manufacture and refinement. The entire petrochemical industry, so that can be wrapped up with a just transition. Agriculture to a certain extent. Well, the things are again. I mean, things are already getting bad with that. I think if we're instituting sweeping systemic change, I think we can afford a telecommunications monopoly by the government. What else would be good? Ooh, sport. Most importantly, sport. No more professional sport. Sport is something that is covered by the state in large competitions and international competitions, but no one is making any more than $50,000 a year in sport ever again. Not on my watch. In T6 you know what? If we're bringing everyone up to 120K, I'm happy with that too. I think we can in fact lower the cost of living down to the point where 50,000 is once again a more than lavish lifestyle. I mean, Tran, let me tell you again about how I feel about the rest of the entertainment industry making huge amounts of money for what amounts to a popularity contest. I think a lot of entertainment and artistic venture will be more easily covered by greater access to a market, more ease of access to a market on an individual and small group level, and then for larger projects, you know, get a nationalized system of funding and not oversight of necessarily content, but. Arts absolutely need to be well covered. I think under new regimes, quite frankly, I don't think a universal basic income should be considered in any. It should absolutely be. If we're still going to have a monetary-based system, we are going to need some sort of universal basic income to cover a dignified life for everyone. That said, I think if you are in the process of producing art and producing art, you should receive additional funding on top of that basic income, because you are providing more to society than just the bare minimum of respectful existence. UBI is, well, a fantastic and proven idea at allowing people to live those dignified lives, is I personally consider simply just yet another patch on top of a broken system. And I think if we're going to talk about pie in the sky ideas that no one who's actually in power is going to go for at the moment, we might as well go for broke and start really demanding actual systemic change. But you know what? Be the change you want to. I mean, be the change you want to see in your community. Organize, communicate, and find your community. Build yourselves up, because you're gonna need those connections at some point in the future, because we all will. Yep, Real Gamer Cow, as Mandani has shown in NYC, there's a lot of things that people in power can just do. Most don't have the political will to do so. And as the AI emergency has shown, the money is also there if the will is there. It just never is. Anyway, let's think about the glove compartment for a second. Who here has gloves that they have in a glove compartment? Hands up. Oh. Nope, that was too much speed I carried in there again. But it felt good. The glove compartment is for Werther's original. Ooh. I don't know. I would like to see more accessible access to driving gloves. Not these particular types of ones, but no, like the thin leather ones with the perforated bits and the open knuckles. Reminds me, I need to put a bowl of candy in the phone booth. So in our elevator in our building, at some point in the past, the phone, what you would use to call people in an emergency, was replaced by a simple button on the panel that makes the call and, has a speaker and microphone. They're terrible and make any communication nigh impossible. But they left the little door that can open and close, and they left the compartment behind there for the door. So I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to just put a can of beer in there, or maybe some candy or something, just so that the next time I'm inviting new friends up to the apartment, I can just crack a cold one on the way up as some sort of a power move. I should have stopped in for more. I should have stopped in for more suspension. One suspension, please. Yeah, I think this has gone from a body on frame to simply it is body. I've recreated a monocoque body design from first principles. And by first principles, I mean beating the suspension into submission. Oh, thank you, not too short. Or not so short, shorter. Not so shorter. There, we got there, eventually. Ian goes to the pit boss and says, "Hey, I'd like another suspension." And he says, "Why? You need so many suspensions." I say, "Well, when I use one up and I hit a wall, I just go to the pit and I get a new one." And my pit boss, the front guy just says to me, "Oh, it sounds like you're just feeding suspensions into this suspension feeding machine." And the pit boss cries. Tiny tear. I hate having to do memory memes that I don't know that well from memory. I know that this car can have little suspension as a treat. That's important. Some sort of exo suspension then, Square Dog Cube. Oh man, Emily, I have not thought about Carmageddon in a hot minute. That may be one of the favorite pieces of gaming software from my early network party days. I was less in love with the springs that allowed you to split things around, and more enjoyed the magnet that allowed people to stick to your car. "24 hours of Carmageddon when?" I'm pretty sure it would probably handle the memory buffer overflows just as well. Rock Pusher, I was just thinking of Postal, honestly. And how, if Postal were a game that were released today, no one would blink an eye. And don't get me started on Night Trap, because I think if you want to hear a great analysis of Night Trap from a media analysis point of view, check out the Worst of All Possible Worlds podcast. This is Ian's official plug for the night. They do some of my favorite media analysis on the internets these days, and they're real good. Yeah, Night Trap is immensely tame, and in fact, a campy and fun game. Just turned out to be, they needed a scandal, and they got an intern who didn't even play the game to provide this sort of stuff to the Congress. It's terrible. Jeannie, have I ever considered a multiplayer Le Mans? Yes, I have. And the reason I've never followed through with it is logistics. Two reasons. First of all, Assetto Corsa, in order to maintain this paddock of ridiculous cars, Assetto Corsa doesn't support multiplayer with CPU cars. So we'd be limited to just the number of human beings that we had able to drive. And so that means we'd have to, A, find enough people willing to drive, or at least find a way to be a group of drivers who would be able to be available for the full 24 hours and provide enough people on the... And I don't think that's something that I'm willing to ask people to sign up for. So those are mainly the two reasons why we haven't done it in the past. If we're moving to smaller races, maybe that's something we can look at in the future. A lot of things are on the table. I mean, the green hell can absolutely, it is absolutely going to be on the list of potentials. The Nürburgring is, I enjoy it. Ookie there. Will you have a setup of Worms Armageddon that works at some point? Maybe we'll just have to buy the game and actually commit to it for some reason. I don't know why we keep not doing, or why we keep suggesting it. I don't know if it's that different from Armageddon. Oh yeah, I'm pretty certain that iRacing has hot seating, given how serious they take being a who's it, a simulator. We're good for fuel for run. We're like at just over half a tank, which is good for 5.5 laps, so we'll be fine there. Oh, come on, there we go. That was a much better use of wheel spin. I think we've got a functional PS2 in the office right now, so I don't think we don't need a full-on PS1 to run Armageddon, but I think we just need to buy it on Steam is what it comes down to. We are very much approaching the final hour here. Oh, the mini A500 Amiga console. Glad you worked on the original Worms for. Hey, nifty. Cool pics. Need to look at the meme. That's a meme that has a lot of words that I can't pay attention to right now. But I'll check that out after the race, which... oh... tantalizingly close, folks. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun, Pix, that you, writing up and adapting the game instructions. I was just thinking, God damn it! These tiny-ass cars and their big-ass problems. Now I have to get another transmission. No, not transmission, another suspension. You know what, I'm gonna take the penalty. I'm not pleased with that. Now, I was just thinking the other day about how much I would love to be able to work on on a printed manual for a video game, or even just for some professional software or hardware equipment. Love the looks of a good, well-designed manual. And of course, I've been seeing some socials going by talking about, you know, the little bits of personality that you would get in those early manuals of video games, where people are describing the utility of Mario's fireball. Yeah, no worry. I'm glad we're not on a hour-long penalty either, because if we were, I'd start the race again at this point. We don't need it. Yeah, I don't mind the plug at all. Hey, it's my good friend Another World. I should eventually play that game all the way through. I don't know. I played so many games in my youth via the method of reading about them and reading the strategy guides in Nintendo Power. And the legendary Game Atlas. Where they stitch together all those screenshots of games. So one of my formative experiences in terms of video gaming on the computer back in the day was I picked up, there was this bundle that they were selling for the Macintosh of, what were they, was it 3 or 4? It was 4 games. Or maybe it was just 3, because it included Red Baron, which was a not half bad, but not jet-based flight simulator. It also included King's Quest V, and this is important because it all the discs or all the copies of it were somehow corrupt in some way. So I had to go back to Future Shop and somehow convince them to let me swap the box with another one to see, and then it still wouldn't. Red Baron was, I believe, full-on 3D in some very low-resolution polygons. So I never got to play King's Quest. But the other game that was on that in that bundle that I will always remember, because it was kind of my first action RPG, was Rise of the Dragon. Not to be confused with Rise of the Triad, which a lot of people think is the same thing. It was definitely a near future sci-fi investigative cop game with drugs. Ooh, saved it. Oh, Lord's Round, that sounds really interesting. Manual jam. That may in fact be my jam. I mean, it is hypothetically possible to Mago Forte that there might have been another Red Baron that is the game that you're thinking of. Held it! Oh, I mean, of course Wikipedia has a Rise of the Dragon article. Yep, that's the one. One of the first games I ever finished, too, which is, or that wasn't like a Nintendo game. Oh, Mercano, you're describing my dreams of flight games of F-18 Hornet and specifically A-10 Attack. That game made me a lifelong stan for the A-10. It was such an interestingly weird game for its multiplayer. They had your usual, levels like here's an air base and go do a bombing run and do some dogfighting. And then here's a different map with this giant tower that has mid-air runways. bizarre thing. Boy, we sure had a good, diverse group of publishers and developers back in the 90s. Oh, the B-52, the Meerkat, is going to be flying 50 years from now. Don't they already have second generation B-52 mechanics at this point? Yes, Mercano, that's right. I'd forgotten that all the buttons worked in the cockpit, that you could flick with your mouse. I am literally just doing that now with a dead stick these days and feel like, oh, this is fun. Third generation pilots. Okay, that must be what I was thinking of, but that's either way. That's okay. I'm a big booster in considering things done, and sometimes you don't need to refine the design, especially in software. Please let some things be done sometimes. Maybe, you know, maybe we can just say that the B-52 is peak bomber. Because in a way, it kind of is. I don't think we'll ever be able to fund a successor or even properly get it built, you know, in the time between now and the end of the American century of humiliation. Nope. Good enough? Nope. Damn it. Is that gonna do me? We're still safe. Whew. Yeah, good. Oh, God. Why? But good God, a 100-year-old aircraft platform. How long did ships last in the great age of sails? I don't think you could. I know with modern preservation techniques we've been able to, you know, keep some ships alive, but is that kind of a first? Okay, so some sail ships got to a few decades with copper bottoms. That's something. I needed to push the button to the stop button. the brake. You know, the foot push. There's one or two 100-year-old hulls in the Great Lakes. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, we have no one to blame but ourselves. We were all warned about the coming military-industrial complex. And what happened? .42, I don't know, she doesn't have much long to go. Oh, now speaking of the Comanche 3 and the like, I remember vividly the glee with which everyone that I knew who had purchased a copy of Falcon 4.0 would brandish their manual for Falcon 4.0. Such a brick of a manual and also such a beautiful plane. As much as I am an A10 stan for its own lovable design of itself, F-16 Falcon just unmatched in gorgeous curves. Let's do one more lap. Burn up some fuel before we burn up another suspension. Yeah, bouncing over those curbs I can't think helps out things anyway. I'm happy that Canada appears to be taking the whole Saab thing a little bit more seriously as well, only because I find the Gripen a much more attractive aircraft than the F-35, and a whole lot of other reasons too. But that's a discussion for another time. another one that's fun, but people don't really like to talk about all that much, is the U2. Specifically designed to just go really, really high. And, you know, another one of those cases of just an elegant plane. So delicate. Tomato Kigu, what we've managed to achieve so far in terms of personal best today has been 6 seconds. I don't know how it happened. 6 minutes, 11 seconds and change. Yeah, no idea what an IRL is, but that's me, PB. Too soon. Oh, hey, so yeah, fun facts that I learned about completely weird coincidences. Did you know? I'm sure most of you are aware of well, not the designer's name, but the Canadian brand of No Name. You know, the yellow boxes with the black Helvetica describing the products. That design language was created by a guy named Don Watts, who, and let me just list a few of his curriculum vitae notations. First of all, you know he worked on the No Name brand, and worked with Galen Weston the First to suggest that they should stop using William Shatner as Loblaw's spokesperson. So there's that. He also worked on, fresh out of design school, he did animation of Bugs Bunny for the Warner Brothers Corporation. He worked on the finalization of the design for the Canadian flag, and also on the exterior design of the Avro Arrow. Why had I never heard of this man before? Singular Watt. Thank you, Megapixel. Yeah, definitely an outlier, but, you know, definitely from an age of a time when I guess you could rack together these sorts of W's. Like when you consider the Arrow, No Name, and the flag just together, this man has done more to define the aesthetics of a nation than more people I can think. Ah, hell. In a cell. This is like David Attenborough helping popularize snooker and making tennis balls yell. See, today I learned. I was not aware of those contributions to a society of his. Yeah, Territon, I absolutely think we're pulling in for some more suspense. So You know, and we could use some fuel too, so. The whole thing. The whole shebang. The whole shebang. Bobby. Body. Oh. Champion snooker to show off color, and yellow on the tennis balls because they're easy to see in color. That, yeah, no, that tracks. Just very sensible decisions. But was the person to make the correct choices at the correct time? He gave us Monty Python, and everything comes from that. Yep. Wow. You know, Atomic Alchemist, talking about the one who comes closest, whoever designed the cut of the mounted police uniform. I would personally rather not have our national image associated with with what is essentially a paramilitary force under federal control, created and dispersed specifically to suppress my people, which is cool. But that's also why the railroad exists, so, you know, swings and roundabouts. Right. Where are we at here? We got 19 minutes left. We've got some repairs to do. Ow. And no, we have done 19 minutes. We have 40 minutes left to continue. We will do so. I'm gonna take a break at 6:30 to swap the legs, grab the new fluids, and then we'll finish up this whole thing, right? Yes. I like it. I like the direction I'm putting us in. Is what I'm saying. This reminds me of the famous apocryphal, possibly a line from a commentator on a snooker game when color TV was still being introduced. And for those who are still watching in the black and white, the yellow ball is the one behind the green. And that's a bad miss. What I should do is watch Mitchell and Webb again. That's another, you know, interesting one of prescience and whatnot. If I'm remembering correctly, the "Are We the Baddies" sketch was in the first episode of Mitchell and Webb. Kind of just really sets everything up. Stanley, which web comic was that BLM and Orsteg did? I'm unfamiliar. Interesting. I have never run into that particular comic. But I think I might be one generation removed, possibly, from that era. Yeah, I wouldn't say Mitchell and Webb Are Not Helping is actively bad, but it is not. I have watched it, and I cannot tell you a thing about it again. So I think that should give you a little bit of an idea. Wait, no, I can remember there are some other people who are not Mitchell and Webb there. They don't make it better, and actually, there's some. Now that I think even more about it, there are some pretty upsetting sketches. So yeah, maybe you don't need to. But yeah, these sorts of crossover things are also why I'm so obsessed with and love the great incestuous nature that is the Japanese animation industry circa 1972 through 1991, let's say. And you start tracing the career paths of all these giants like Tezuka and Gonagai. The small projects they worked on, you know. It absolutely blew my mind when I was introduced to the fact that the CG that is part of Char's Counterattack, which is some of the groundbreaking CG in a major motion picture in Japanese work, was done by none other than famous lieabout Hideaki Anno. And that I believe, yeah, it was Yoshiyuki Tomio getting his start under Tezuka in the Andy's Chucky series. Ooh, good. Managed to hold on to that. Yes, a good point, Marika. Speaking the devil, and here comes Char. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do here. It's a little bit before the bottom of the hour, but it's going to take me more than 6 minutes to do a lap. So I'm going to park this car right in the straightaway before we hit the line, and that'll allow us to have a nice, good, clean, hot lap, and we can start our countdown of laps from there. Whoa, 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 whoa. As long as I don't ruin any transmissions, engines, or etc. Okay, you know what? French sushi was one thing. British sushi, nah, hell no. Hell no, dog. You gotta bread that fish. You're gonna sell it in this country. Okay, we'll be right back in just a couple seconds. Do the things you need to do. I will do them too, and we'll have done them together, but not at the same place. By ourselves. Be right back. Orf! Yes. In the underworld. Chet, you ever get a K-pop song with a mashed up with a Filipino commercial for Jollibee in your head? I sure do, all the time. Parama deliver na Jollibee favors now. Oopa, 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 oopa. 7,000 Jollibee delivery. Don't forget the hashtag. All right, here we go. Pretty sure we've all, I've introduced that track to everyone through last year's Rhythm Cafe review of music. Oh, you know, Squared Up Cube, you are right. I do have the power to be his friend. And now that, well, yeah, now there it is. It's moonshine, oh, oh, oh. You got the power to be his friend. Moonchild, whoa, oh, oh. It's the beginning of an amazing, new, and creative story. Char? Char. Zumi's going good. Double Enterprises. I am. We're in the last half hour here, and I am feeling the feeling the need for sixth gear. New and excitingly different story. Yes, that's correct. From the sampled from the Fleischer's Simpson. Oh, Fleischer's Superman cartoon, if I recall. Oh yes, I am feeling the need for sleep. Lords are, it's funny, I can glance at the Porsche's onboard stream and know exactly they were on the track solely from watching Le Mans. Yep. Oh, Gorilla, thank you for still loving the Ultraman theme. I still also do unironically listen to that, but because it's good. But yeah, I'm not sure if you were around Lord Center earlier when I was telling Beach that because of how much I've driven around this track, this is probably the one thing I can do image training on. Marco Forte, it was the theme song to the English version of Ultraman the Great. He's Ultraman, holding out his hand, giving us a sign. He's on our side. Ultraman greater than life. Magnanimous is his love for us. It's Ultraman. Now, it's not to say that I will also, at any opportunity, break into a Gosho Kudasai Yame no Ultraman said. Because I love an Ultraman set. I had not realized until just recently that Kinnikuman, or as it's known in English, Muscleman, or Mighty Muscle, or something along that effect, originally started its life as an Ultraman parody, and then quickly pivoted to pro wrestling. Yep, sushi. Sushi. Just a bit too much still there too. Dang it. So what we've got on sushi-wise is hambag, which is probably what that one is that you're seeing there. There's tamago, there's salmon, there is tuna, and there is gungan, the battleship sushi with the salmon roe. Beej and I have been singing Mazinger Z together essentially, I think, less than a year after we'd known each other. And it was all thanks to a little a fan-made video called Bad American Dubbing 3. Now, which featured the sound, that theme song, as it was sung on an incredibly heavy Japanese accent. But we loved it, learned the whole thing, and then learned the Japanese version on top of that, because why not? And it was a lot of fun. Random Tree says, Ian, I just wanted to say thank you for this very silly exercise you've done for a decade. I haven't been able to engage very much this time because of other things, but you've always been in the background at all times. Oh no, and always been a light. Thank you so much, Random Trivia, for those kind words, and yeah, for hanging out with us throughout this this instance and the past. And that goes to everyone who's ridden along for any point of this this, as you say, very silly exercise. I've had a lot of fun doing it, and that's why, as I need to reiterate again and again, we are not stopping doing races. We're just gonna stop doing them for 24 hours at a time. Ooh, ooh. Hours going to 5. Yeah, you know what? Get up for 12 hours. Sleep for 8 and then do another 12. That might actually not be bad. Stay on it. "24 minutes of Le Mans." There you go. You get sick. You get 4 laps, and that's it. Good morning, Sarah. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, 2.54 hours could easily work. I think honestly, the lowest I'd go would be the standard LRR 3 hour. Of streaming on this track specifically weekly. We could probably actually honestly get better, especially if we didn't swap the cars. But I'd have to be very laser if I wanted to get better, I'd have to be laser focused on the driving and not at all on the talking or the
the reading. Nope. Oh, it's starting to hit physically. Getting a tightness in the reverse temples. Feeling a little too loose in the arms. Not quite as bad as last year there, though, where I was starting to feel extreme fatigue in the arms. Don't think I've seen a popsicle stand yet, but I almost did include a Christmas tree delivery truck. Unfortunately, it couldn't handle the level of competition that was being shown by some of these automobiles here tonight. Dead Pilot Wesley, good reference, but quite frankly, you're slow on that joke by about 22 hours. Yeah, sushi may need to be nerfed or potentially put into their own class. I probably could put together a foodstuffs class just for these games. All good, Dread Pirate. Sorry. I mean, quite frankly, I'll likely kill you in the morning, but... Oh yeah, digressions will happen no matter, anytime I have the privilege to open my mouth. Things will come out. I don't think we're sub 6 minuting this. We are absolutely not sub 6 minuting this one. Bebendum. Yeah, I could maybe make a song about Bebendum. Not right now. I'm pitching something in my own head to my producers in my head. Oh, stay away from the wall. The wall causes damage. The wall hurts us. There is a second chicane here to be aware of. Bebendum, taste the man of culture. That is absolutely what you said, right, Atomic Alchemical? Apex Legends. God, that hill just
really does it to you, doesn't it? Uh-oh. Shortash, thank you so much for the kind words. It's been a pleasure and an honor. Kind of keeping up. Can I draft him? Can I draft this tiny car? A little? Can we overtake? A little? Is he gonna beat me in the corner? Absolutely. I didn't remember to brake in time. So this lap, if it completes, will not count. Oh, thank you, Arc Deco Sunburn. I am absolutely in awe of the response that this ridiculousness continues to draw and maintain over the years. So it is absolutely unlike anything else on the internet, and I'm so happy to have you all here. Yeah, it's almost like the people in the Loading Ready Run community in general are some pretty fine folks. Haha. Oh, so glad we got a big bingo card in there too. Hey, welcome back, Ard. Ba-ba-ba-ba! Missed my gating there. Ooh, okay. All right, folks, we are 10 minutes from the top of the hour, which means the end of the 24 hours, which means we are likely in the third of the last three laps, or the first of the last three laps. So let's make these last two after this one really count. Remember, nice and clean. We want to keep our car intact for these laps, because otherwise it'll be a sadness. Okay, no. First of all, I don't use a trackball as a mouse. I use my trackball as a pointer controller for my computer. There are many other ways to control your pointers. You could use a mouse, you could use a tablet. You could use a sip puff system. I tend to enjoy the trackpad as my point, or the trackball as my pointing experience. Sorry, that piece of sushi looked an awful lot like a rubber duck there for a second, and then I was real worried. That said, I did end up looking at the Elcom Huge Ball, or the Huge Plus, which is the one that's going to have those new replaceable ball suspension systems. Unfortunately, I don't think I like the way that you end up holding the ball and clicking the buttons on those, and I might have to look more at the new Kensington Expert mouse, which has further scroll wheels along the edges in an interesting way. Yeah, what was there? Track point. Love for the track point. Gotta love the nipple. Ooh, ooh, pay attention here. This is one of your good laps. This is one for the record books. And you are reading about trackballs. I am the worst. You, meaning me, not you, who can prevent forest fires. Not gonna be a good time. That was a real bad time. This is even worse. Gotta turn around before we end up in the sub-ocean. Whew. Good, that was safe. You have been delightfully distracting for this 24-hour period, chat, and of course, as always, couldn't do it without you because A, who'd watch, and B, yeah, you keep me sane when there's no one else around to do so. Yes, for some definition of sane. I mean, we do have a few minutes to get back into car sex here, in which case it's time to talk less about the reproductive act between automobiles and more about the sexing of them. You really need to flip them over onto their back and you need to candle the catalytic converter to see what it's got in there. It's possible to do, but you do need to be generally a trained Mopar parts specialist. Now, car gender, on the other hand, it's fluid. It's another one of the fluids. You got to check under the hood, check your gender fluid, make sure it's topped up before a road trip. You don't want to run out halfway through. Now, some of the people out there are going to talk to you about car eugenics, you know, measuring the, well, making the faces of cars. And that's not scientifically valid in any particular way, and I think it's something we shouldn't really encourage in this day and age. But I hope you've all enjoyed this seminar on cars and how they work. Oh no, Sarah, I've been saving it all up for you to get back. Don't worry about it. Oh no, I meant eugenics. I mean, there's selective breeding going on with the cars as well. Phrenology is just one aspect of that horrible non-science. Why vehemently deny just one part when you can vehemently deny the whole thing? Okay, so is that going to be our final Gantt? You know, I think it is. I don't think. I think this is our final lap. Oh no, maybe the car phrenology is actually just that act that they supposedly apocryphal. I'm not sure, but there's the idea that the European Union would judge whether or not a car was too angular by rubbing a fake a baby doll's head across the body of the car to see if it connected 2 points at the same time. Things we learn. Okay, well that was not not the PB lap that I wanted, but honestly not bad, especially for a little suspension that's a little bit bent out of shape. And you know, coming in nice and comfortably across the line here. Cross it around here, and there, and full throttle into the white tires. What a way to end it, folks. What a terrible way to end it, but there we are. Now let's find a place to park this car. 1 second here. I think I know there's a place. It's just up here at the end, yeah. At the end of the fake pits. Let's put this track away for this year. And for the rest of time, in 24-hour chunks. Wait, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Is it back there? I think it's back there. Come on. Okay. Say goodbye, chat. Wait. Why am I not falling into the sub-ocean yet? This should take me away. We've discovered someplace new! I have entered the pit. You know what? Good enough. Let's park in here. We've never done that before. Okay. Oh, it's time! Celebration. Another 24 hours in the bag. Another bunch of transmissions, engines, suspensions, what have you. We have made good use of them, and thank you so much once again, friends, for another year, and most importantly, for 10 full years of this absolutely silly, ridiculous venture that we've all been on. Cheers to you. Thank you so much. Whoa. Oh, oh. Ooh. That hits the stomach in an interesting manner. Ah! And now this. Mmm.